does the same thing, but it's more high tech. And yeah, when they align, when they calibrate these linear encoders, um, they use two plumb tools at both ends of this machine. Yeah? And with this linear encoder, they are measuring with a precision grade of 65 nanometer margin of error in 200 meters. But you get that 65 nanometer error when you are moving uh, an object at the top speed, which this linear encoder can actually take precise reading. So when it's moving slower, yeah, it doesn't uh, have such errors. So you are measuring in nanometer precision. And yeah, they found that they didn't found, they just explain how those two plumb bobs, their string is actually perfectly parallel when they are 200 meters apart, which, on a globe, you cannot have two parallel radiuses because your down vector is with the radius coming from the aligned with the radius coming from the center of the ball Earth. So how can two down vectors be perfectly parallel?
I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know
I'm
either.
not good at trig.
Oh, so you don't trust trigonometry?
Oh, I know.
Like we
I
don't
try.
trust, observatories. Uh,
I trust the guy who studies trig to do his job while I do mine. I'm not omniscient. I can't know all things at all times. And even
yeah,
if I wanted to, I don't have enough time in a lifetime to learn all fields. So, for the sake of cooperation, I have to
Talking about
assume.
plumb bobs. It doesn't require omniscience. It was clever the first couple of times that you said, I
yeah,
don't know, I don't do trig. It was kind of clever. It isn't anymore.
yeah.
Okay.
You know,
Now, this is a case where you're having to warp reality in order to reify the model. Do you acknowledge that at least?
Okay. If we've been talking for weeks, you would have had a point. But I don't know when you think in this conversation I had time to go out and learn how to do all the things I think I would need to do
Do you know how
in
to?
order
You
to
know
do this.
how does a plumb bob work?
I don't know.
Come on,
it's a
Avros. I don't
weight
believe you that you don't
and
know
a
how a
string.
plumb bob works.
It's a weight and a string. You hang a string, yeah, from
Yeah,
uh,
I know what it is.
from a tree, yeah, and you go 1 kilometer far away. You find another tree, and you tie another string on his branch, and near the ground, you hang a weight on that string. So
Yes,
it will
I know
hold
what
it.
a plumb bob
Okay.
is.
Yeah, it's very simple. Now, those two strings between those two trees, when they are 1 kilometer apart, 10 kilometers, 1,000 kilometers, those strings are all parallel to each other.
Okay.
Yeah, this means that your down vector to the location where you are right now is the same down vector with my personal down vector where I am right now.
Okay.
On a globe, they should be intersecting.
I guess.
Yeah.
No, for sure. They
In the
should be
center of the
intersecting.
globe, they should be intersecting. Yeah.
In theory.
You don't have to
sure.
guess that's how it would work. That's how it would work on the globe.
Yeah. Mm. Funny thing, one gold atom is 144 nanometers in diameter, and that
So
linear encoder has a precision grade, a margin of error of 65 nanometers. This means plus minus 32 nanometers. When you are performing a distance measurement, and the reading head is traveling with the maximum speed.
Ambrose, do you believe the Earth is a spinning globe?
yes.
Okay, let me ask you this. What the hell is wrong with you?
Apparently I stayed up too late.
Finally.
Yeah, the Flat Earth server here has a lot of information which you should go through before, dealing with us.
Hey, Avros, does it surprise you that we've figured out that we're not living on a spinning water ball?
I don't think you have.
Ambrose, are you appealing to ignorance? Because I heard you saying, I don't know what a plumbos does, how it works.
No,
Are you
I said that I don't know how it works. I didn't say I don't know what it does.
But then Gebige was explaining how it works, and you were like, "Stop it! Like you
I
don't
didn't
want to
say
hear
stop
it.
it.
You kind of interrupted him twice while he was
Yes, but
explaining.
that's not
and
what I was saying.
I was, but I was enjoying the explanation, and you kind of like ruined it.
I'm sorry. I'm sure you'll recover.
Yeah, like there's other people listening, and whenever someone is trying to explain something like a plumb bulb or whatever, it's good to let them finish whatever they're trying to say.
Just make your turn, Gemsy.
Mexican people might be listening, and we want to learn too.
Gemsy, make your turn, for God's sakes.
Make my turn. Okay.
He deserves a little bit of arguing because, obviously he hasn't went through the information that we have. The laser tests over large bodies of water. We have so many of them.
Hey, Jim Z, I hope you're sitting down. He thinks we walked on the moon.
Oh, no. Oh, no.
Yeah. Funny thing, yesterday I picked up my work colleague from the airport. He came from my country to this country where we work. And when he was on the plane, I couldn't call him, and he didn't switch to airplane mode, actually, So he was closer to the satellites, so he was supposed to have a better signal.
Did he have a satellite phone?
But obviously, he had no signal while in the airplane at high altitude on his phone. He told me how he was willing to check these websites where you make, football, soccer bets online and stuff like that. And he couldn't access and see those websites to place a bet.
Did he have a satellite phone?
No, ordinary phone, yeah, but a
Oh,
lot
okay.
of
So a
people, a
ground
lot
cell
of
phone.
people of today say that the internet is coming from the satellites.
When they're dumb.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay, but it doesn't go from satellite to your phone.
It doesn't go from satellite anywhere. It's all landlines and cell towers.
Why not?
Because it doesn't. I had this argument with my nuclear physicist neighbor. He swore to me that it was coming from a satellite. I'm like, no, it doesn't. And I finally proved it to him after a year and a half. He gave up.
yeah.
Do you know what they say the radius of Earth is, Avros?
I want to say 28,000 miles, but I imagine I'm probably off.
Well, I think that's you're off, but you're thinking circumference. How about the radius of the spheroid that they've modeled? Just do the math backwards from your circumference. They say it's 3959 miles.
Yeah. 3,959. At
Okay.
that distance, at that
Not very big, is it?
length, you will have a sphere with a arc curvature of 8 inches per mile square.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's objective. It's objective. You can go check it yourself.
No, it sounds about right.
Yeah.
We don't find
right.
that geometric horizon in reality, Alvarez. It's not there.
By the way, Avers, you're right. It is about right. It's not exact.
Guys,
What do you want,
what's up?
Mickey?
I don't know. I fell asleep listening to them talk to him all night. I'm like woke up to the same thing. I was like, damn.
It hasn't changed.
You guys
Good
been working
morning,
out?
Miggy.
I thought this would have been an open and shut case. I guess not, huh?
It's not. It's not because when we come to discussions with set beliefs and we refuse to question our own, you're only going to get one thing, and that's an
Yeah.
argument.
Was it
I would have
spicy
rather
anyway?
discussion.
No,
Oh, okay. Bland. I don't like bland arguments.
QE is not here.
He didn't show up, huh?
I don't know. I haven't been here all night. I got here at 11.
I was here and the guys were in here. They went from, I think, were A to Z. I was like, somebody's going to say something. Fell asleep and then I wake up to the same thing. I'm like, wow.
I wanna ask Avros a question. Are you still here, Avros?
Yeah, I'm here.
So, yeah, I wanna ask you. Don't you feel like you're talking to heretics?
No.
Why? Why?
I
In every discussion, we're the crazy person in the room. Why do you not see us as such?
You guys aren't crazy.
What's that?
No,
We
You
are.
guys aren't
heretic.
crazy.
Oh, okay.
Heretic doesn't
I
mean
think
crazy.
Hippie gets crazy. I think I'm pretty sane.
Yeah, thank you, Miggy.
Only a crazy person would say shit like that.
So there was a story somebody told me once in order to illustrate this point, and it basically went along the lines of a priest went to Africa and he was celebrating Christmas with his parish, and the kids came to him and asked him, "Hey, what did you used to do for Christmas?" And he told them, he's like, "I'd go ice skating with my sister and stuff like that." And they're like, "Ice, what is that?" And he'd explain it to them. And they didn't believe him because they had no concept of ice. Now, I know in Africa, most people are aware of what ice is, but it illustrates the point that people cannot be convinced what they do not see or believe to be possible or have experience with. So,
Right.
when you run
I
into
agree
someone,
with you.
when you run into someone who disagrees with you for whatever reason, while they might not voice what it is that's holding them back, one just has to remember that their life experiences are not yours. So, for whatever reason you guys believe in flat earth, I believe that you put in your due diligence. And I would hope that you would think that I did too. And we just haven't met each other's burden of proof for whatever reason.
I don't believe that you did. What I'm going to ask you to do is to actually do your due diligence by going out and looking. Do you have a telephoto lens, binoculars, or a telescope of any kind?
Not anymore, no.
Nothing of the sort?
No, I used to have one a while ago.
Good.
No.
You don't have a telephoto lens camera or binoculars?
No.
Would you be able to get your hands on one just to borrow?
Maybe.
Okay. I'm going to throw down a link. I want you to go ahead and save this link. It's just a little GitHub repository with a calculator on it. What it shows you is, it helps you calculate a little quicker than you would be able to. You should be able to pull it up on your phone. What your curvature between the object you're viewing and you. What I want you to do is go somewhere where you can get above your local surroundings, whether they be trees, mountains, hills, or buildings. Somewhere where you can get above that. Find a landmark off on the horizon that you know what it is. And I want you to calculate the distance between you and that using Google Maps or whatever. Figure out your height from sea level, and plug it into this calculator. From there, you should be able to see whether or not you can observe the curvature in which is supposed to be there. This is the only way. We're just idiots on the internet. But you can prove to yourself whether or not what you're seeing is what comports to the story you're being told or what you believe.
Okay.
Did you get that link?
Yeah, I got it. It's up.
Okay, good. Now, there is another one, if you would like it. I'll give you another curvature calculator that's a little bit more in depth, and I'll put that up as well. So you can use two different calculators. You can do your due diligence to see if the calculations comport to what's being said, or what the narrative is on the globe Earth. And you go out there, do a couple observations, and you'll be able to see for yourself whether or not that is true. Like I said, we're just some idiots on the internet, and you can actually figure it out for yourself. I agree with you with what you just said, and I think this is the only way to wash that away, having firsthand knowledge. Do you not agree?
Nope, I agree completely.
Okay. So I've given you the tools, and you have a good night, bud. I will talk to all of you later.
Dude, you're heading out.
Yeah. I'm tired.
All right, brother. Check later, man.
Good night.
Good night.
And you have to realize, Alvarez, we all believed what you believe. There's no chance that we'll ever believe that again because we know the truth.
Yeah,
And
it's a
then I
little.
know you said, well, we've yet to come to a realization of our beliefs and see where they're common. Well, they're not common because one is a belief and one is reality.
Haas, I don't know necessarily what your religious outlook is, but just to put things into perspective for a moment, when somebody says to me that they don't believe that I've done my due diligence, or at least what I thought was due diligence,
I didn't say that.
I didn't say you said that. But when somebody says that, they're saying to me they're not interested in actually listening to what I have to say. They want me to
No, well,
conform to what
now
they.
you're putting words into someone's mouth who doesn't even exist. What I'm saying is, we used to believe. Well, I used to believe the whole heliocentric solar system.
Did,
The whole
did,
thing.
did
I
Deus Volt not
realized.
just say that?
Go ahead. Go ahead. What do you have to say?
Did Deus Volt not just say that he didn't believe I did my due diligence? Was
Well,
I imagining things?
I think he was talking about something very specific about going out and measuring to see if what the models is exists in reality. He wasn't just what he is. And you have a myth you believe, and that's okay. But you're going to find. I think you're already finding that you really have. There is no evidence. It is a belief, and that's fine.
Yeah, but
It's
when you say that, it reminds me so much of when I talk to Christians and they tell me I
Yeah,
couldn't
blah blah
possibly.
blah. But it's a question about geometry, correct? If the Earth is a sphere, it could be
right.
measured. Yes or
It
no?
either is or isn't a sphere. I think is what he
Avarice,
said.
if it's a sphere, could it be measured to be a sphere?
I would assume
Has
so.
to be.
Yes.
Yeah, it
Okay.
has to be. This is the issue, Evan Rose. It has to be a sphere. So I've talked to many people in my time here, 7 years doing this, and I hear the guys in here. They're doing enough to kind of lead people into the knowledge. I think it's difficult because if you don't understand what empirical evidence is, then really this is just a conversation for you, kind of like a flash in the pan. It's hot for a moment, but then it goes away because you go back to the belief system, and you'd never have to look at this again, which is fine by me. I think if you feel like the Earth is a globe and you just believe it to be so, then kumbaya, so be it. But I think there's something real here that you can glean some knowledge from if you actually pay attention to what they've been saying. People here are committed to actually giving people understanding as to what reality is instead of what they believe that it is. So it's not a conversation of somebody can say I agree to disagree. It's either you're right or you're wrong. And
Agreed.
I think old Haas Rothborn was talking about that. He's like
Yeah.
it's geometry. It's nothing to do with beliefs. If they're Christians or Muslims, or it has nothing to do with someone believing in something. It has everything to do with you being able to provide evidence for the case of the globe Earth, right?
It
Because
wasn't where I was going with that.
no, but I mean, I know some people
It
might.
doesn't matter where you're going with that.
It's what people.
It doesn't even apply. It's irrelevant.
It's what people think that it equates to. Like you said, I heard you just say earlier. It's like when I talk to Christians, and it's like that doesn't matter. That's what people believe. So I could see why you would try to equate that to flat Earth, because it's not a belief. So it either is or is not a geometric shape. You have to realize that. Yeah, you can't. There's no argument. Either you're right or you're wrong. It's not I agree to disagree with flat earthers. It's either the flat earthers are correct or I'm wrong, or I'm correct and they're wrong. And so we're offering you a roadmap so that you can realize either you're right or you're wrong. So the geometric shape in which the claim, not what you said, but the claim stands for, is that the radius is what it is. And you go search it up, right? You get the metrics. You go out into stretch of land. Maybe you go to the beach or something. You take a friend with you. You do a line of sight test. You take a camera or binoculars or whatever you want to do. Just make it to where you can actually get data points, and you go from point of origin to target, and you figure out maybe 5 to 10 miles. I guess on a line of sight test, you figure out how much curvature there should be between you and your friend. You go online, you get you an Earth curve calculator, and you punch in the variables, right? All the information you need to have. You take the radius, you put that in there. You take the distance of elevation from the point of the person actually making this measurement, right? So you get that, you get the distance. You go on a day where the visibility is clear. You get all the information. If there's a hump of Earth curvature between you and your friend at a particular distance, then you're able to realize that the Earth is curving. Once and for all, the Earth has a geometric shape. Or it's going to be the opposite. It does not have an Earth curvature in between you and your friend, meaning it is not a geometric shape in which they claim. So it either is or is not a sphere. And it's not just flat in one area. There's no escaping it, because people all around the world will say that. And I'm using that term not to say that it's it's a geometric shape. I'm saying everywhere. People everywhere will say that. And people here come from all parts of the world, so they will have the ability to do this. This isn't some hidden knowledge. People aren't here just believing a certain niche idea. This is something that anyone can do that will give you the evidence that you can verify, falsify, and repeat this test over and over again. This is what I'm saying that separates people from just a belief to actually knowing that the Earth is indeed not a sphere of the specific radius. And it can't be a bigger ball, can't be a smaller one. It has to be exactly what they claim that it is. But if the Earth doesn't conform to the claim, then it's not the claim. And this isn't up for debate as far as like what you say the Earth is, because the claim wasn't made by you. So either you believe in the claim that to be true and you find out you're wrong, or they're wrong, actually, as you're proving them wrong. Whoever decided to give us this information is now incorrect. And if you believe that humans can actually get to a point where they're using their critical thinking to move forward into reality and kind of make things and do things, and you would realize that this is the next step, man. This is the next way forward. But you have to take the initiative to actually provide that for yourself to, Otherwise, I mean, you're going to leave here and it's just going to be, like I said before, a flash in the pan, just an argument you thought was kind of interesting for one moment, but it's gone, which is fine for me. It doesn't matter. I don't have a dog in the fight, but I could see why people here would want to labor over this conversation so that they can, because they see themselves in when you speak and how you're, coming off of, like, we all see ourselves a bit like that. But, that's why it's like a labor of love, whether you feel like people have been argumentative with you or whatever the case is. But you sound like a reasonable person, so that's why I'm talking the way I am. So I think that you can look at it in a very reasonable way. But
I appreciate that.
yeah, for sure. But I don't. It doesn't. Yeah, you can still sit in here. There's no reason why you can't be in here. But yeah. Anyway, hopefully I gave you some food for thought.
Thank you. You have a good night, okay?
See ya.
Yeah, belief, the final frontier.
Yeah, you just need old Miggy to come in here, man. That's all you need.
Yeah, Miggy.
There.
Did you sleep? Did you rest well?
Yeah, dude. I woke up. I'm like, let me have a
Good.
crack at this, man. I can't let you guys. You guys are my FE fam, dude. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Family, yeah, with capital FE from Flat Earth.
I can't let old Hoss down.
Well, yeah. What you? I don't know if did you wake up? Were you still asleep when he was telling us about? He was pointing to
Bro,
the ISS
I was
in the
dreaming of
sky
the
through a
stuff that he was
telescope.
saying. I was actually dreaming of it, dude.
Yeah.
You guys had me dreaming about this stuff. I was all over the place in my dreams, dude. Like I was in the middle of the earth, like the core. I think you guys might have talked about the core of the earth, like
Yeah,
at one
I spoke about the radiuses which intersected the
Yeah.
center of the Earth. Yeah.
Yeah, dude, I was dreaming of that. I dreamt like the ice, the I think the center of the earth was melted, or I don't know what I was like, dude.
Was someone in
Yeah.
your dream chanting, "I don't know trigonometry. I don't do trigonometry." That was his catchphrase.
Was it? I don't-
Yeah.
Yeah.
Whenever he started when he realized that the plumb bobs were both parallel, he says, "I don't do trigonometry," and it was like the fifth time he said it. So yeah,
Oh
Yeah,
gosh, yeah,
he
that's
was all
why
over the
I
place.
asked him. That's why I asked him if he feels like talking to heretics, because when he denied trigonometry, that's a behavior of a person which is like talking to a heretic.
for sure,
That's
for
how
sure.
he acted. Yeah.
Yeah, he just needed a shove. That's it.
Yeah. When you are in a club of a belief system, echo chamber, and everybody, all guys here believe exactly what I believe. We share the same beliefs, and when someone else comes inside and we ask him this and that, or he's telling us stuff which is against our belief, then we cannot accept talking with him about on that topic,
Mm-hmm.
trigonometry, because it's heresy.
Yeah, he entered into the whole thing hours and hours ago, saying that they couldn't have faked the moon landing because we didn't have that type of CGI capabilities. So if that gives you any idea of that's how it began.
Yeah, he's a bit hard
But
boiled. Yeah,
so
there's
in
a couple of them like
1969,
that.
you couldn't have a truck loaded with sand, yeah, to dump it into a room. We
Hey,
didn't
you'll have to
have
take it up with
black
Avros next.
paint. We didn't have black paint, so we can paint black the walls of that studio. Like
Man,
we
I
didn't
don't
have
know.
the technology.
Yeah, I don't know if he's ever seen this old 1901 French like play called From the Earth to the Moon or something.
Yeah, it was actually brought up in the conversation. The rocket in the eye. It was
Yeah, the
actually
rocket
hour
died,
2 of the Abros conversation. Yeah.
which was like that's freaking old, man. Like, and then I'm like, come on, like if you that argument is really old. I mean, maybe you guys mentioned it while I was asleep or something because I know that I've like,
Yeah. He actually, I swear to you, he actually was asked if his finger was in a vice, would he experience pain? And he acknowledged he would. He said, "Yes, I see what you're saying, but." So I truly think he was here just to reify on behalf of
yeah.
himself or whatever the myth. He,
Did he tell his baller friends, "Let me try"? Doesn't
yeah,
work.
or they said, "Hey, you try." Maybe
Yeah,
it
or
was like
yeah, they
that.
probably told him, "Man, dude, trust me, we can't. There's no way." He's like, "I know, but I got this." By golly, we got, who's it? Lou? Lou, are you still in here? Yeah, it sounded like Lou was a couple of sheets
Probably
to the wind
asleep.
when I fell asleep too. He was enjoying his Saturday night. We had Gepike Gemsy was in here. Gemsy, you lost your temper a little bit there, bud. What's up with that?
Oh, he argued with him a little
Yeah,
bit, but he was okay.
I know
He deserved it.
Gemsy's the most chill guy in the server, man. I heard
Yes.
he's got his goat. He got his goat a little bit. You'll be all right. Who else is in there? Samuel, it was just old Haas. You were saying something, get.
Yeah, I meant Jamesy was, oh,
You know what? I
I don't
challenge
want
you
to
guys.
say I allowed it, but I'm like, when Jamesy argued the guy, I felt, yeah, he deserves a little bit of fighting back,
Yeah.
Yeah.
I challenge you guys to go to sleep with this thing on, man. Like, you have the weirdest dreams.
I
Strange.
did. Yeah.
Have you ever done that? Get?
Yeah, many times.
Isn't it weird? Like, do you have weird dreams? Like, it's strange, man.
Yeah, like even in 2016, 17, I was sleeping with Discord. I do it at least once a month, but even more than that,
No, because the dream that I had something to do with the polar. I don't know if you guys talked about the polar ice caps melting or something, and then something about, I don't know. Maybe
that was about the only thing that didn't get brought up with
polar
Avros.
ice caps. Okay, yeah, maybe that was just me finishing the story or something.
Yeah.
Because I did dream of that too. I'm like, what the hell does that have to do with? I don't know.
I know
Strange.
how it happens. I had dreams influenced by Discord conversations here, and when I woke up, yeah, I hear the guys talking on something, but I know I had this dream. I was dreaming this and that, and the only thing I could find was like key words, in these arguments, which triggered my mind to have dreams about that, including those key words. Yeah.
Hey, I'm sorry, Gabby. Are you guys talking like listening to certain like I don't know, no sound patterns while sleeping or something?
No, talk
No,
about
no.
this.
Listening to
Listen.
Discord.
Yeah. I left it.
Okay.
It's been a couple of times that I've left it on, and you guys were talking to Avon Rose. When
I think I woke you up because I was like, I've been listening and I spoke earlier and then I asked him, hey, Avros, do you believe you live in a spinning globe? And he was like, yes. And I went, let me ask you this. What the hell is wrong with you?
Yeah, I think that's when I started to wake up. You spoke some, maybe. But I know you got a little frustrated, though. You were joking at the beginning, then you're just like, dude, you got to let people speak. I heard you get frustrated. That was funny.
Oh, because Gabby
was like, shit, dude.
It was explaining the plum, and the guy was, I already know. I'm like, dude, let the guy explain.
Yeah.
Come on.
He didn't. He wouldn't. He didn't allow for that to happen because Get's voice is soothing, so he didn't want to be listening to soothing tones. He wants to.
I was putting him to sleep.
at any rate, he he had a lot to chew on. It sounded like there was stuff he had to do because Deuce came in and told him something to go do the line of sight test, but see if he would have done that or not. And old Rothborn, came in with the old knockout. I just basically just pushed him over the edge, So he was walking the plank already. You guys had him walking the plank. I just pushed him over.
Yeah, I came in earlier with some cheap shots, asking him if he believed everything he saw on TV and things like that.
He was
Yeah.
talking like,
I'll tell you
hey,
what, he was hard pressed to come up with something that he had seen on TV that he found out wasn't true. He was, I don't know, IDK.
He was saying, can you believe that I actually went to a observatory and I looked at the ISS. It was scheduled, foretold that at this time and hour it will be in this position, and when I look with the telescope I see it. And I told him, yeah, I can believe you that you went to a observatory, but I cannot believe that you had full access on the technology which is actually there, like root access to the computer that is controlling that telescope, because vast majority of these telescopes, they are digitally controlled by computers. So this means that even the image that you actually see in the telescope can be altered with digital artistry. Just like when you download a Skyview app on your phone, yeah, and you look at the sky, you see something, but when you put your phone and you look through your phone, you can see orbit lines, names of the stars, and stuff like that. You don't see those with your naked eye.
I think when presented, you can hear that information, but I think when presented with either it is or it is not a geometric shape, you actually push them into okay, so now we're going to talk about whether it is or is not what we're saying. And if it is a geometric shape, then, that's great, right? You've just figured it out. But if it's not, then it's not. It's not. Because I think in their mind, these guys who are a bit hard-boiled, they want to say the thing like, maybe the scientist knows, I agree to disagree, that sort of thing, to keep it kind of, where it's a possibility. And I want to take all hope away from them. Like, there is no hope. So you're going to either admit that you're wrong if you figure this out, or you're going to admit that you're right. And we're going to have to be admitting to you that we're wrong. Either way, we're going to figure this out, because there's not going to be this lingering idea that you're going to cling to. So you're going to continue to think that it's a globe Earth until you figure this out. Otherwise, it's going to be just a belief system that you have. So at which point you're going to be faced with the truth, and it's not up to us to say that, what, you're right or wrong. You're just, the information's there. They're going to be, it's self-evident. So it will be self-evident to you, to anybody that's there with you when you do the test, the line of sight test, and you go from there. It's not going to be any more coming in here and debating, and that's old. Just provide the evidence. It's empirical evidence. That's what it's called, right? Verify, falsify, repeat, peer review,
repeatable. Yeah.
So if that's not achievable, then you're never going to come to a realization. And it's just, I don't know. It's become so simple, right? Because you need the radius value for all the things that they use radius for, and that's used for everything. The cosmology needs it. So if there is no radius value, there is no globe Earth, there is no distance to the planets.
You said you said that you don't come to the realization, but actually, what I feel is like you don't actually come to the understanding of science. To correct you.
He was agreeing
Yeah.
with, I think it was XO about acceleration or something like that. And he has, yeah, I agree and this and that.
Mm.
And then he said, but if you go to space,
Oh yeah. You
Yeah.
guys, yeah.
If you imagine, if you believe, yeah.
Yeah, he's gonna have to report back to his friends that he didn't have enough stamina.
Mhm.
We're like a living organism, man. There's as soon as
True.
one person goes to sleep, another one wakes up. They're ready to take the.
Mhm.
All right, guys, pass me the torch. I got it. We can go another 10 rounds now. He's like, nah, I'm tapped out, buddies. I'm out. Oh, who do we got in here? I'm surprised you guys in this. What time zone are you in, Jimsy?
it's 5:04 in the morning.
Oh, okay. What are you
Wow.
doing here?
Early in the morning. The sun is, I can see the blue sky right now, but I don't see the sun yet.
It's 4 o'clock over here.
You don't see it because it's above me.
It's above you, huh?
Yeah.
I'm having Geppy go through go through some of his knowledge there, man. I might catch 40 winks more.
Yeah, Miguel. There was some people trying to go to the moon, right in the Luna, and now they crashed back to Earth.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Yeah, for sure. They learned their lesson.
Luna. Luna, Diana.
I cashed out, man. I'm good. I got my gains.
I never bought Luna. You bought Luna and cashed out?
Yeah, dude. You gotta know when
Okay,
to
cool.
you gotta know when to hold them and know when to fold them.
Yeah, definitely.
I put a little $800 in there. I got what, about 26 out of it. 2,600.
It's pretty good. Yeah.
That's a nice little flip, but I mean that's all I didn't really need too much.
There is something brewing with the tether.
Tether? Ooh.
Tether is huge, and it's showing some. It's been shown. Some people are talking about it. That it's showing some that it might depeg from the dollar too, and that will cause some crazy shit.
If for any reason USDT does something, there's going to be a massive vacuum. It'll take all the smaller projects out like no problem. That one will. If Luna didn't do it, this USDT, well, UST is the one that went down, but if USDT goes down, oh boy.
Yeah.
So all these
There's a
cryptos
lot
are
of people
going to go
migrated
down?
there's a lot of people moving money to USDC.
Yeah, USDC for sure won't go down because there's a lot of regulations of why it's even pegged to the dollar. But USDT doesn't have the.
Yeah, I did invest a little bit into some crypto about 3 months ago. And yeah, they went down like many of them. But I know.
Bro, the whole market went down like a $1.5 trillion in the past
Actually,
month. So.
I saw a graph like 1 year before, and I saw that in April, end of April, and beginning of May, they will have a high spike, a rise, and then they drop. And
Buy the dip.
I had profit in that time, but I didn't set an alarm to check it again. I just forgot about them. you know, I didn't check the account, and yeah, now I'm like 48% in Bitcoin down.
Well,
And
so far as you didn't over leverage, I think you'll be fine.
yeah,
Just leave
but
it in there.
actually, right now it's a good time to buy it because it's
Yeah,
cheaper.
yeah, yeah. Yeah, there's
Yeah,
you actually go shopping when it's in the dip. You buy the dip,
yeah,
Yeah,
because that's
yeah.
when
that's what I'm doing. I'm
Yeah,
accumulating.
yeah, you should dollar cost average your favorite uh tokens or
mm,
coins right
mm,
now, because you'll definitely kind of get at least, I'd say, a good
yeah,
4 to 10x if you buy
yeah.
now,
Wow,
at least.
that's awesome. Yeah, yeah.
Because I know
Nah,
XR.
bro, it's too early. We got to go to 18K first.
Where
But yeah, I had like only about $300-400 invested in. So now that I have put money there, I get the graphs and all this stuff from these coins in this account, so I can watch them. Yeah. But when I put the money, I was like, yeah, 2 years, I'm not gonna touch this money, so I just leave them there.
no, you might have
Yeah.
to wait a little longer, Sasha, with you being at
There,
least 40% down.
Yeah,
right now,
no.
the central banks and the IMF and the Bank of Settlements, there's a big language that is being spoken about regulations and what systems are they going to be
Mm,
using with the blockchain.
Yeah,
And
yeah,
there is
Well, guys,
even in Congress in the U.S. they're talking about this stuff,
mm,
regulation, blah blah blah.
yeah. Bring it on.
Uh,
Yeah,
and
that's what I.
there is a language that is going to be used for a lot of these new layers, layer one blockchains and layers, and they have to accommodate to the language that is going to be spoken in the money markets. If a lot of these coins that don't speak that language, they're gonna die.
I know. Yep. There has a lot to do with they're gonna make digital currencies for the fiats of the world. So every fiat is gonna have their own digital variant.
Yeah,
That's already coming, but I think, like I said before, mass adoption has to happen before we actually see some real money changing. So the wealth transfer doesn't really take place or doesn't take off until like the giant corporations or giant government entities start moving into the space, which is
yeah,
already starting.
yeah.
It's already starting to
If
happen, man. You got mass
it's
adoption.
happening,
Yeah,
they're
it's
buying.
right.
You know how BlackRock they sold like 80+% of their position in Luna days
For sure.
before Luna died.
Yeah, Citadel. There's these guys like with these big like entities. They are the market, man. They don't.
Yeah,
They're above everything. Like the
yeah,
swings that they do could take out like all kinds of like small little companies because they can tank. Like, okay, so I'll give you an example, like Phantom, like the token Phantom, it went from like $2 all the way down to like 25 cents.
well,
And
dude, that's because the lead developer left.
no, that was part of it because there was two guys that left, right? And I was in a project with Phantom, and freaking the project that I was in couldn't sustain because the whole liquidity and everything that was built in was Phantom. They had the token pegged to Phantom, and it went down. So did the project. And not only that, the FUD from those guys leaving also contributed to that. And then on top of that, the markets it was all bad. And so the project itself was a really good project, and it had all the markings of being sustainable. It was great. It still is. I think it's got some value, but um, you just can't recover when you've just been knocked out like that because of that FUD, because of the markets, and now the Luna. I was like, there's no way, man. You can't recover from this. Or at least it's going to take a really long time for people to find the faith to want to put money here. But other than that, man, you're going to be struggling. So you
Well,
got to
I'm gonna
go.
tell you the new language that is gonna be the ISO 222. That is gonna be the language system from the big banks and the big financial systems. There is like 5 chosen ones that are already in compliance to that language, and is one of them is XRP. So another one is XDC, the XFIN, Algorand, IOTA, and I think the other one is QNT, if I'm correct. So there is this messaging system that they use and they're upgrading. It's important because the money flow that is gonna flow through those ledgers is, they pick these technologies. It's not random. It's being developed and incentivized, and a lot of money is being put into these companies. Like the XLM is another one, the Stellar Lumens, that is already compliant with the ISO 222. That is the new messaging system. So yeah, that's the big money, at least on that side of the equation, because that's not the only system, the only technologies that are gonna run the whole system. Is way more than that, but that's a big part of it.
Yeah, no doubt. Yeah, I don't just deal with tokens. I also deal with NFT projects as well. So.
Oh yeah, NFTs.
Yeah, maybe. I've been I'm a Web3 developer now. I've been building my own website that you can use to mint NFTs now.
Really?
Yeah, dude. I'm getting pretty good at Solidity and all that stuff. I'm gonna try to make my own crypto coin eventually when I get like really good at programming.
Yeah,
I want to make a liquidity protocol similar to Luna. Instead of it being backed by, how Luna was backed by, or UST was backed by Luna.
It was pegged to UST, yeah.
Yeah, so instead of it being backed by Luna, what if it was backed by something like Tron, where it generates its own revenue? So instead of it being backed by like another shitcoin, it's backed by a revenue generating protocol, and then it has proof of liquidity. So the protocol has its own liquidity that it owns instead of mercenary capital. I think that could be the next Luna, and I think that could actually survive.
It could, man, but like people already. I wouldn't ride the coattails of that specific token, because even if you have the hallmarks of it being like a 2.0 version or better, I think it's still people with that. And I'm only saying this as advice because I've been in the business for a while. I think people would look at it as a good thing. Some will, but the most will attribute it to like the downfall of why this happened the way that it did, and kind of trying to make things better would only set you up for maybe another disappointment of like you could be like the same thing could happen to you. Like, well, this happened to this guy. What's going to make you immune? And even if you have a better protocol, I think it's still something to, because FUD is a real thing, man. Like it just puts so much fear into people, and it really, if you get like one of the things that's hard to stop if you have a token and you are doing the right thing, right? You got a nice liquidity, you got nice protocol, everything seems to be running smooth. It only takes a few people to kind of start fudding your project to really, it can drive the price point like to a place you don't want it to go. It's like, and we're talking about community tokens, like the big guys like XRP and stuff. There can be FUD, but it can't do too much to the project because it has already a lot of adoption. It has been already taken into many hands, so it takes a lot more FUD for people to get away from something like that versus something community based, which is easily FUDed, and with a certain group of people, you'd have to be fighting that stupid FUD. It's
Well, the
not an
problem
easy
with
business.
Luna was The problem with
Huh?
Luna was they offered way too much yield in their Anchor protocol. They were offering like 18% on a stablecoin. That's insane. That's what
Yeah, I
caused
know. It was set up for that particular fall. And if you actually go back and see why it was taken down, you could already knowing what you know would be like it's like you're sitting on a powder keg. So of course it can be taken down, but it was exploited in the way it was. I think so. The money transfer, I think was it Citadel that did like 100K Bitcoin borrow out of Gemini, and it's like
Yeah.
yeah, the money needed to come from somewhere. So dude, I'm telling you, they drained the liquidity. It was some dude. People, there's okay. So if you you go to Reddit or something, you hear the real stories of people like taking their lives because they lost millions of dollars in
The
USD.
one of the offices, yeah, like 22 people. I saw a report, 22 people, and I saw a few stories, people talking about it. It's kind of
Yep.
crazy. I don't wanna even think about that. Too much.
Yeah. It was
Um,
horrible, dude.
yeah, and there's someone in. I'm from Puerto Rico. There was someone in Puerto Rico that happened to. That he put a lot of money and he lost it, so he did that. And but the one of the main offices, I did the headquarters of Luna in South Korea. They shut down their offices like many days before that whole thing. Even anybody like noticed
Really?
that something wrong was. Yeah, there's an investigation in South Korea. It looks like
Yeah.
they're gonna be
Dude,
looking into a lot of people, but
you can't.
these people already cashed out. So even if they pay a fee, a lot of these people just cashed out and
They
they
got
made
what they
a
wanted.
lot of
Yeah, they
money.
got what they wanted. But the blockchain don't lie though, man. Those wallets are somewhere, so you can't run away with this money on the blockchain because it's exposed. So it doesn't
Yeah.
matter how well you try to hide it. There's people that can investigate this stuff that can find out where the money went. So it's not what you can. There's a lot of things that you can do to kind of like funnel money into blockchain, but eventually it'll get found. So
Hmm.
you can follow the money. Like a lot of people think that you can find ways to hide yourself in the blockchain. You can't. Just trust me, you can't. But
Sasha, you mentioned that you building you building NFTs or something.
Yeah, I'm building a website that allows you to mint NFTs right now.
Have you seen the XRP Ledger or Hedera Hashgraph? Hedera, the Hashgraph.
yeah.
That one is a good one for NFTs. Just look into those two, especially Hedera
What blockchain
Hashgraph.
are you gonna work on?
What is that for? Is that for NFTs or what is this for?
The Hedera. Just look
It's
it
a
up.
blockchain.
Yeah,
Blockchain.
and they have a partnership with the company that actually owns NFT.com. So that
What
one
what
is.
blockchain are you gonna operate on, Sasha? Ethereum,
I'm writing
Binance
it on
Smart Chain.
Ethereum right now.
Ethereum, yeah, that's good. I know a developer that works with the 721A contract that has the most gas efficient contract for creating NFTs. Whereas people that are like, there was a project that just got released. I want to say a week ago. I'd say within a week, he did a project and minting NFTs on the Ethereum blockchain is like $2 to like about $5 for each mint.
Really?
Super,
That cheap?
yeah, super gas efficient, man. Like people were like, "Damn, the guy's a wizard." He knows exactly what he's doing with his contracts, and so this new upgraded contract gives people the option to be able to mint their favorite project without having to be, waylaid with this freaking gas, dude. Like the Ethereum gas
Yeah,
is
dude,
horrendous.
Ethereum is insane. It's
It's
kind of
horrendous.
crazy.
It's horrendous. But yeah,
But
before you start down that road, I would look into the new contracts that people have been like upgraded to, which is the 721A
Yeah, that's what
contract.
I'm writing right now, 721A.
And yeah, try to get your contract as gas efficient. That's what's going to
Do
be
you have a
attractive.
link to his GitHub by chance?
Dude, I don't have the because he uses a certain repository. I don't have like I'm just basically what I do is just I'm more into marketing. So,
Yeah, I got
but
you.
I know some of the technical stuff only because I have to kind of like talk about it. But as far as like going into it, he probably knows the details on doing that. You got to get with. Maybe you just click. You know what? We should have this conversation in a different room because I don't want to bog down the. But yeah, that's what I do. That's my
You know,
day job.
you know who's launching NFTs in which in the XRP ledger? Michael Jordan.
Hey, let's go.
Okay. Maybe I need.
I know you guys are super bullish on XRP, but I really don't like XRP that much.
I'm not.
I-
I think Gemsy is. He's been bullish.
we don't have to like it. We just gotta follow the money where it's going. If you want
Gemsy's got his own people. The people have been riding the XRP train for what 4 years? I think it's been about 4 years.
Yeah,
I don't matter to me because like the dog might have its day, man. You know, but like I see the future more into like NFT innovations.
Yeah,
Personally.
there's NFTs in the XRP ledger, and also like I said, Hedera. That's a huge one
Yeah,
that's
but
gonna be with NFTs.
my company works. My company works with 7 blockchains, so it deals with like, yeah, it's big. We've got endorsements from celebrities, and yeah, we got a lot of stuff going.
Yeah, NFTs are gonna be huge.
They are.
They are
Yeah,
huge right now. The gaming industry is gonna be huge with NFTs.
The metaverse,
music.
bro.
Yeah, and there are also these in the Hedera hashgraph like tickets and even coupons are gonna be used with NFTs. NFTs is not just JPEGs, right? It's not just images.
Of course not, man. It's so secure.
It's
Web 3, bro. Web 3 is the future. It's Web 1.0 is when like AOL and all that started, Google started and stuff. Then you got like all this Web 2.0 where the corporations took over the internet and like it was all like centralized. Now you go back to decentralized Web 3.0 where the people have the freedom back to be the ones to create their own wallets and have this say in where money goes, and it's different now. Web 3.0 is the future, man.
Companies like retail, not just retail, like companies that sell, let's say, T-shirts, like Armani, or I don't know, any company that sells a T-shirt, they're like moving towards like, hey, you buy a T-shirt, you get an NFT with that, or whatever, shoes or hats, you get.
You can start your car with an NFT, Gemsy.
Yeah.
It could be in your key. It could be in your key fob, your NFT, and because your car recognizes your NFT, it could be very unique to like security. So it could be as secure as having you could start your car with an NFT. You could buy a house with an NFT. You could like buy a car with an NFT. There's so much you could do because it's so secure.
Yeah.
Like
legal documents and even how do you call health information?
Medical records. Yeah.
Medical. Yeah. It's kind of crazy. A lot of the money that is flowing into that stuff.
It's the future, bro.
Make an NFT. Let's do it. Miggy has a lot of connections, Sasha. Speak to Miggy.
I got a lot.
Yeah, bro. I was in a server. He gave me the artist role.
Yeah. That's my server, but I actually work with a company that I've been so busy with the company. Like I haven't had time. That's my server, by the way, and the people in that server are working with me on the team. So it like starting a project. It does take a lot of work. You have to have a good team that's knowledgeable in different areas. And once you do, your team can actually pick up because I mean, you could go in like a one-man band, you do it all yourself, and that's fine. But having a team can make things very efficient. Like you don't have to be awake around the clock selling your product. Your product can sell itself, or because you have a team that's gonna take up, like marketing or help you with a contract or in case issues arise. You have like social media presence. People can see your face or they know where you are. Like doxing is the new, right? It's like what everybody wants to be. Are you doxed? Like, and that's what they'll ask, and you were like, yeah, man, check it out. This is my bio or whatever. Like people can see you because a lot of people are getting rugged these days, man. So they're tired of losing their money
Guys,
to people who are in the shadows.
you
There's
know
this whole
another thing that be aware that in the legislations we're talking not just the U.S. in like
Mhm.
world like the when we talk the IMF and all these people they talking about the blockchains they to be able to be approved by them or whatever.
Yeah.
Um, they gonna have to be like carbon neutral or carbon negative. If these blockchains like the Bitcoin whatever they're too expensive to operate and they cause too much like pollution or whatever. They're saying that's not gonna pass unless it's fixed. So the language that they're speaking in the legislation, it's gonna like like
Yeah, but
they're
that's only
pushing
for
towards that carbon
I just
neutral whatever.
yeah, that's only for things that are being able to be harnessed with energy. So if you're talking about mining is the reason why they would even make that legislation. But anything outside of that, proof of stake doesn't operate in that same way. So you can't say that with that, or you can't say that with NFTs. So it's a very specific um, legislation that they're adapting that to. So that's fine if you don't have anything to do with, like how they mine Bitcoin. Like if you're not mining as using energy by power consumption, I think you'll be fine. Proof of stake.
Yeah.
So yeah, there's the big boogeyman everybody's scared of. Ooh, there's legislation and that can only affect certain things. You can't. There's so much diversity in how people have utilized like the blockchain technology that there's no way that they're gonna go around and just like get everything that's in the blockchain and then put regulations on it because it's too diverse. There's so much going on. They can the centralized corporations. They can do that too. Like I'll give you an example, like Coinbase or Binance. They can slap regulations on those guys because they're big companies.
It's coming. I think that's coming.
Yeah, that's fine.
I have a quick question.
That's fine.
What do you think will happen if Tether crashes? Because I'm looking at Tether.
A huge vacuum.
Yeah, it's gonna be a huge vacuum, man. It'll suck. If you're a small project and if you're just starting out your community project, it'll take you under. It'll pull you underneath, like because what's gonna happen is people in smaller projects they have faith in them until they don't, and when they start losing faith is when something like that happens. They need to pull money out because they lost a whole bunch of money. They're going to remove their liquidity out of your project so they can rescue their other tokens that are big in their portfolios because they have to rescue their portfolio. So they're not going to worry about the little projects. And so if you're in those projects or if you're a creator of those projects, I would say you'd be shaking in your boots if you heard that USDT was being taken down like that.
Well,
it will definitely. It's like the Titanic, basically.
Since the 10th of May. So we've gone 12 days. It's still not reached the dollar mark. It's supposed to be,
Yeah. There's people are worried, needless to say, because they saw UST get taken down. So how much more can USDT at the time that UST was being taken down, there was a glitch, dude. It was like it dipped down. Like if you can go back to history, you can see it.
Yeah, I'm looking at the chart right now, actually. The USDT chart, you can see it dipped to 95 cents or something like that.
Yeah, did you see that?
Yeah, I'm looking at it, but it's still not reached $1 yet, which is kind of worrying. But if everyone did sell the USDT, where does the money go? Does it go into Bitcoin?
No, it just depends where they move their liquidity to. But
it goes into cash, I guess.
I wouldn't say so. People move
I mean,
money out of stable. People move money out of stable tokens or coins, I should say, and put it into projects with long term. They hedge their bets against the dollar with other things. Sometimes they just throw it into Bitcoin because Bitcoin is truly decentralized, and they'll throw it in there. But uh, I don't know. The thing right now is the panicking because of what happened with Luna. So they just found out that stable coins aren't what people would previously once imagine, that they're what do you call it, impervious to like being taken down. Now they can see it's like, oh, if you have your money in stable coins, you might lose your money, like, because it's, I don't know. But USDT, at the time that UST was taken down, it showed signs of weakness. It was, but they have see, the thing with USDT is they have liquidity, so they were able to recover quickly. So it did dip. It took a sharp dip, but they came right back. They bought the dip, so it wasn't that big for those guys. And a lot of people are saying that they do have enough money to recover at any point of time if it does dip again. But
They should
USDT,
have money. They should.
yeah, UST didn't have it. They didn't have the money to recover, so that's reason why they got taken down.
I guess time will tell whether USDT actually has the money to back Tether.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't like USDT. Stick with USDC. If you're gonna put money in a stablecoin, put it in that. Not financial advice, but do your research.
I'm just interested to know how it'll affect the markets if
Oh,
USDT did
dude.
crash. What would happen?
Yeah, dude. It would
You will
it
kill a
would
lot of projects.
a lot, dude. You'd see people on a massive scale, like. But the thing is, like I said before, they have enough liquidity to recover a huge. If there was something like that happened, like to UST, they would be able to. USDT would recover, and they have enough to sustain themselves. Now, that's not to say that they couldn't be taken down, like if it was a large scale attack. But this was more of like small scale compared to like what USDT has, because UST was it top 10? I think it was top 10, wasn't it? Token or
Yeah,
coin?
Yeah, I think
but
so.
it's a very recent top 10. It's not like
Yeah,
the other
very
ones
recent.
like Ethereum, Bitcoin, XRP that has been in the top 10 for years and years. And,
Yeah, no, these
you know,
guys have liquidity. You were talking about like the big top 10, like they have the liquidity to sustain something like that. They have the technology behind
yeah,
them.
Luna got an influx of money like in a very short period, and it
Yeah,
went up really high. And it looks like a lot of people just cashed out. And
there was a vulnerability. Yeah, there was a vulnerability, like what Sasha was saying. There's a vulnerability there that was exposed, and it got taken advantage of. Man, simple. It's just simple as that. You see it the way it happened, but I mean, you believe in the tokens you believe in. It's up to you.
yeah,
Well, there was a story recently. It's saying the New York Supreme Court has rejected Tether's petition to block the public from receiving documents detailing the composition of Tether's reserves over the last few years. So they're going to have to make it public. But Tether are trying to not make it public. They want to keep it private. Whether that means anything, I don't know.
it's China based, so they can do whatever they want. Basically, they don't have to listen to the U.S.
Yeah, I think that like Malaysia or Singapore or something like that. But yeah, pretty much China.
Have you guys heard of ETHgate?
No, I've not heard of that.
I haven't, Gypsy.
What?
No, I haven't.
So, Ethereum, the makers of it, there is huge tips into the government and the people's in positions of power that allow Ethereum to kind of be what it is. They give him like they call it a free pass. When
The XRP crowd talk about this.
the SEC, sue Ripple, even though and the XRP, they're talking about the XRP like it's actually Ripple, but Ripple and XRP and the XRP ledgers are totally different things. They're not the same thing. So the ETHgate is that these officials in the governments, they actually are part of they have benefited from that, from the Ethereum free pass. And you see all those gas fees that the Ethereum has and all that kind of stuff. It's just a huge peak of winners and losers and cash grabs that they've been doing. Because of if the market wasn't manipulated that the way they're doing it, Ethereum wouldn't be in the position that it is because it's too expensive. People will be using other options, but it's just it's being manipulated to be allowed to operate. And it goes very deep. Like when you listen to the names that are behind that, it's people in positions in the government making decisions to allow who's gonna be the winners and the losers. And it's all like you're saying, the blockchain is open, and you see a lot of these public officials holding many of these assets. And when you see them arguing in the courts and everything, it's like almost like a show because they work together. See them like fighting in the courts, but they actually on the same boat. Yeah, no, the manipulation is huge.
Bitcoin is up just 1.33% in the last hour. That's good.
Yeah, it's held the 28K mark. A lot of people are saying that's like a pivotal moment for Bitcoin. It's like bounced back over it. If it stayed below it, a lot of people are saying that's a sign it will go down more.
You gotta buy the dip, man.
Yo, that's the thing, that the big money, they're buying all of these assets. They're buying huge amounts of Bitcoin, Ethereum, XRP. A bunch of these assets are just there's a big accumulation right now. Big. They're buying the dip. I mean, they sold off already. Like a lot of people sold at that 69,000 that Bitcoin went up. Then they sold at this 40K whatever, and now we're down to 30. And
the question
there's
is,
a lot of people buy right now.
So it sounds really easy saying buy the dip, but say when Bitcoin hit 69,000, then it dipped to 60. Did you buy it there? And then to 50, did you buy it there? Then to 40. You know,
well,
which dip do you buy?
If that's what you're doing, like day trading, that's very difficult to predict because there's huge manipulation. So I don't buy Bitcoin. I'm accumulating digital assets for the long lead, and that's it. I don't worry about the prices at this moment because there is big things happening in the coming months and years, and that's gonna dictate what's actually gonna be the tokens of the future and the blockchains that are gonna be utilized for the financial system. And there's gonna be winners and losers. That's why I was talking to you about the ETH gate, because there's huge manipulation in the market. So it's difficult, but you gotta, if you follow the money, you might be able to see some windows to take advantage of. But that daily trading, and trying to make money doing that, it could be very difficult. Some people do it, but as you saw with Luna, a lot of people bought Luna at $100, and it went to 0.0001 or something. So $1 million will be $1, right, or something like that. Just crazy. If you bought Luna, like 2 weeks ago, if you put $1 million, now you'll have like $1.
Yeah, like some people were buying Luna when it like reached $4, and saying it's dropped 95%. How much further can it go? And the answer was like another 95%.
Yeah, I gotta be careful. Obviously, the markets are manipulated, and right now everything is so expensive, and inflation. And when you hear the language that the politicians are using, and the banks and these companies, what they're talking about, they're like people talking here, the dialectic, right? The problem, reaction, solution. So we are looking at that right now. Funny, because in the Congress in the U.S., they've been talking about the stable coins for months, and now this happened to this stable coin that a lot of people lost money, and the Luna situation is being mentioned in the Congress in the U.S. So it's there's gonna be movements by the grabblers, and that's gonna affect the markets, even if we like it or not. Whatever legislations is put in place, big enterprises are gonna follow and dictate their movements based on the legislations, and that's gonna affect the money flow, because we're talking about industries that don't make big moves that are not under the scope of the legislations that allows. So the big money, it's gonna flow under the whatever, but because these companies, these industries, and these big money people, they're the ones that dictate. They tell the politicians what to do and what's gonna be the law. We know that. And then the politicians, they sit down and tell you, hey, we're doing this to help everybody, whatever. And that has big effects on the markets. It's been like that for a long time. But I think the governments worldwide, when you look at what all of the nations are doing, the blockchain, the ledgers, it's going to be huge. There's no stopping it. It's just that they're going to pick some winners and some losers. And you got to be aware of that.
I just can't imagine a future where stable coins are allowed to exist outside of their own governments, of their own countries. Like look at USDT, right? There's 73 billion of them in circulation. None of that's been created. None of those US dollars, in air quotes, US dollars, have been created by the US. They've been created by some company in Malaysia or whatever, Singapore.
But listen, the global markets, what the money that they move, we're talking trillions of dollars every day, right? So 1 trillion, it's 1 million billions. So even though Tether is big, it's not as big as the actual markets are, right? when we're talking about real estate, the health, the gaming industries, the sports, and they are all kind of like merging all of these markets together into a whole new monster. And even Tether, like Tether is a big thing in crypto right now, but the market is way bigger than Tether. Okay, so yes,
Oh yeah, we
Tether.
get that.
Whatever happens to Tether is going to affect the crypto market, but what's coming is way bigger than Tether. So yeah, it's interesting times we're living in. I think this is the globe on steroids. This whole digital world that is being built to kind of manage the flow of money and information, data, tokenization of everything, putting into the digital world. This is like the globe universe being expanded. Because when you think about the digital is in, in this whatever parallel universe that it's been created by, the, I don't even know how to put it, but these blockchains and these information systems, data, it's all it's all being used to kind of manage or influence the real world that we live in, right? Because if you're gonna go to the store, oh, you gotta get some whatever digital token to be able to go to the store and buy milk. So this whole thing is kind of being built parallel to kind of administrate and, and manage what we call the real thing. It's like the globe universe, but on steroids. Because the globe was being used to kind of, like control people's mind into a certain mindset to be able to keep lying to them and to keep controls and scarcity. But right now, these new systems are gonna kind of like provide abundance in a way, but it's gonna be like a managed abundance, and it looks, in a sense, it looks pretty good, and it makes a lot of sense in the whatever financial systems, but I see like a bigger hand kind of like just grabbing everything from the bottom and from the top.
I think the clues in the title, blockchain. It's like almost like slavery, a block and chain attached to us. They'll
Blockchain,
control
yeah.
everything. They'll know where every dollar's been. They'll be able to choose where we can spend our money.
Yeah. Even like gold, silver, those precious metals, whatever, wars are fought for gold, right? That's been happening in the past. But money in history, it's been, when someone produces something and when people call it currency, the energy that we input into the system and we get things done, that has a lot of value. The human effort, the human resource. Because if people get stuff done, that has some value for whoever needs the task to be done and accomplished. Fishing, farming, whatever, growing animals, whatever energy that's the currency, that product that is being produced, that's something that has a lot of value. But right now, I guess that in the middle, there's like a toll that is gonna have to be used. We use the dollar to trade whatever oil or goods or services, and it's like a toll that is used to pay people to do an exchange of services and goods. And I think that could be good, but the controllers they have way too much control over that. And I imagine the blockchain or the ledgers could be used in a good way to allow for commerce and people accomplish goals in a balanced way, but it's so tricky. It's just, it could be used for bad things, for a lot of bad things too. So I think it could be good, but I'm probably just dreaming that the guys that have been fucking us for such a long time are just gonna be good now. Oh. I heard some people the other day saying that gold is God's money. Gold is God's money. Is that why a lot of people in high places, they kind of control all of the gold, most of the gold, and they accumulate it so much?
It does feel there's something about gold where, they're just not telling us. Like, why out of all the rare metals has gold been the one that everyone's valued for so long? Wars have been fought for gold, stuff like that. Like, why gold?
Because he has like very good. Go ahead, bro.
Because gold can also be turned to.
It conducts electricity really well. Is that what it does, or does it not conduct electricity really well? I can't remember. It's one of those.
It does conduct electricity, but silver is better. Believe it or not,
but jewelry from it.
It tarnishes it though.
But it feels like there's something they're not quite telling us about gold. Why they want it.
Have you ever heard of monoatomic gold?
I've heard of monoatomic gold. Can you hear God Rocking, Spinning Monkey?
No, I can't. I know why. Sorry, I've got him muted. He must have been hot micing one time and I've just not unmuted him. Okay.
That happens.
Sorry, God Rocking. I had you muted.
There you go. He asked, can you ask your question again, God Rocking?
Yeah, have you ever heard of monoatomic gold?
No.
It's a white powder. You can turn gold to a white powder and you can eat it and you can live on it. It's the only food that you need, that and sunlight. And they say you can live forever if you eat monoatomic gold. That's what I've read about it. Anyway, you can.
Does
There's a
gold have
process.
protein in it? It doesn't have protein. You need protein.
Doesn't it's a very special substance. Do some research on it. That's all I can tell you. Research.
I've never heard of it.
I'm not going to sit here and try and explain why you don't need protein or this or that or the other. Monoatomic gold is something that you can eat once you turn it to a white powder. It's a very special substance. They put it in a glass cylinder and heated it with a windshield wiper that brushes through it, and then they heat it to, I think it's like 800 degrees or something, and it disappears. It's gone. It's no longer visible. And then they run the wiper through the area where it was, and then they cool it off, and it reappears again, undisturbed. And they say there's a guy. I'll try to find his name. I've got his book somewhere. But there's a lot of people think that the manna that was dropped for the Israelites from the sky was possibly monoatomic gold. Anyway, it's a white, fluffy, sweet-tasting powder. In fact, it's called Ormus also. You can
Ormus, yeah. I've heard. It's funny because I've heard about this, and what you're saying, I kind of read upon it a long time ago.
What's that? Say again.
That I actually heard this before. I read about it a long time ago, so I like what you're saying because I've heard about it before.
Yeah.
And I think, so is my opinion, that the city of God that is up in heaven is gold is a big part of it.
No, gold doesn't exist in heaven, in my opinion.
Yeah, but Sasha, come on, you don't believe in heaven.
I believe in reincarnation. Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to change the topic.
No, you're fine.
Yeah, I remember hearing this, and I think there's a company that can extract, somehow produce the gold that you're talking about, Hormuz.
Yeah, it's called
monoatomic gold.
Cherokee Gold. It's a website. Look it up on YouTube, called Cherokee Gold. It talks all about it. You can research it.
That's pretty interesting.
Yeah.
What if they have Bitcoin in heaven?
Bitcoin in heaven.
Bitcoin in heaven.
You know, Bitcoin's kind of similar.
Why not?
Bitcoin's kind of similar to Jesus in the sense that it had immaculate conception. You know?
No, I don't know.
Well, no one knows who the creator of Bitcoin is, just like no one knows who the father of who impregnated Mary was.
Did you read this somewhere in the internet?
Yeah, I did.
Sounds like a Reddit post.
That's a real special correlation there, let me tell you.
He heard it in the YouTubes and the Googles.
Well, I mean, that makes more sense than saying you can live off only gold.
Does it make more sense than what I said, that the city of God up in heaven, gold is a big part of the construct of that structure? Does that make sense to you?
Well, gold is very beautiful, so it could be in heaven, maybe.
I think so.
Well, it never tarnishes. It always stays real, keeps its luster real beautiful all the time. Never, never decays.
Maybe that's why it's always had value, because it doesn't decay. People have known they can pass it down from generation to generation to generation, and it'll still be there.
And it's very conductive, which is very important for currency and
Hey, there you
energy.
go. There you go. Current.
The flow of, the flow of whatever energy.
You know they used gold to make the technology on the ISS, right?
I don't believe the ISS exists. It's
Well,
a
then where
fantasy.
do we get this footage from?
To make the cinematography production that they give you as the ISS, they do use gold to produce the electronics and many other things to make sure you see the video that the production that you see on the TV and in the YouTubes, and they tell you this is the ISS up in space. Yeah, they use gold for that. Yes, I wouldn't be surprised. Wouldn't you agree?
No,
Yeah, I agree.
I disagree.
Wait, they didn't use any gold to film the movies
Yeah,
Oh,
that they call the ISS?
like my
That's
computer has gold in it.
That's possible. Yeah, but
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, it's
The
like
cameras, the
cameras and stuff like
studio
that. TV
electronics, and the
screens.
cell phones and everything they use to do the production. Somehow they needed gold somewhere.
Well, I mean, wouldn't that be kind of a waste of money to use gold for something that you don't even need if it's all going to be?
No, what he's saying is gold is in these products, like your TV at home, your laptop. There's gold in the circuit boards, tiny amounts. So technically, they would have used gold to make the production.
Exactly my point. Damn, you guys.
Yeah, that sounds like a waste of money to use gold if you're not going to actually use it.
Yeah, you're using gold
What do you
right
mean
now.
a waste
If
of?
you're on a computer, you're using gold.
You cannot waste gold. Didn't you heard gut rocking? It
What's
lasts
that?
forever.
Yeah.
This guy saying that you waste the money. So gold is God's money. You can use it, but you cannot waste it or destroy it.
And you can eat it.
And you can eat it.
It's supposed to give you abilities to have what's it called when you can communicate without speaking?
Telekinesis.
Telepathically.
Yeah. They said it enhances that. Monoatomic gold enhances that ability.
But that's not even a real ability. That's pseudoscience.
Well, why don't you try some monoatomic gold and see?
I'm gonna try some, and I'll let you know, guys.
All right. I'd love to try some, but it's very expensive. Very, very, very expensive.
It's white powder. How can it be that expensive?
How can it be what?
I said it's white powder. How can it be that expensive?
Because you have to, the process to make it, you have to buy the gold, you have to get the gold, and then the process to make it makes it more expensive.
If the Chinese can do it, they'll make it inexpensive, and then here in America we'll pay the Mexicans to do it. They'll do it. It's just that when you have the government doing something, it gets too expensive.
Yeah, look into it if you're, if you're interested. Look into monoatomic.
Monoatomic gold.
It's very, very interesting.
I heard about this and read about it probably like 10 years ago.
Yep.
So it is a thing.
Oh yeah, it's a thing for sure.
For sure.
And the fact that it disappears from this realm at 800 degrees and then reappears when you cool it off. It's got some strange abilities.
Plus, I didn't hear about that before, but that's interesting. If we feed Sasha enough of this monoatomic gold and then send him to Mexico where it's warm, will he disappear?
I don't. It might be worth it. Finally, get rid of him.
Sasha.
Yes, sir.
Does the government check that they pay you to troll us? Is that enough to buy monoatomic gold?
They actually pay really low. So
Ah,
I make like minimum wage for trolling you guys.
damn. You like hanging with us, right? Hanging out with us. You like it?
Yeah, I like it when you guys talk about crypto.
Why you want to get paid?
Well, I think crypto is really interesting, and it's probably what I'm gonna do for my job in the future.
You know, the company Ripple, they're hiring and paying really good. People that work in that can do that kind of job. Your job,
Yeah.
they're paying good, and this is a legit company.
What about Chainlink? I like Chainlink way more than Ripple.
Yeah, Chainlink is good. But what do you mean you like it better than Ripple? Ripple is a company, not a cryptocurrency. I'm talking about a company. Chainlink is a company or the crypto?
Chainlink is the crypto, but doesn't Ripple make all their money from the XRP transactions?
No, they service banks and financial institutions.
Yeah, but don't most banks like hate Ripple? Like, I feel like the banks kind of just hate Ripple because it's a cryptocurrency.
No, Ripple is not a cryptocurrency. Ripple is a company. The cryptocurrency is XRP, which is from the XRP ledger, which is not Ripple.
Yeah, but Ripple uses XRP for their product.
Ripple uses toilet paper. They're not the toilet paper. Yeah, they do use the XRP ledger to facilitate transactions for banks. They do that, yes. But the XRP ledger is a public good, and they Ripple has custody. They don't own, but they have a custody of 50 billion XRPs, and they have a holding of XRPs. They own another amount of XRP. So the company Ripple buys XRPs, right? And then they have a custody, which is a different thing than owning the XRP. So the 50 billion that they have is not Ripple's. They have a custody of it. But like I said, Ripple is not XRP. That's kind of funny.
Wait, so when you invest in crypto,
XRP was the XRP ledger was created before the company Ripple.
yeah. So wait, when you invest in crypto, do you put it mostly in Ripple or XRP, or which one do you put it in?
Well, if you are an accredited investor, you can buy Ripple shares, but that doesn't mean you buy an XRP. If you want to buy XRP, you have to go to an exchange, crypto exchange, and buy XRP. And then you want to have your own, the wallet for the ledger, you want to have your own wallet and your own keys, and don't give them to anybody. If you keep your XRP in the exchange, they can just take it from you if they want to and sell it. So when you have XRP, that has nothing to do with the company Ripple at all. You can go to Coinbase or Uphold. Well, in the US, you can go to Uphold and buy XRP, and that has nothing to do with the company Ripple. Okay? Capiche?
Yeah, dude, I think my plan for the next crypto bull run is I'm gonna try to find the next Luna, and I'm gonna try to ride that wave. Because I think there's gonna be a huge demand for stablecoins. Like, people are still gonna try to solve the decentralized stablecoin problem. And like, imagine if it was built on a privacy
that's
protocol.
the thing of the XRP. That's the thing of the XRP. The XRP eventually will be a stable coin, but a bridge stable coin between all of the currencies. So that you probably haven't.
Yeah, but XRP is not stable. It's not pegged to anything.
Yeah, because there's. Yeah, I get. Right now it's not, but that's the whole goal of that token. Be a bridge asset between all of the currencies. And when you hear what the central banks are talking about, they're talking about the XRP ledger and the XRP as a stable bridge asset. So they're gonna basically price it at a certain value. We could say 100 USD, 1,000 USD, 35,000 USD, and they're gonna price it and stabilize it at that price to have a bridge asset between all of the currencies, all of the central banking digital currencies, and use the ledger to move the money. And for instant liquidity. So they're not gonna need the Hastra. What's the name of those accounts? The Vostra accounts. They have like hundreds of trillions of dollars held in frozen in accounts, just in case they need them. So they're gonna flow that money, hundreds of trillions of dollars, through the XRP ledger. So the value of the token itself, to provide the liquidity, the token has to be valued in probably over $1,000 each token. Remember, I told you this. You're not gonna forget once it happened. You're gonna say, "Hey, James, he told me that."
Well, yeah, I'll admit if you told me, but it seems like the bankers don't really like XRP. Like, aren't they in the middle of a lawsuit with the SEC? Like,
no, the bankers are not in the lawsuit. The SEC, which is a commission, a federal commission
Securities
in
and
the U.S.
Exchange.
Yeah. So even though that's the crazy part, that they're suing the company Ripple, but XRP has nothing to do with the lawsuit.
Okay, interesting.
Because Ripple doesn't own the XRP ledger. The XRP ledger is a public good. Yeah. It's
Do you
anyways,
remember?
that lawsuit is just a joke. Honestly, that lawsuit is just a joke, and they're just playing a game at the moment. So eventually, it's basically they're withholding innovation at the moment in the U.S. And eventually, once they settle that thing, and they bring out whatever um, legislations about the crypto markets or whatever, and then the companies are gonna be able to publicly, oh, we're developing the technology and adopting the technology into our banking system. But the thing is that's already that it's been done already. The banks are doing this. So and the company Ripple, which is a company that is valued in the billions of dollars, that is not the XRP ledger or the XRP token. That company has partnerships with hundreds of banks in the world. So yeah, that even if the U.S. says, "Hey, Ripple, we don't like you," Ripple has businesses with banks in Japan, Egypt, and Europe, and many other nations. So they don't need the U.S. But yeah, their headquarters. The headquarters is in California, if I'm not mistaken. So let me see what's the value of that company at the moment. Are you an accredited investor, Sasha?
I don't think so.
No. Okay. Do you have $100,000?
No.
Oh, okay.
Maybe by the end of the next bull run, I will.
Hopefully, man. Good luck, bro. So yeah, I'll send you a private message with the layers that you, because since you're a developer and you know about this stuff, you should look into the ones I'm gonna send you, because these are
Yeah, I'll
layer
check it
ones
out.
that are. Yeah, definitely check it out and send me some of whatever you're looking at.
Yeah, do you remember Vlad? Like, I wonder how much money he made from Shiba Inu. Like, he was talking about that way before it exploded.
Yeah, he told me many times. He told me buy Shiba Inu, and I heard it before he told me about it. But yeah. So look, the company Ripple is valued $15 billion by IBS Intelligence.
Okay.
Even look, listen, this company is being sued by the SEC, and it's still valued $15 billion and has partnerships with many banks and many institutions, financial institutions, right? And the token XRP, that supposedly, it's crazy that you think that this token is owned by Ripple or whatever, right? So the SEC basically have no idea that the XRP ledger is not owned by Ripple. So whatever case they have is just false. And still XRP is top 6 in the crypto market, right?
Yeah,
And the company Ripple, so even though they're being sued, the company Ripple has a lot of value, and the XRP. What's the market cap of the XRP ledger and the tokens? So look at any other company that have been sued by the SEC and still hold their value. Like, I mean, yeah, they have to pay whatever. Yeah, it's kind of, I don't know. So the circulating supply. So the diluted market cap for the XRP is 42 billion. Well, yeah. diluted market cap. So yeah, still, yeah, it's gonna be huge. I mean, it is huge right now, but whatever. I'm gonna send you a few terms. Actually, have a list here. Since you're doing NFTs, bro, look into HBAR, Hedera Hashgraph.
Oh yeah, I've heard of HBAR before actually.
Bro, check to do your whatever NFTs, whatever you do with NFTs, check that one out. Because if you make an NFT and I can, we can do partnership. I'll be with you, bro.
Okay, yeah, that could work. All right, yeah, just text it to me.
I waved at you. And look, I got a list here. Check out that list.
Yeah, I've heard of Algo, HBAR. I think of XRP, XLM. Yeah, those are the ones I know.
Bro, if you're gonna put some money into any of these, definitely XRP, XLM, and the top three, amazing. And QNT Quant, that one is a network that connects all of the other blockchains. So they use this word interoperability because the blockchains have to kind of like interoperate and work together to accomplish whatever the world financial system that they're trying to bring, right? So they need a network that connects the other networks. So the QNT is that network that has partnerships with a lot of these big institutions. FLR, which is Flare, is a fork from the XRP ledger, and that's a very interesting one too. The XRP ledger has a fork already, and it's the Flare network. And the SGB is Songbird, which is part of the Flare network. And BTT is from Tron. You know Tron?
Yeah.
Bro, I gave you gems. That's what I gave you, gems.
Yeah, I'll definitely check it out.
So good. I'm gonna post this list in the cryptocurrency channel in here. Where is it? I haven't been there. I gave you cryptocurrency tag. I mean, in the server for whatever that's worth. And it was Monkey Ball. He was asking about crypto and stuff. That. Crypto. Yeah, we do get a lot of flag because it's the base system or whatever. But I mean, I don't want to work. I don't want to be doing this slave all of my life. So.
Yeah, crypto will save us.
Crypto will save us. I don't think so. Crypto will slave us. That's what you meant.
Save us.
Slave us. Yeah, crypto will slave us. Yeah, I agree.
Enslave us, yeah. in the UK right now, on Twitter, the term Bill Gates bioterrorist is trending. It's on like the front page of Twitter. And it was one of the trending slogans.
Don't be too mean with Bill, because don't be too mean to Bill, because he might buy all of your properties and raise your rent. And now he owns all of the farmland, so he might raise your prices, food prices. Just keep him happy. Nothing? That's good. Probably
Nothing.
good.
Not right now. Not until this tether situation's cleared up. Plus, I'm trading forex at the moment, and I've been learning how
Oh,
to do
okay.
that. So I'm just not touching crypto right now.
Yeah.
But yeah, I've looked into a lot of those projects you mentioned there. XDC, that's another one. That could be the future, but you don't know. Quant, they're based in
Bro,
London. Quant.
I think that should be my number one, XDC. XRP is my number one, but XDC, damn. You
XDC's
should
got that.
definitely.
Yeah, it's got that outside chance of being the one, hasn't it?
Yeah.
But I don't know.
It's all good. I will ride this and just hold my bags, and
Is that
I'm
your
buying
bag?
more. I'm bullish. I'm bullish, bro.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure 10 years down the line it's bigger than ever. I'm just waiting.
If you ask my opinion, what happened with Luna and the UST, that shaked out a lot of people, and the big wells, a lot of the big ones are buying a lot of stuff right now, and we might be going into a rally. Who knows? But we might be going into a rally in the near future. Even if we kind of crash again soon, eventually there's gonna be some big money flowing into these markets, and even the stocks. You say you trade in forex, right?
Yeah.
That stuff is all gonna be moving to the blockchain. All of it.
Oh yeah, eventually, yeah. That's why they reckon XRP will take over, because everything will be on the XRP ledger. I just feel there's too much dead money in crypto right now. By dead money, I mean retail money.
Yeah.
There's too much of it.
Yeah.
I think they need to shake it all out first, like they did in 2016.
Oh yeah, they're definitely shaking a lot of people out to their graves. Like people actually being shaken out to their graves. Kind of crazy. I just think it's a big opportunity at the moment, so that's why I'm bullish. Huge opportunity. Because while the fear is in the street, the fear index is like, it was like a 20 something the other day, and it was like a 10, the fear index. I'm not scared at all. When people are scared,
just think how many people from 2020, 2021 are still holding bags right now. I think all those guys need to be shook out. All the people that got their the government checks during lockdown in America and stuff. I think all that money is dead money, and it needs to go. And I think a lot of that money is in stuff like Shiba Inu and Dogecoin. Yeah, it's completely useless tokens.
no utility, they're useless. I know someone that actually put like 100,000 and he's down like 80%.
Wow.
Kind of crazy. Yeah. And the moron, I told him about the XRP ledger and other stuff, and he bought Dogecoin, bro. The fucking moron. He bought the news. That's what he bought. He bought the news.
When Elon Musk tweeted about it, he bought it then. So he bought it at the worst possible time.
Yeah, he bought the news. He bought the
He's supposed to sell the news by the rumor.
Yeah.
Supposedly. I mean, I am mining helium. I have a helium miner, but that's the only thing I've got right now.
That's one of the ones in my watch list. Helium.
Yeah. Good.
It's HNT, right?
Yeah, I'm in a great place to mine helium. Like I'm 16 floors up. I can see for miles. I've got the big antenna, so I've got connectivity across like thousands, if not millions, of homes and stuff. But within a 300-meter radius, there's like 15 other people mining, so we share that reward. So it works out pretty shit. If there was no one else in my area doing it, I'd be making loads of helium, but I'm not.
So what is the protocol about? You're mining. What does it actually do?
I think what it's used for is the Internet of Things. I think they advertise it for like, I think it's for like people tracking or something. Or if you've got a pet dog and you want to find out its location, you can put something on its collar. I don't really know, to be honest. I just know you can mine it and you get a better rate than what you do on all the other stuff you can mine.
That's cool.
It all depends on your line of sight, so it's all done off radio waves. This one, it's not like computer power or solving equations or anything. If you can see far and there's other devices you can connect to, the more devices you can connect to, the more you can mine.
That's interesting. Yeah.
Yeah, you can pull up a map, it's called helium.place, and you can see who's got miners in your area.
Hey, are you on there, Jimsy?
Hey, what's up?
How you doing, bro?
Doing all right.
All right. I gotta
How
ask
about
you
you?
something, bro. I gotta ask you something.
Yeah.
Dude, I look at all the what are these even called? Nitros or whatever. You got like 4 times more than I've ever seen anybody with.
You
I
mean
guess it's not.
the rolls?
Yeah, rolls. Yeah, I don't even know what they're called. I thought they're called nitros. The rolls. You have more than anybody. You like 4 times more than anybody I've ever seen.
That was I got a bunch from before I was a moderator, but since I'm a mod, I can just give myself roles in the server and take them away if I want to.
Okay. How
But
long you been
that's
on
why.
here for?
Ooh, so what was it? 2019, I think.
Okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
but I've been into the Flutter since 2015.
Okay, that's right.
So,
Right. A lot of people came in around that time.
yeah,
I came a little bit late. I didn't come till like the beginning of 2018.
yeah.
But I think it's all our times are for a time like this, and in this time of the way the world is now. It's just like the perfect time. So whenever any of us came in, it's like the perfect time. You know what I mean?
It is a good time. It just I found it very interesting. People questioning the shape of the Earth, and I was like, "There's something to this," because I was questioning things before that. I was
Yeah,
questioning a lot of things,
yeah, for
and
sure.
then I saw a few videos. A few videos were kind of, the YouTube algorithm was showing me some flat Earth titles,
Yeah, yeah.
and when I started watching some information, I was like, "Yeah, it makes sense." Like,
Right.
yeah, it just
Perfect.
clicked.
Yeah, bro. That's what happened with me. Like this Eric Dubé video, 200 Reasons came on. I was not trying to watch it. I was trying to turn the channel. I couldn't find the remote, so I just let it play. And then finally, something it said clicked, and I was like, it was like the line in my life, like between AD and BC. You know what I mean? Like
Yeah,
my whole life is just it's like you can't. That's why I don't believe anybody who ever says they were a flat earther and they're not. No, they're not anymore. I don't believe that. I don't believe them. You know what I mean? Either they were never a flat earther, or they got something over them big. You know what I mean? Big big to them, whatever that is in their life, whatever it may be.
hmm
This is just like if you were raised by wolves your whole life and you thought you were a wolf because that's all you've ever seen, and then one day like humans came and they're like, look, you have eyes like me, fingers like me, like you're a person. You can't go back to being a wolf, even if you love the wolves. Like you just can't go back. You know now. You know what I mean?
yeah. I was kind of like in a a lot of the information, because I was very hungry for information, but a lot of the terms were new to me. Even the horizon word, when I first heard the word horizon, I heard it before, but I never thought about it and never put it into, thinking about what it actually meant. And that I just had to do that with a lot of terms and understand and do reading, and I had to get familiar to many of the terms and know the definitions of them, especially because English is not my native language, but I do understand English. I just didn't know the definitions of many of this information. A lot of this information, I didn't know the definitions of many of the words. And once I started putting the words to the definitions and getting what they actually meant, I was like, yeah, I like this because I'm actually learning things that relate to the real world. I'm not learning bullshit. Like, I learned the video games and the movies and the fantasies and
Right.
whatever, that kind of stuff. It was cool. But once I started catching up to the real terms, what things actually meant in a practical sense, that opened like a lot of space in my hard drive
Yeah, right.
because I was able to filter a lot of the BS easily.
Yeah. I remember I had been waiting for the this game called Red Dead Redemption 2 to come out. And because I've been playing the Red Dead Redemption 1 forever, right? And like right when it came out, before I got it, I became a flat earther. It was weird around that time, and I played the game once or twice, and I was like, I don't ever want to play video games again. And I went and sold my video game console and all my games to this geologist I know for literally a box of crystals and shungite and stuff like that.
Yeah, that sounds like a good trade, actually.
I ain't never played a game since. It just don't interest me at all. You know what I mean? I'd rather draw or something if I'm gonna do something like that,
Yeah.
I don't know. I mean, whatever. Some people play games and stuff like that. I don't know. I feel like that would be more something to do, like if we knew we lived like 500 years or something, I just feel like there's so much to, like, when I'm like looking through books or trying to get answers to stuff, that's like my video game,
Yeah. Yeah. I get what you're saying.
Yeah. It's a trip. I see so many things that are like correlating and synced up with each other. The way that like letters turn in the English language, you can turn them into symbols too, and numbers. This English language I think it's going to be the last language. It's supposedly the last one that was created, but it's so like you could tell the type of people that put the time into making the English language and the English alphabet, because like no other language, the trip. It's so Hegelian dialectic, Every time I talk on here, my chick will come outside and tell me to be quiet, and then she'll be talking to me, so I'm like about to say something, and she's talking, and I only hear like half of what she says, because it's all quiet out here, and half of what I was gonna say in my mind, and then it just like counters it out, and I don't say anything. Have you ever been doing that, bro? When you're about to say something to somebody else, and then somebody else, a third person, will come up and talk to you. It basically like either you can multitask it or it just like puts it back to ground zero, like where you can't answer either of them. You know what I mean?
That happens to me with my children because I have young ones, and sometimes when I'm trying to, when I'm by myself, it's pretty easy to kind of go with the conversation, but sometimes I want to speak, I want to hear speak, and when people are talking to me, I cannot like hold what I wanted to say at that moment. I wanna kind of like reply and say something, but once they take me out of the thought, yeah, it's to go back and bring it the reply that I wanted to say. Yeah,
Right.
but it's okay. I don't think about it too much. I just stay with the flow.
Right. Hey, I started to recently read some other books in the Bible. Like, I didn't realize how many books they've taken out of the Bible. So many books, bro. You know?
Yeah.
Hold on. I gotta go inside. These dogs are barking. Sorry. I got like 5 little crazy dogs, dude. They chase after everything. You know what I mean?
I
They're
like
real
dogs.
vocal. Yeah, I do too. I love them. They're real vocal. You know what I mean? It's hard though. Sometimes I'll be on the server talking to somebody, and then I won't be able to get to my phone to mute it. And the dogs will just come barking, and it ruins everybody's server time for a second. I'm like, fuck. Try to get my phone out of the room. You know what I mean? But so I was reading books that have been taken out of the Bible, as far as like the beginning with Adam and Eva. Well, the woman's her menstrual cycle is basically it's lined up with the moon cycle, the moon cyclical cycle, you know. And so the moon is supposed to be female, and the sun is supposed to be male, right? So it was like all these things started. I don't know if this makes any sense to you or not, but so I looked at the moon and the sun, and you like, you know, like a NASA shows pictures of the sun up close, and like you could see like things burning it. But when we look at the sun, it's so bright. All we see is like we can't see past that light, whatever it is. It's like somebody shining a flashlight at you, like a clear flashlight, and then you wouldn't be able to see what kind of batteries are in the flashlight when the flashlight's shining right directly in your eye. You know what I mean? All you see is that bright light, especially if everything behind the flashlight is like dark. So anytime I've seen pictures of like, or like video, even like all amateur footage, basically, they leave during the day. The sky is blue, and they're up there within like an hour and a half, 2 hours, and the sun's there, but everything's black in the sky. Have you noticed that?
Yeah, I know I relate with what you said about the moon, man, a male and
Yeah,
female, and
yeah,
the light when the light is hitting you and you don't see the batteries. Yeah, that's when I
yeah,
speak about the sun and the moon. That's the way I think about it. What we see are effects that are being caused by, you know, the cause and effect relationship that has to be there for us to see the effect. What is the
yeah,
cause of the effect? We don't see that. So there's still questions on what is the mechanism that is above the layer that we observe as the sky, or, you know, whatever we call the sky, and maybe the limit of that we call the firmament, where the sun and the moon and the luminaries are being kind of like expressed as effects. Those are just effects, part of the construct. There is layers above that are causing that, just like the flashlight.
yeah. So the moon is female, right? The sun is male. Well, the
Oh,
sun was created. Adam was created, right? And Eve was built. So her menstrual cycle is lined up with the moon's cyclical cycle. So the moon, because I was thinking like, what's the sun is so bright. There's no reflection in it, right? But the moon looks like it's a reflection, and so the moon is a
I think the
reflection
moon
of
is
the
like
earth.
it's like an image of either the
Yeah,
earth or whatever the layers above it. I think it might be like an image of whatever layer is the bottom of this place that we're standing on. You know how we are at the top, or we on the soil, and under that soil there's I don't know, rocks and layers and layers and layers and layers, and there might be like a bottom of that and I don't know if it's a reflection of the Earth or whatever, but there is some reflection happening up in the sky. So yeah, it looks like an electric effect.
Yeah, exactly.
But
Like when you blow out a socket, you know what I mean? Like how like you have like like burnt marks coming out in every direction, you know, like cartoon style.
yeah, it is
You
an
know what I mean?
image of some sort because we looking
Yeah,
at
yeah,
something that looks like some sort of ground, whatever, but it's kind of like an electrical grounding. But it's an image that we look in up in a screen, like the sky. You can look at the sky like it's almost like a screen, and you see that image on that screen.
yeah. So I think the moon, what it is the moon turns blood red because it's part of the woman's menstrual cycle. The moon has the same cycles, and so I think that explains for like that would be like the menstrual cycle of the moon. The moon is like the womb, and female, you have Fe, flat Earth, male, right? So she's the reflection of the reflection of the flat Earth is in her eye, and then you have male. Well, trip on this. So if the real calendar started when the zodiac calendar, which is like truth right in plain sight, it's Aries. It starts around March 22nd, right? So for the Aries, you got a week, exactly 1 week before that is the Ides of March, 315. So I think this all ties in with it all has to do with what happened between BC and AD. Because if you think about it, I've never taken any history class or seen any history lessons where they're talking about events that occurred in BC, and anybody logically questioning like, why are we using a math timetable to where we would assume that from where AD and BC split from BC like earlier, everybody took down the date and the time and everything and went backwards in everything they did. From the beginning of time, they started going backwards. So supposedly Jesus was born, and then they started taking time on a regular scale, you know? And it's like, that's not even logical at all. How could they even do that, you know? Unless they read from left to right, from right to left, and everything they wrote was backwards. Does that make sense or no?
I don't. I kind of get what you're trying to say, but I just cannot put like a time lapse that I can actually follow into a conclusion.
Okay, I'm gonna bring numbers together or letters together. So the Ides of March is on that Roman coin with Caesar on it, and it says EID, and then there's a space, and then it says MAR, and supposedly Brutus was the one that killed Caesar, and the way he killed him was he slashed his Achilles heel. So when the serpent is cursed, it says that we will step on the serpent's head and it will bite our heel, right? So his name's Brutus. That's right that's a week before Aries starts. Aries is the ram, right? So the Ides of March, if you reverse it, it's Die Ram, right? The beginning of Aries. So everything they do is like, if you ever want to find the answer for anything, all you have to do is what they call like reverse engineering, or basically like do the complete opposite of it, you know? And as far as like opposites, I mean like everything. As far as like positive, negative, man, woman, day, night, good, bad, like they can all fall in one of the two categories. So like they say, if you fast for 28 days, you can reset the reverse aging in your body, supposedly. I don't know as far as that's concerned, but I know that they say you can reset like any disease in your body if you fast 28 days, right? Well, what's the opposite of fasting is when we ate the fruit. And then that's when we started having all these bad things happen to us, you know? That's why they call it food for thought, because she ate from the tree of good and the knowledge of good and evil. Food for thought. Now I'm going to take it a little bit further now. So the month February would be the last month of the year, because if you went by the zodiac calendar, right? So February, you got Flat Earth, FE, and then you got Bru for Brutus, who killed Caesar, and you got Aries, Ram. That's when Aries starts. My dog is being good now. She's not barking anymore.
Hey guys, who remembers Malcolm X being assassinated?
What?
Who remembers Malcolm X being assassinated?
Wait, I like what you try to go with the months and the timing, and there is something huge. There's something big to that. It's just that it can be a deep rabbit hole. If you have references and information that might relate to that, it could get more clear. But for me, it's a difficult one at the moment because I haven't thought about it too much.
Yeah, I just constantly am trying to like put numbers and patterns together in my head.
There is definitely something to the timing, and so the movement of the luminaries and the cycles that they do, so have been interpreted by people, right, our ancestors or whatever, and they have put that on pen and paper, right, and they have made depictions and describe, and to this date, he has a connection to the origins of it and whatever people have thought about it for generations. And I think you're right about the February being the last whatever. There's a day of February that might be the last day of the year or the last month. There's
the last
something
month of the year.
too. Yeah, there's something to that. I agree. I'm not 100% sure, but yeah, there's something to that.
Yeah, I was looking at if you look at Bumgarner's, somebody was talking about it earlier on this Discord, and I just started looking it up while I was listening. And he did that jump in 2012 allegedly. Well, I always try to look at numbers that match up with the calendar or time, right? So it's weird because a lot of these things where they go up, quote unquote, to the edge of space, if there's nothing actually there, how do they know when they get there, right? It's not something we can see, taste, touch, feel, or hear. It's just theoretical. Like, you could either bounce satellite signals off of it to other places, call it bouncing off the ionosphere, or you can bounce signal lights or signal light satellite or EMF signals past that too. Like, so you can either have it like where it can bounce your shit, or you can send it past there, and then there's a layer past there called the Van Allen belts that signals lose. You lose the signal with the command for 3 minutes, but they can send signals way past there. Like they could just turn it off and on or something like that. So, anyways, I'm gonna get back to what I was saying. Is that the average time was around 24 miles in the sky, and the Bumgarner jump said was the highest ever, and he was at 20. It says 24.2 miles in the sky. So, for some reason, that would correlate with our time because there's 24 hours in a day. If that is accurate. And so, if I was starting to look at things like everything's related to like down to the seconds, the minutes, the hours, male, female. Like you could basically break things down in like 2 categories.
You're pretty, whoever the management of this place at the moment, they are very aware of the cycles and the daily cycle is a thing. So yeah, the day, the hour, the minute, yeah, that's a definite thing. They're definitely aware of the timing of things, and whenever they're gonna make an event happen, like whatever you mentioned of that jump, yeah, they're gonna put the timing accordingly. Yeah. especially when they try to use their trickery to make people believe something. They're gonna use the timing to let other people in the know that this is just part of the show.
Yeah.
That's the way they communicate in many ways. They don't have to do a broadcast. Yeah.
It's the complete opposite of pi, the number pi.
Which one, the fake pi or the real pi?
The real pi, like the number, how it's infinite and it's perfectly like it's perfectly random. You know how they say like it's the most random number, you know?
Yeah, I think there was someone in here. I don't know why he hasn't come back, but this guy 711
Oh yeah, I know you're talking about.
His server got deleted, and he spoke about the real pi, and he said that the pi that they talk about is a fake one. That he talks about pi in the face, and that's the real one, the one that is expressed in everything. So there's something to that, 100%.
Yeah, for
11-7.
Oh, that's the name?
His name, he used that a lot. His name, he used that number a lot, 11-7. He used to go by Goth Moth.
Dude, there's so many, I see so many people in here every day that, like, there's things they say, I'm like, oh my God. I don't know. It's just like a lot of people, like, come in here and talk about, I don't know, it's trip how, like, so many people, even flat earthers, can believe in, like, anything that has to do with anything that comes out of the television. Like, it's 100% trickery, dude. Seriously. It's like 110% trickery. Hey, Jimsy, do you mind if I play a song then?
I haven't dealt with the bot. Can you do it?
Yeah, I was just asking you if you're done. If you're done right now.
You're saying you're gonna put a song, right?
Yeah. All right, are you cool with that?
Yeah, go ahead, bro.
Cool.
Yeah.
All right. Okay.
Apollo is dead.
Yo, do you have a working model? I want to know about photons.
First flat, how do we fall off the edge? I heard that Mike Collins from Apollo is dead. My girl's fat girl is just crawling the bed. Don't spit if you want, just swallow is dead. Hello, City. Swallowing Hello, City. Hello, Siri. Is gravity a theory or a fact? Thought my tampons in the house where my period's at. Get my rap on when I'm pissed about the serious crap. Passing so fast through space-time bends in half. After blasting through warp speed, we get to play. Don't listen if you don't like when I spit these raps. Rhymes I write like lightning, I write so fast. I'm like Mike Tyson, you ain't gotta fight the jazz. Going back to basics, flat smack in the faces. You can't have gas pressure without adjacent to the vacuum of space, bitch, without a container. Like paying for a lawyer without a retainer. I ain't playing about to let a slug out of this chamber. When you see the red dot, yo, no doubt it's a laser. Helio, flatty dude. Shot up for later, shot up for later, shot up for later. I've been around the world and measure the earth. Yes, I measure the earth. The devil, Well, you know this, man. Clever with words, but no, Craig, sorry, does not mean curve. Never mean curved. Menopause. From the menopause, yeah, that's a fact. Does playing Call of Duty help build my immunity up? Insurance policy paying me, they usually bluff. I'm not saying they want to, but it's usually tough. The last few years I've seen some unusual stuff. But if I mention the shot, you say I'm off the beat. So no, I'm beating up to the thoughts of shots in me. What a rotten little awful getting off scot-free. Son of a gun of a bitch, I've come to be. Shaking up the game to break up the redundancy. And if it wasn't for work, there would be no taxes. And if it wasn't for burnt, there would be no ashes. And if it wasn't for birds' eggs, there'd be no passion. If it wasn't for dirt, there'd be no tractors. And if it wasn't for skirts, yo, you wouldn't be past this. And if it wasn't to learn, then wild classes. And if it wasn't for your purse, I'd have nothing to snatch. And if I don't come in first, then I'm coming in last. He's been around the world. He's measured the earth. Last one. The devil. He's very clever. Very clever. Clever. No, sir, it doesn't. Never. No, this is true. All they must hate my guts, cause I say to their face, space is fake and stuff. NASA astronauts, everything you say is suspect, cause I suspect you make it up. Not your average FE thespian beast, faster than faggots, faster than a lesbian feast. She that loves me the least will give me nothing to eat, but he that loves me the most will give me something to smoke. How I met your mother loving murder she wrote, the spin of the earth, sugar to major vertebrae broke. Every word that I spoke you couldn't refute it. Water finds its true level, so you couldn't dilute it. You couldn't dilute it. It can't be refuted. You couldn't dilute it. You couldn't dilute it. You couldn't dilute it. Yeah.
Hello?
Hello?
Hey, what's up, Los? Are you new to the server?
Yeah, I'm pretty new to the server.
Alright. Me too.
You think the Earth is flat?
No. I don't. I'm a globe earther.
No way. It's crazy.
Is there anyone who's like a flat earther here, possibly? I mean, you think so? It's a flat earth server.
You'd think people would be believing in the flat Earth.
Yeah.
I'm gonna head into perception, I think, again. Or maybe PNR. I don't know.
I'll go to perception. Islamic.
What was the question? Was there a question?
Sure, yeah. What brings you to the server?
Oh, I was just hanging out on another server where they just talked about like being on here, and they said, you know, that the URL or invite, I guess, is just flat Earth without any spaces. So I just punched it in. Yeah.
Okay, gotcha.
No.
What do you understand about the topic?
I mean, I haven't really concerned myself with it. You know, I'm if you want to say that, you know, I'm not a flat earther, if that's the correct term. I don't know. But on the other hand, I find people who are like coming on here, like trying to debate you, whatever, calling you stupid and so on. I find them like to be extremely obnoxious themselves. Very, I don't know, like ignorant.
Yeah, that's fair. Sounds very fair. Well, welcome. I went ahead and gave you the VC verified tag. Be aware that there are a handful of rules and expectations, mostly correlating to Discord terms of service. And I'll let you know that this is live streamed. This specific voice chat is live streamed on a handful of platforms, but primarily YouTube. Just be aware of those things and use standard internet discretion.
Right. Yeah. You know, the obvious stuff, basically.
Yeah, exactly. But yeah, if you have any questions, curiosities on the subject, there's a handful of us that are quite familiar with the topic. And
right. I mean, one interesting thing, or like one thing I'd just like to know from you is, you know, I've heard of this concept, you know, what's it called, relative buoyancy or something like that, and I'd just like to, yeah,
it's referred to as relative density, but yeah, go ahead.
Right. Yeah, I'd just like to know like how that, like how that would work. Like, does that work for you with or without gravitational pull or something, you know?
Yeah. So when people use the word gravity, they oftentimes have an idea in mind. And interestingly enough, that idea usually correlates to a very archaic interpretation of up and down and why things go up and down, referred to as the Newtonian gravity model. Are you familiar?
Yeah.
So like the concept of mass attracting mass, are you aware that was superseded and actually abandoned a little over 100 years ago?
Is that so?
It was abandoned for a newer system that you've also more than likely heard of, known as the warping and bending of space-time, the theory of relativity from Einstein.
Right.
And did you know that is currently being reformulated and, for all intents and purposes, will ultimately also be abandoned in the current understanding? And by understanding, I'm using that word very loosely. I could call it a narrative. I could call it a story. Right. But they're abandoning that for a medium or an element or a component that exists between matter, such as there's different theoretical elements that they're inventing, like the graviton, or the Higgs boson, or antimatter, or black matter, to explain in a more consistent way what we see in reality. Now, I'm going to give you a little bit of an analogy. You may have been in a conversation before where somebody just says God for all the answers.
Okay. I mean, not really, no.
Okay, or basically what I'm saying is, if you just say magic is the answer, magic could answer everything, right? So, and I don't mean that literally. I mean that logically.
Yeah.
So if magic can do anything, then magic can fill the hole of explanation for anything, because you could just say, magic is the answer. Magic is the answer. Magic is the answer. And I'm using that as an analogy for what's currently happening as they continue to obscure into deeper forms of sophistry, I would call it.
Right.
They say things that sound really smart, but they're really just using a synonym for the word magic when they invent ideas like particles or forces. They just make a new name, oftentimes after somebody's last name or something, who talked about the subject, and they name it this new thing after that, and then they're like, this explains it. This answers all the questions. So I know that's kind of a convoluted way, a roundabout way to get to the point. Things go up or down. The question of what causes things to go up or down is only answered in part by relative density.
Yeah.
I had a really good analogy for this the other day. Oh yes, here was my analogy. Are you familiar with when somebody slams their hand on a piano or doesn't know how to play the piano and it sounds really bad? They call this dissonance.
Yeah.
Okay. So my question for somebody else the other day was, why is dissonance, why does it sound bad?
Right.
Why does harmony sound good and dissonance sounds not good?
Yeah. I mean, like if I'm allowed to answer with
of course.
at least what I know, it has to do with more or less the frequency being, let's say in a let's just call it pleasant ratio, like to each other, right? I mean, that's more or less how I understand it. Like, yeah.
I would just reduce it down and say, why are those ratios inherently good, as opposed to bad ratios being inherently bad or unpleasant, right? So I'm asking a question that might not necessarily have an answer, but you do understand the effect, and you don't have to understand the cause to fully understand the effect.
Yeah.
That it's just another roundabout way of saying we can fully understand the effects of things going up and down and all of that. The cause may not be an answerable question.
Yeah.
But here's what.
Yeah.
Sorry, I know I'm talking a whole lot. I don't mean to cut you off. I will just add to this whole thing. The fact of the matter is, mass attracting mass was never demonstrated. It was an idea, somewhat of a post hoc, drawing the target around the object. You know, you shoot an arrow and then you paint a target wherever the arrow landed.
Right.
Kind of an after the fact. Well, this is the explanation, but we can't demonstrate it.
Right. I mean, I'm not. I think it possibly could be demonstrated, but I don't think that it up until now it has been demonstrated in a way that's like super impressive. Like we haven't really attracted like a meteoroid or something just with, I don't know, like a gravity beam or something.
The gravity beam sounds like a really fun device, like in Half-Life 2 and stuff like that, but I'm not aware of that existing in our reality.
I'm pretty sure that there's some that particles, not even like on a molecular or atomic level, but just like basically dust has been recorded, basically just attracting itself, more or less.
Yeah, you have to. I would say this: ask the question: are there other possible explanations for for the effect that you're witnessing? So, for instance, let's say you see a particle of dust, and you're like, "Whoa! I just witnessed other dust particles going to that dust particle." For instance, right? Or is there more than one possible explanation for the cause?
I mean, if you just said
it's just a yes or no question,
right? I mean, if you don't account for other variables, right? Surely there could be.
So, in regards to, is there more than one way to explain something you're witnessing? And that I would say yes.
Mm-hmm.
So, determining which one it is would require experimentation. The issue is, are you able to account for all of the variables?
Okay. Yeah, I get what you're trying to say, but I mean there is stuff like the Cavendish experiment and so on that have been performed in basically in surroundings where there's basically zero. There are zero other factors affecting it other than gravity. Air's been sucked out. It's been done pitch black and so on. Right? No nothing, no sound, no vibration. Just what we would assume is the gravitational pull.
I appreciate you using the word assume. There are very many issues for the Cavendish experiment.
Yo, that was a fucking major red herring, bro. Like, and this is why it's like.
Are you so hold on, Elijah? Are you addressing our conversation or the live stream debate?
Okay.
I can't hear you, Elijah.
Neither can I.
Elijah. There's an active flat Earth. Well, I'm not going to call it a debate. It really doesn't deserve to be called a debate. Argument taking place. I believe that's what he was referring to when he was popping in here, because he was probably replying to the text chat.
Right.
Yeah. There are all these sorts of things that can be pointed to. The most important is there's a claim that there's curvature.
Right.
That curvature would obstruct your ability to see beyond a certain point.
Mm-hmm.
And if you see beyond that point, there needs to be a sufficient explanation for why that is.
Yeah.
And if there's blockage, or if there's an alleged blockage, but then it's not actually blockage, then the blockage is invalidated.
Right. I get what you're trying to say, yeah.
And that's really the primary. Another aspect of the conversation would be it's impossible to demonstrate gas pressure without a container. Pressure implies pressing. Gas goes in all directions and must be pressing off of a container in order for there to be pressure.
Yeah.
So we have gas pressure, therefore there must be a container for the gas pressure to exist in the first place.
Okay, but don't you think that the container could be more abstract than something that's as solid as glass or metal?
If that could be demonstrated, yes.
I mean, just to humor it, I would think under the presumption, that gravity functions as, let's just say, is consensus. I would just call it that. I would think that would suffice as a what you call it?
As a container?
Yeah, exactly. As a container.
Sure, I've heard the argument that gravity is the container many times. The issue with that is that demonstratable? Can you demonstrate that in an experiment?
Right. I mean, it's kind of like when you it's how do I say this? It's kind of like when like a water droplet surrounds an object or forms at all. I'd assume that it's like more or less something similar.
Adhesion?
Yeah, I mean, you don't really have to call it adhesion, right? It's more like surface tension.
Yeah, and you think gravity is the answer for why surface tension exists?
No, I think that surface tension exists. I think that, like I said, I'm a complete layman when it comes to physics and so on. I'm not pretending. I'm just thinking that this might apply to gases as well, as they, at least I'd imagine, also have like a surface.
I can imagine amazing things myself, and I'm not trying to be rude when I say that.
Yeah,
I can relate to how powerful our imagination is. The issue is that has not been demonstrated. I am not aware of any demonstration ever where that's the case.
Probably Google that. Let's see. Surface tension gas. It says. I mean, there seems to be some stuff about like the surface tension of gas and so on, but we don't have to like geek out or something like that. Like the complete opposite of what I want to do. I don't want to like make you read some stupid paper.
So you said you found a paper referencing surface tension of gases?
Yeah.
Yeah, post it.
I mean, like I said, I haven't read it.
That's okay.
Right. It's just something that I found just now. So that's the thing.
That is fine. It does say liquid, though.
It says gas liquid surface tension. So, I don't know what it will say in like specifically. And I mean, like having, that's you know the types, like the people who will just search something without having a clue of what it actually means that they're like referencing, then taking that as like evidence.
Yeah, and I would just say it says liquid too. So if you're going to,
I know. I'm just, there's many like results for what I just posted. It's just something that was like the first result. Again, like I'm not here to be a missionary or something, right?
Mm-hmm.
Right? Because to be quite honest, for the most part, the whole question on whether on like what the actual shape of a planet is has little to no effect on my life at all. Because I mean, if it's,
let me ask you this question: have you ever? It's kind of a vague question. Just think about it for a moment. Have you ever made a decision based on trust of the individual, based on trust in an individual?
I know exactly what you're going down on, like which road you're going down, and I support it 100%, because the main problem I have with the people that, the types that would go here and say something like, I'm going to debate these stupid flat earthers, or something. I'm going to destroy them with, science and logic and stuff like that, is that basically, just without judging any group here, at least for the few first sentences, I think it's much more rational to believe your perception more than, just somebody that you're told to believe, right? Mm. I think it's much more suitable in for most circumstances, right? I mean, in many cases, we would call a person that just believes something which they perceive to be false, but are told to be true, delusional. Yeah.
So there are very many people that place a large amount of trust in certain people and or organizations, and inform their decisions based on that degree of trust. If they were to be made fully aware of the lack of honor is not the right word. The lack of justification for that trust. Right. If the untrustworthiness were to be exposed, it may help people make more, apply more critical thinking, and be a little bit more scrutinizing before making certain decisions. I understand there's the phenomenon of cognitive ease, where we tend to make there's certain behaviors that we find ourselves doing quite regularly, and we do them the same way, so we don't really think about them very much. That can be expanded out in a lot of different ways, and I think that there are people, you take a foot forward, a step forward, and you expect the ground to support you. That's a reasonable thing. But if you're, let's say you cross bridges on a regular basis, right? Like wooden bridges that are being made by different people. If you found out that there was this one company that, skips steps, doesn't manufacture bridges properly, and basically is just pretending, it would be important to know that. It's just a loose metaphor.
Mm-hmm.
But
I get what you're trying to say. Yeah, it's many a times, people keep believing what they're believing, even if they're presented with authentic information that they, that what they believed in previously is false, right? Like they will discard that authentic information in favor of, what they have been believing for quite some time. And that's mostly, that's almost like part of the whole gambler's fallacy thing, simply because they invested so much of their time, effort,
yep,
and just basically life into believing a certain thing, even if it's not like actively believing it, as in like that they don't think to themselves, oh, I believe in this and that. They just do passively, right? They will obviously put up at least a bit of resistance when being convinced of something that's contrary to that.
So, how many long distance observations are you aware of that point to falsifying a radius claim for Earth?
Oh, I don't know. I don't really, like I said, I don't. I mean,
no, it's okay. You could just say I'm not aware of any. I've heard of one or two. Like that's all the answer I was looking for.
Like I said, I saw some videos, right? But I'm not tracking that. That's kind of like looking out for looking at those things, like waiting for them to happen and then looking at the results. I don't know. That kind of seems like. It's obviously it doesn't track at all, but it's kind of like if you allow that comparison, like baseball for flat earthers. Like it's like you just wait for it to happen, and then hopefully your team wins, more or less, right? But I seriously don't have any recollection of any serious trials or experiments like that, except for my own, which aren't really planned or scientific in any way.
Yeah. So this specifically would not be referred to as an experiment. I'm referring to just what's known as long distance observations. Right. So if you're not really particularly aware of any, it sounds like you're kind of just, as far as this topic goes, you're hanging out for a verdict at some point. That is that fair? Kind of. Sure. Your position on it? It's like, oh, it looks like they're arguing about something, and one day maybe we'll finally know the actual answer, something along those lines.
Yeah, the thing is, if we were to seriously debate, if I was some staunch globehead, if you want to call it that, and you were to completely disprove me in every single way, I would probably not change my opinion simply because I have been more or less, and to be frank, kind of programmed to instinctively reject flat Earth as a serious belief. Mm-hmm. And not only that, but how do I say this? Basically, just see those that do believe in it as ridiculous. That's something that I don't know, can't really do anything against. But the thing is, I want stuff like, for example, Hollow Earth to be real so bad.
Yeah, because of Godzilla, of course, man. Yeah, that's what I was hoping for as well. Damn, Godzilla brought Hollow Earth. Damn, I was all in for it. Yeah, a huge monster like that in the middle of the earth. Damn, it went crazy. One thing I was just curious about your age, though, if you don't mind. I'm 34 right now. What's your age?
Oh, I'm 21.
21. Okay, so I was in globe religion for about 25 years. So my case is worse than yours. There you go. I win. I'll stop it there.
Boom. Yeah, no, I'm not. Like I said, I'm not trying to judge.
We're all programmed to think exactly what you just said. All of us. And I think one day, if you can realize that there's nothing to debate, then things would change. Because it's not like anything can be debated about. You know what I mean? Nobody's going to be able to debate how tall you are unless neither person or one of the people don't know how tall you are. So out of ignorance, they might say, well, I've stood next to him and it seems like he's shorter or it seems like he's taller. In that sense, the only way you can debate it is if you're actually debating ignorantly against something that already is. Then there are things to debate, like things about opinions, like your favorite color, your favorite restaurant. But when it comes to measurement, or when it comes to persons, places, and things, well, that we can go to, those things just matter. Yeah. A thing is a thing. There's nothing to debate about a thing being a thing. In this case, the Earth is supposedly a globe thing. Well, we test that. We can test whether or not the dimensions are accurate the way the math describes them. And we have an argument called the Black Swan, where we focus on the distance to the horizon, which is supposed to be geometrically blocking the rest of the Earth, because the rest of the Earth is hidden by the curve, right? That's why we can't see everything. That's what Professor Dave just said in his debate. And the bottom line is that horizon is never geometrically where it's calculated to be. As a matter of fact, it's further. As many times as I've actually seen it, and there's been the times that I've seen it on video now. Well, video came first, but then I went out to actually view it myself. But at that point, you don't debate whether or not the horizon is geometric. We just know that it's not. There's nothing to debate unless you're a person who doesn't understand what an obstruction is.
Right.
Obstruction being the geometric horizon. Metric because it's supposed to be measured to be 1 mile away if you're 1 foot off the ground, or a 6 foot person, it'd be somewhere around 3 miles away. That's its measure, the measure of your physical blockage from the rest of the Earth. So the moment that you realize that that's actually not true, there's nothing to debate about it. It's just something to realize.
Right. I mean, like the obvious follow-up question is, I mean, it is said that supposedly the Earth is not spherical, but more like basically like a discarded apple, almost like an apple you've thrown against a moving vehicle or something.
Yeah, I think Gospel Bearer has one of the best answers for this.
Yeah.
If Gospel Bearer is still there.
He's on a call.
Oh, give him a second.
Right.
But I would just say overall that's not the case. Overall, they would say that it's a minuscule amount, and for all intents and purposes, it is curving at a specific rate. That's like when they say Kansas is flatter than a pancake, but then you're like, well, on a planetary scale, not really. On a planetary scale, yeah, but when you're standing there, not really, right?
Yeah, but I read about that. Didn't they actually if you scale Kansas down to like a pancake, isn't it even flatter than a pancake?
Yeah, flatter than a pancake. But the thing about that is you can't have two different kinds of elevation, right? Because when we talk about 8 inches per mile squared, then it's the elevation drop between you, the point that you're standing on, and the Earth that's curving away from you. And consequently, that would be what the horizon is. the cutoff at which you can see the land, because it's curving away from you. But you can't have that kind of elevation drop and have an elevation profile of flat when determining the flatness of Kansas, because that's exactly what you would have to use, like the profile on Google. The elevation would have to be flat for you to know, based on that zero baseline, how high and how low things are on an average.
Right. I have a completely off-topic question. What do you what, in your opinion, is the more or less like optimal flat Earth fast food item? Because I'm ordering food right now.
Fast food item? I try not to eat fast food.
Yeah, but my refrigerator broke, so I don't know. I don't really have an option right now.
I would say, what would I say? I would say, dang.
How about a nice flatbread sandwich?
Thomas is Italian. I don't.
I mean, I'm thinking about like a real like trifecta here. So basically, on one hand, like you'd have the like the donut Earth, like the torus, right, where it's like double hollow, represented by onion rings. Then pizza balls for the globe, and then
what's a pizza ball?
Yeah, I've never heard of that.
Yeah, it's basically just like a made from like pizza dough with a bit of like mozzarella and sauce in it. Yeah.
Oh, Gospel, I think you were on a call. Oh, go ahead. Your third item.
Yeah, and the third one is like it could either be a pizza or like a chicken burger.
This is what, if you can go somewhere and get an omelet, that's a good quality. There's not a lot of garbage in omelets. I mean, some people, you could have the argument about if ham is in it or whatever, but omelets oftentimes have, pretty legit things, depending on the quality of the cheese. But like bell peppers, tomato, onion, those are all good things.
Okay.
That omelet is raw. I don't know. Maybe it's just melted cheese.
I mean, many people often overcook their omelet.
Yes.
But on another note, like, what do you think is more flat Earth like, a burger or pizza?
I don't know. I have different ideas about how things might be.
The bun, because at on the underside of the bun, you have a plane, and then under,
You're just
who knows?
thinking about a burrito, bro. and I find it hypocritical that you didn't say burrito the whole time, because I know you were thinking about it.
Burritos don't have a flat level surface.
Yeah.
Well, not level. I mean, you got to hold it level for it to be level, but they don't have a flat surface.
Get eye in it. I mean,
You tried it. You were reaching. You were reaching. As a matter of fact, that's exactly what I had only 30 minutes ago. A steak and chicken burrito. So I'm very upset that MJ called it out, because he could not have known that unless I really eat them as much as I do.
Yes,
So
exactly. Yeah.
Oh man.
But on another note, back to the Gospel. I was telling him you would be the best person to talk about, because when we were talking about the curvature, he's like, yeah, but don't they say it's not perfectly spherical? It's more like an apple. So
Yeah. So check this out real quick, Spongle. They say oblate spheroid. They'll even invoke the word pear.
I said, an apple thrown against a moving vehicle. That's my what I said.
Okay, but just in case that idea ever creeps into your imagination, let me help you with it. Based on the globe model, based on the equatorial radius versus the polar radius, you understand the two reference points?
Yeah.
Okay. There is a 0.3% difference between those numbers. So again, 0.3% difference between those two numbers. So it is my claim, which I think is a very fair claim, to say that it's extremely disingenuous, and there's probably other words that I could use, like subversive or distracting or red herring, but it's very disingenuous to say oblate spheroid or paroid or any other thing besides an almost perfect ball is what they claim this Earth to be. So to distract by that and say that it's lumpy this or it's this or that is so inaccurate according to the numbers that they provide. It's absurd that they even go there, but they do. And I find that quite suspicious that they go there.
Don't you think that might be due to like 2-3 factors? The first one being that you can kind of like spin the polar radius like around if you just discard like the Greenwich line, and the next one being that supposedly water kind of like covers it, kind of just flattening out the dents, if you want to call it that.
You know what? I think I'm glad that you went there, because I just went through a video the other day. I kind of cut you off. Keep going, and then I'll post this really helpful video.
Right. I mean, the next funniest thing is that there actually is an ice wall, and they were like, they were just like, shit, let's just like make this up.
All right. So on the concept of, take into consideration all the claims of the globe. Okay. Take into consideration the pathway of the moon. Take all these things into consideration, and then I want you to look at the map in this video. It's also in the thumbnail of the Earth, the tides of the water. Okay, and the different, quite apparently spontaneous or incoherent locations where these tides differ. This, to me, is a very helpful visual to dispel the illusion of a globe, to dispel the illusion of the moon causing the tides. There are places in this world, and you can watch that whole video, it's nicely done, but there are places in this world that have 4 tides a day. There are places in this world that have 2 tides a day, and there are places in this world that have a mixture of both of those, as in not always the same.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I get what it is. Yeah.
So when people are like, the water, the earth is spinning and the water bulges a little bit, or any of those sorts of things, that's not what these tidal maps demonstrate in the slightest. But anyway, again, 0.3%. I give an analogy for that. After you shave your face, you have removed. I mean, if you do a really great job, you've removed maybe up to, possibly even more, but probably only up to 99.7% of the hair. Every time I shave, I can shave against the grain. I can use a 1 blade. I can use a 5 blade. I can use an electric. I can use whatever. No matter what I do, if I'm trying to not actually shave my skin off too and just destroy my face with, by scraping the skin in addition to the hair, right? I'm not trying to hurt myself. I can still feel the hair. I rub my hand against the grain. I'm like, yeah, even after a fresh shave. Now with the grain, it's pretty smooth. It's pretty legit, but against the grain, I can still feel a little bit of hair. My point is to say that 0.3% of the hair is present means that you're unshaven. Oh, look at this unshaven man, which in reality he's a freshly shaved man. He just dried his face off. And oh, look at that unshaven man, is the equivalent to calling the earth some type of oblate anything or paroid anything. But even worse. It's even worse.
I still have only one question.
Yeah.
Should I order a burger or pizza?
Yeah, they're both relatively unhealthy foods. You're probably going to have a better physical response to a burger in general, as opposed. Pizza tastes fantastic. I mean, unless it's just crappy pizza. But burgers, I think, have a more dynamic nutrition set.
Yeah, I mean, that's why the Italians didn't really achieve anything militarily after they became Italy, because how are you supposed to build any muscle with the protein from pizza toppings? How's that supposed to work?
That's a funny theory.
Yeah. I mean, look, people always rave about the great Italian cuisine, and yet it only consists of dough, tomatoes, and cheese.
It can be argued that nearly every continent and almost every culture in the world has a variation of the meat, cheese, bread combination. You can make an extremely long list of foods across the world that have that combination, whether it's lasagna or a burger or pizza or a burrito. The meat, cheese, bread combo is all but universal.
I mean,
in different proportions.
I don't even know about that. The only thing that comes to mind when I think about the rest of Europe is cordon bleu, and that's a weird specialty.
Yeah, I like chicken cordon bleu.
Yeah, no, it's fantastic. Yeah, but I mean, this kind of gets me thinking about the French cuisine and how people always say that it's great, but can't even name 3 actual dishes.
Croque monsieur,
cuisines of the East aren't at all based on cheese and bread. Just
I know there's a lot of Asian cultures that avoid cheese, but that doesn't mean that they don't have a carb, meat, and other component trifecta.
Yeah. I mean, I have the feeling that you kind of like generalized it just maybe a small bit there.
Yeah. But there is a long list, right? Pizza, bread, cheese, meat. Burger, bread, cheese, meat. Burrito, bread, cheese, meat. Lasagna, bread, cheese, meat. Spaghetti, bread, cheese, meat. Like, yes,
it's all out of Europe.
Yeah, that's all. Like most of it is like a just a remix of Italian cuisine, or is just Italian cuisine.
Is a burrito?
I mean, kind of. It's just like Spanish. I mean, like isn't the Mexican cuisine just you take whatever's left over and then wrap it up and put some cheese on it? Like you refry it and put some cheese on it.
Thank you, Napalm. It's so accurate, though.
Wow.
I love Bubba. My favorite. He really was, honestly, an extremely endearing character. Like, whoever wrote that character, and of course the actor just did a fantastic job, but that's one of the most endearing characters that I can remember in film.
Yeah.
I love Bubba.
Yeah. God. Would you believe me that I only ever saw like Forrest Gump in German?
Sure. Is that your native tongue?
Yeah, it is.
Okay, well, yeah, sure. Why not? It's fine.
I find that I found out that it sometimes freaks people out that like we watch almost all movies like dubbed exclusively.
Ja, und offen fliegen out meine Marsch.
Okay, that's like very like a very broken sentence with some vague like offensive words.
Yeah, because it's a reference to Wayne. It's a reference to Wayne's World. So, if you've seen Wayne's World, I don't know how it was dubbed
in
but
German.
Yeah, offen fliegen out meine Marsch. Yeah.
Yeah.
For the non-German speakers, that's and monkeys might fly out of my butt. Pretty much.
I mean,
I see.
Kinda. Like, with not enough imagination.
And back to the imagination thing. It comes full round circle.
Yeah, everybody reminds Wayne from Wayne's World's classic catchwave when he sees a woman. Boy, yoing. Okay, now I'm just fucking with you. I'm just fucking with you.
Swing.
Yeah, obviously that's what they say in German, the German dub as well.
Mm.
Yeah, won't you believe it? They also dubbed the second movie. Okay, but still, be like on the food delivery question.
Burger.
Chicken burger or normal burger?
Ooh, it all depends on the quality of that chicken. Because if it's well done, not well done as in fully well done cooked, but like if it's the right level of juiciness, a chicken burger could be pretty good. But yeah, I think you have a higher likelihood of success with the standard burger, but depends. I don't know.
There are a few like variations on the burger. The Big Burger Basic. I mean, they're all just called big, but they're just like regular. That's a quarter pounder, basically, without cheese. Then the same thing with cheese. Then the Big Burger Western, which is the same thing, but with what I believe is barbecue sauce and bacon and cheese. The Big Burger Tijuana, same thing, but with guacamole, red onions, and Santa Fe sauce. I have no idea what that is.
Yeah, do that. Sounds good.
Yeah, but to be honest,
I'm a sucker for some guacamole, though.
Yeah, but I don't know like how well it will go with like Santa Fe sauce. I have no idea what that is. I'm just gonna stick to that thing then. I mean, in all likelihood, like the place is run by some people who have to eat halal, so they will most probably like make a decent like chicken sandwich.
Oh, okay, yeah. I mean, that's some of the best chicken I've ever had at a Turkish restaurant.
Yeah, I mean, they're basically stripped of all like pork privileges. for the most part, right? So that's basically what they had all of their like skill points into, right? Let's see. I have to log into my bank account just to verify this payment. I don't know why it does this to me.
Yeah, always be careful when something redirects you to your bank.
Yeah, no, I have to like log in on my phone.
Oh, okay.
To like put a 10 into the thing or whatever. Okay, there we are. God. Yeah, but I mean, this might be like my hubris or whatever. But I have the feeling that like here where I live, we use significantly like less seed oil when we like make food, even if it's like junk food.
Wo in Deutschland kommst du? Nordrhein-Westfalia?
Yeah, I'm just gonna answer that in English. Currently, I live in Berlin.
Berlin. Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Are you from NRW?
No, I'm not from that place. That's all I'm gonna call it. In many places, I guess it's tolerable, but other times, it's kind of a hellscape, right?
NRW or where you're from?
No, like NRW, as you call it, right? North Rhine-Westphalia.
Yeah. You say it's a hellscape? Are you from somewhere else originally?
Yeah, I mean that whole place, right? It's basically chock full of like cities, right? That basically just rose to their position during the Industrial Revolution, right?
Yeah, a lot of foundries and stuff like that in the area. Yeah.
Yeah, and that wouldn't be a problem by themselves, right? But then they were, they were basically bombed to hell, and they didn't really like rebuild them right, so they still look kind of like temporary in some ways. Like in Cologne, for example, they've got a lot of heritage, with the cathedral, or I guess like church, or whatever. And I mean, they have Roman ruins, blah, blah, all of this, right? But their inner city really isn't pretty. And that rhymed. So it's true.
You're a poet and you didn't even know it.
Yeah, God. Now it's time to freestyle. The curse of a person tongues with pot.
We knew it. He's been sitting on that bar for a while.
Yeah, God. Yeah, that sometimes happens, doesn't it? You're trying to say something, but it's not like there's not like you have to wait for the opportunity. Yeah.
Yeah, it feels a bit forced then. Yeah.
Lord knows. I've had that situation before. Yeah. And have it. I mean, this is like a weird question because I probably already know the answer. But have any of you ever been to Cologne?
Yeah. So I was there for a very short period of time, just like an afternoon. Yeah. I've spent quite a bit of time around like Duisburg, Dusseldorf, Dortmund area. I have a friend who's originally from Oberhausen.
Right. Yeah. So, and you only spent your time in that whole area?
Yeah. Well, I was there for his wedding and spent a lot of time. I actually, if anybody has the opportunity or the ability to experience another country by staying with a family, it's a much more enjoyable experience to spend time with families and kind of learn more of the culture than to just kind of see the touristy aspects of areas. Mm-hmm. And that's what I was able to do with my friend's family, which was really cool. Yeah, I spent 2 weeks in the area. Didn't do a whole lot of tourist stuff. Went to like Kolkum to see the castle and get some wine. And yeah, everything else was just kind of hanging out with family, learning cultures, just the little differences between, American and German culture. So it was really cool.
Hey, you went to Kolkum. I mean, you at least went to a place, yeah, kind of worth seeing, right?
Yeah. That's a beautiful little town on the river.
Mm. Yeah, got a lot like those, in that whole area. But
yeah, I don't know. I left my Kolkum sticker out of the picture that I posted.
Why? You feared that you'd be doxxed? Nah. But a friend and I met the friend like when I did my semester abroad in Manchester, we actually drove around basically the whole middle and south of Germany for like 2 weeks in my car, and also slept in it. It was loads of fun. I also got to see a lot of areas that I haven't seen before myself. Yeah, really is something.
Germany is beautiful. And speaking of like the industrial aspect to that area, in I think it's in Duisburg, there's a like an old abandoned steel factory or foundry where they've converted it into a park, and you can really just kind of go all over this whole entire like factory. It's lit up at night with a bunch of lights. There's rock climbing within some of the containment outside for the coke that was used for the processing of steel. It's really cool, and it's just completely open to the public to climb all over this whole entire old structure that used to be a steel mill. And one of the funny things is when we were there, you're kind of climbing and going through all these areas of this old shut down factory, and there's just sharp metal edges everywhere and stairs that are really slippery. And I was like, there's no way that you could ever have something like this open to the public that's run by the public government. There's just no way, because somebody would fall and sue and whatever. And my friend was like, yeah, well, if you fall and hurt yourself, that's your fault. Why should anybody else have to pay for that? And I'm like, I like that attitude. Why is it somebody else's liability because you're being an idiot?
Mm. Yeah, that's kind of like the attitude. Yeah.
Yeah, we have such a so many lawyers here in the States, and this culture of like suing people for money and all that kind of crap, that something like that would just never fly.
That's true. I mean, that kind of sucks though, right?
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah. I mean, near Berlin, there's like this place called Ferropolis, right? City of Iron. That's what it's called. And basically, it's like a place where they used to dig coal out of the ground, and this big, I guess, crater is now filled up with water, and in a little peninsula that is smack dab in the middle of said now I guess lake, but ex crater, right? They still have all the machinery that used to work there. So basically, you have these ginormous machines that are just standing about, right? These old coal diggers and whatever, and they actually do festivals and concerts there. So that's a bomb location for a festival, right? In this peninsula, the middle of this lake, with all these big coal, I don't know, like tools there, right? Really is something.
Yeah, it's probably very similar to the one that I went to in Duisburg. I think they call it like Duisburg Landscape Park or something like that. I'll see if I can link it. Really cool, beautiful. The way they have it all lit up with different color lights and stuff at night. It's really awesome.
Right. Yeah. No, I have it. I have it on Google Maps. Found it right away. Yeah, I mean, it is cool, isn't it? You can bet that, or you already know that so many like banned pictures, like photos, have been taken there.
Oh yeah, when we were there in the evening, my buddy was like, by the way, you might come around the corner and see a naked girl getting her picture taken. It happens here a lot.
Kind of weird. Yeah. You know, but like I said, I'm not from North Rhine-Westphalia, and I'm also not from Berlin. Like from the general, like Wiesbaden, Taunus area, like near, like west of Frankfurt.
Cool. So are you new to the server?
Yeah. Spank new.
Yeah. What originally brought you here, if somebody hasn't already asked that?
Yeah.
I was, just preparing for some exams, and because I wanted to ask a question, I joined like a mathematics Discord server. You know, that's, I don't know, kind of dorky if I think about it. But then I joined like the voice channel, and they talked about like this place, how they debated, I guess, you, right? And they said that the code to get to the server is just flat Earth without any spaces.
Yep.
Yeah, that's exactly what I typed in.
Cool. So when they were talking about it, and they said they debated, what was their kind of like overall general attitude about that, or like their opinion about that?
Well, I guess you can basically sum it up in a single word. That word being smug.
That's a good word.
As in, they were being smug, or the server
Yes.
was being smug to them? Ah, they were being smug.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Was it somebody from this server that was saying to come here and debate that was being smug, or was it somebody that came here to debate that was being smug?
The latter.
Gotcha. So just kind of like a general attitude of condescension.
Yeah.
They were probably just butthurt because they were provided evidences that they refused to accept, and it probably got them hurt their feelings.
Yeah.
It's typically what happens.
Spongo, are you willing to snitch this person for entertainment purposes for later on?
Can't even remember the name.
Ah, all right.
Like they were just in and out, more or less, right?
Gotcha.
Yeah. God.
Well, we have a mathematics professor that comes here often. He's not a flat earther, but he does regularly visit the server.
That's perfect. I need him because I need to cheat on a maths exam.
What category of math?
Okay. Basically, I've actually successfully done this exam before, but at a different uni. And I switched unis, right? Because I didn't really like my old one anymore. And I wanted to move. And for some reason, they didn't recognize that mathematics course, right? So now they are more or less forcing me to retake Mathematics 1, which is I guess
algebra.
Mostly, yeah, linear algebra and differential equations and stuff.
Why would you need to cheat with that?
Because they basically told me, I don't know what it's like in the US, but they make it extremely unpleasurable to do and also learn mathematics here. Next thing is I've only been told a week ago that I have to take it because that's how long it took for them to decide on whether or not to accredit it, right? And me thinking that I not only have Mathematics 1 but Mathematics 2 as well completed, right? Or having had completed that in the past, right? Thought that, I won't have to do Mathematics 1.
So this may be helpful information to you. I just double checked. The CLEP exam exists in Germany as well. CLEP, College Level Equivalency Program. Hold on. Never mind.
Yeah. Also, Whammer, I saw what you wrote into the chat. Yeah, I don't colleges. I don't know. They don't really exist here.
Yeah, I'm curious if there's a CLEP in Germany. So in America, you can be in college and you can take a test for $85, and if you pass it, you don't have to take that class. Are you familiar with anything like that in Germany?
No.
Okay.
It's mandatory.
It's called testing out. Yeah. You can test out of mandatory class. It shows that you have the competence, so you don't need to be educated on what you're already competent of.
Yeah, I know.
Double check.
Yeah, I'm getting in touch with my uni again, but seriously, I just want to pass this so I can carry on and I don't have to add a semester to my studies.
Yeah, for sure. Because it's money too. It's not just time.
Yeah, in this case, it's just a smaller aspect of it, right? Doesn't really destroy you with debt here.
Yeah, I got you.
Yeah, but oh god, I just remembered. I can't post any pictures. Otherwise, I would have posted the very first page of the script. Yeah. Ridiculous.
For a course to test.
Yeah.
Yeah, just ask. Is there an exam I can take to test out of a class?
The point, the point is, I don't want to take any exam at all because I've already done it. That's it. And I've got the module handbook. I've got my what you call it,
Well, maybe you can. Why can't you transfer the credits then?
For most of my courses, I could and I did, but but in this case, I don't know if they didn't allow it, and I'm now getting in touch with like my uni again to like
You
get
got
them
to appeal.
to do it. Yeah,
All right.
because it's
Algebra's
kind of
not
ridiculous.
not a big headache, bro.
Yeah, it's just like it's how do I mean, look, it's not like you don't need to tell me that it's like not that big of a of a deal, because I've already done it. It's just that the like the material that they give you is so it's just so like I would describe, yeah, like just kind of chewy to go through, right? It's just very tedious.
Yeah.
Right. And it's like they the first like three pages are all about sequences and series with you know, overly educated definitions and laws and so on, right? Right. And it's like if I didn't know what all these signs meant, right, I would be lost. But all of this just builds up to them saying, oh yeah, by the way, you can calculate interest with this. It's so ridiculous. Like, I don't need the first 3 pages to get how to calculate like interest and like compounded interest. Completely insane, right? Just, I don't know, feels like a lot of chicanery.
Nice vocabulary.
Yeah. Thank you. Yeah, it's I mean, the worst thing is I always enjoyed mathematics, whether it was in school or like the last time I like took it in uni and so on. But this time it's just it really is just I don't know. It just feels mean spirited. Like this is a first semester course, like a first semester class, and I have the feeling that they make me go through this just to like kind of test me, because everybody who's new to the uni has to do it to like prove their worth, even though I've already done it and I'm like a few semesters deep. Sucks. God, like
they don't trust you because you're from Frankfurt.
I mean, then they should trust me because I'm like from the actual Frankfurt and not from the second Frankfurt that's actually closer to Berlin. Yeah.
Can I ask you one quick question, Spongle?
Sure, go ahead.
If in reality the Earth is not a globe, would you want to know that?
I mean, the obvious answer is of course, right?
Well, not everybody. That's why he asked, because we actually find a lot of people. No, I wouldn't care. You alluded to that earlier.
No, it's not that. What I meant to say, it's just that it's not that I wouldn't want to know. It's just that there are a lot of things that are more like pressing right now for me. That are more like immediately important for me. And that's
I can understand that.
More about them and like solving all of these tasks before I would get to this.
Sure. If you're starving to death, for instance, you got to have a full belly first. If you're gasping for air because you're underwater, you got to come up for air before you address any other, topics or ideas. So, loose connection to Abraham Maslow's hierarchy of needs and all that conceptualization. So you gotta cover the base needs in your life before you start addressing some of these topics, maybe. But I think it's a relevant question. He was just making sure that that you were at least interested in the topic.
Yeah, I mean, maybe if I'm like starving in the desert and also like thirsty as all hell, right? Maybe if somebody told me and showed me that the Earth is flat, I would gain like a bit of energy. Just out of spite, just to like get through this and spread that information. Yeah. Oh God, the funny Maslow pyramid, right? I mean, that's kind of a funny marketing concept that I was also taught, but I mean, it's obviously like overtly bullshit, right? I mean, there are enough people who produced artistic things while they're in prison or somehow in danger or not well.
Yes,
right? I mean,
there's level skips.
Yeah, you don't need to be fat and like safe and well fed just to like paint or like to write something, right?
You could refer to it as a state of mind as well, though. You need to be in the right state of mind in order to access those higher levels, so to speak, I think is the premise. Not necessarily, and everybody's level is subjective as well as far as that thing goes. But anyway, I think Dave was also kind of hinting at trying to bring the conversation back to the topic of the server and the topic of this live stream, where we do try to work through the conversation with folks that either are not aware or are being contentious against the topic, one or the other, where we work on letting people know why the Earth is not a ball. And I had asked you earlier, were you aware of any long distance observations? And the general answer was no, because you hadn't been looking for them, basically, something along those lines, right?
Basically, yeah.
Yeah. So, does anybody have any geographically relevant long distance observations for that part of the country? Napalm or
for
anybody?
Germany?
Sure.
Not that I can think of. But I had a question for Spongle. Do you think it's a good foundation for you as a person to understand where you are and possibly who you are? Do you think that's a good foundational knowledge to have?
Yeah, I mean, I'm more or less like certain that I know these two things.
Can I ask another question that's kind of related?
Yeah, go ahead.
Because it is important when we ask, do you think it's important to know where you are? But because people assume that they do know where they are, it doesn't really engage the thinker juice the way, you know what I mean? They're just going to go, yeah, of course it is. And I know where I am, right? So do you think it would be, if you were actually being deceived and nefarious dealings were going on,
yeah,
do you think it would be important for you to know if it impacted you personally?
Yes.
Because you don't know how it impacts you because you don't know what's going on. But if it in fact was true, would you want to know?
Yeah.
Okay. Sorry. Go ahead, Napalm.
Yeah. Another aspect of the question would be, those that are under the impression that the universe exploded and order came from chaos, and that they are complicated rocks, and all these sorts of beliefs that go along with that presupposition, they have a limited capacity for their perspective, and they also have a constraint for how they determine how to make decisions in life with those presuppositions in mind.
Mm-hmm.
So that, I mean, it's just there's a big difference between that as your presupposition and the concept of creation, intention, design, which implies purpose.
Yeah.
Big difference between those two. So that in my opinion is the relevance of the question.
Okay. And now?
You said, and now?
Yeah.
What we observe, you've got, for instance, you've got the law of causality. You have philosophical ways of addressing this question. But then in addition to just logic, you have our reality, where you can look at the fact that things are level. On average, across the land, it's level. The sea, under the sea floor, it's level. The sea itself is level. The sea level, and you've got all this straight flatness that is in opposition to the narrative that everything exploded and there's just a bunch of Dippin' Dots floating through. I know I'm being facetious, but just a bunch of balls, exploded particles that coalesced, and some didn't. Some did, and some didn't. And I mean, it's just a big chasm between those two different ideologies. But they're not just ideologies; it's what we can demonstrate and measure and see in our reality, that the surface of Earth, where we live and where we can see and where we can touch and look and measure, it's flat and level, and that implies something very contradictory to the story we've been told, basically.
Mm-hmm. Right.
Yeah, so coming to an understanding that you are at the center of the universe, right? That everything kind of revolves around us, and it might not be as far away from us as we've been told, can have some pretty major subconscious or psychological, I don't want to say ramifications, because ramifications would be the current model. But there's certainly a lot of aspects within your life that do change with this understanding. And I say understanding because it's not a belief. It is an understanding of the nature of the world around us. And if you've been told a lie or incorrect information about the very fundamental nature of where you are and who you are, that has some pretty large ramifications to how you act and operate in the world and society as a whole. Do you feel you're of any importance or significance in this universe?
I hope I do.
You hope you feel? It was kind of a question. Do you feel that you...
I mean, from my own perspective, obviously, I think I do.
Do you think that this belief would maybe change or would increase a little bit if you understood that what we call the world is everything, that this realm that we live on is everything, that there's no billions and trillions of light years away, there's no possibility of, us just being a nowhere planet in the middle of an ever expanding universe, and we're just some speck, just like all the other billions and trillions of specks. Were you taught that in school?
No, not really, no.
So in Germany, do they teach the Big Bang and the evolutionary theories?
I mean, they kind of allude to it, but they also teach creation.
So your school curriculum does involve at least the other side of that equation, and they do teach a...
Well, actually, when you say creation, can you elaborate?
The Christian creation.
Neat. Was it a religious school or a normal school?
Normal school. Like
fascinating.
Yeah, I mean, you basically...
Well, they taught creation how so? Explain.
Well, basically, it's just like normal class. Like, basically, you begin having that class. So basically, starting in, I think, maybe even first class, right? You're separated into Catholic and Protestant. I guess.
I'm sorry. I don't care about that stuff. No disrespect. I'm talking about.
We were just one sentence away.
Cosmetically, because we're talking about We're talking about the Big Bang and evolution and things coming together by way of gravitational accretion. That's that creation story. So, in terms of the actual creation, right? Like, what did they talk about in regards to cosmology?
Okay. Like I said, in religious class, we talked about creation as it is in the Bible. Right?
That was very vague and obvious, but that's why I'm asking you to elaborate, because you're the only person that can say that. Like, make it interesting, please.
Well,
I'm just asking.
Do you remember the details, Spangle?
I mean, you all know the story, right? Like, with the 7 days.
Some better than others. Did they say, God made everything in 6 days?
Yes.
Okay. So they taught you that, but then they also taught you that did they say believe? Like, what was your conclusion when you were done with that portion? What?
Oh, my mic is hot. Sorry, guys.
Oh, okay. What was your conclusion, Spangle? Like, when you were all done with that portion of school, were you like, okay, some people believe God made everything, some people believe that nothing exploded and made everything, and these are both beliefs? Or were you like, people used to believe this story about God, and now they know that nothing exploded and created everything? Like, what was your conclusion when you were done with that portion of school?
No, we were taught creation as fact.
Oh, okay. But what about evolution and Big Bang stuff? are you saying they didn't go over that?
I mean, not at that time. I mean, we're talking about elementary, right, onwards. We talked about selective breeding and adaptation, right? And I guess evolution can be put into that, but it was far removed from, like a lizard turning into an ape or something.
Sure. So basically what you're conveying is that indoctrination doesn't start, or did not, at least as far as your experience went, it didn't start at a young age, that aspect of indoctrination.
Yeah. I mean, I'm not...
That's an atypical experience for Americans.
I'm not, okay, right. I'm not an atheist, if you think that.
Okay. No, I didn't really make any assumptions. I'm just asking questions for clarification.
Right.
I mean, it's peculiar. Like, that's not the normal experience. It wasn't my experience going to school in the 90s, the early 90s, and
I mean, I'm still not convinced that all of the details are clear. Because, in all honesty, before Flat Earth, we all knew that most people regarded themselves as Christian, even if they didn't go to church, even if they, for whatever reason, didn't really espouse the faith. But they're like, of course, Jesus died and whatever. They used to go to church and yada yada. That's most people's feeling towards it. At the same time, they'll have a conversation with you about exploding stars and black holes and whatnot, as if that's real. So that means that the indoctrination did happen in a way that was far more subtle than we really think.
Yes, I mean, that's obviously true. I guess it happens mostly through media and the internet. That's my best guess.
Yeah.
That's true. Yeah, that's true. Yeah.
Elijah, I don't know if you heard the part that he's from Germany, and then he's also young 20s. So these are all different contexts for differentness. That's fascinating. Seems to me. Sorry.
Oh no, you're good. I was interrupting you.
It just seems to me that you're suggesting that an 8-year-old in Germany, at least, that has or had a similar experience to you, wouldn't be under the impression that, of any Big Bang narrative, apart from what they might be getting in cartoons and all the other areas. But as far as from school, you're suggesting that that's actually not part of that early stages of development context.
Yeah.
Yeah. Now, in this day and age, you'll get it from Cat in the Hat. You'll get it from the Octonauts. You'll get it. You'll get all of those narratives from.
Oh, wait a minute.
Everywhere else.
That's hard to believe. Because again,
I'm taking his word for it.
My media tells me, and there's also Europe, and. It seems to be the consensus right now. Of course, when I speak to other people, I have more of a mixed reaction. It's anecdotal, but generally speaking, from the powers that be, the YouTube channels that I watch, and any other sources of media, people think that the Earth being a globe is universal knowledge, and it can't be universal if there are some countries that are like, nah. You know what I mean? But there are many countries that supposedly have a hand in the space station, and then there are other countries that just have things orbiting, satellites orbiting and whatever, doing various different tasks. So everyone's on board, and they can't be on board if some people are like, yeah, I know some people are taught that it's a globe, but not me. I just don't believe. I don't know. It's odd.
Culture has a big way of, reinforcing the whole heliocentrism, globe model, all of that fun stuff, and it's not too surprising to me that in Germany you were taught the biblical aspect of it. Many Americans probably don't know the closer connection that the church and the state tend to have in Germany than they do, say, in like the United States. There's a very large presence of Christianity within Germany, and it's a very common thread within that country. And like I said, the separation between church and state isn't quite what it is here in the United States. So it's not too surprising that you were taught that in school. And you could possibly correct me if I'm wrong, but it's my understanding that even being a part of a church or a congregation, your tithe is basically extracted directly from your pay. It's that closely related to the state.
But it's not about being taught both things. I'm more considering the takeaway. And he's saying his takeaway wasn't that he was indoctrinated with understanding that this is how things came about. Yeah, there's that thing over there, but he's saying, I think, that didn't particularly happen. And that his takeaway was at least open enough for him to think for himself. And I'm saying, okay, well, is that everyone's takeaway? Because on one hand, I have a mass media and nobody from Germany stepping up, most certainly, saying, hey, that's actually not true. They're saying globally everyone thinks this. Where's this coming from? Like, I don't see the people out there in droves coming out to say, don't put my name in your mouth.
Well, let me just say, what I meant mainly was we were taught creation. I don't know, like, which like Earth model they used in like first grade. It's just that I just know, like, because I know that we had religion in school, and I distinctly remember being taught like Christian creation, the whole story behind that, right? But I don't know specifically like which Earth model they used. Like, that's, at least in my mind, that's such a minute detail that I don't even remember it.
Mm-hmm. Okay, interesting. Fine.
Yeah, but yeah. I mean, like the average, like I guess like life of somebody from like my area was like, you go to school, I mean, as an infant, you were baptized. You are taught basically more or less everything about the Bible in the in elementary school, carrying on. Right?
Can they hear me? Like, you're interrupting a sentence. Don't do that.
I mean, like the basics, obviously, and in middle school and so on, you go deeper into the material, right? Talking about the individual prophets, right? What it means and so on. And then when you're around like 13, 14, 15, you get your confirmation, right? Where you become a full-fledged member of the church.
Yeah. Good old Skygazer in on the conversation. I was hoping he was still alive.
No, I'm alive, bro. I was like just saying, yeah. I was like cheering on. So what was the comment? Like, what were you gonna say, bro? I think GP. I think you interrupted the whole thing. It was gonna say something epic.
No, I didn't interrupt.
Yeah, no, it's just you could go to your confirmation. I guess like classes or whatever. Like in order to prepare you to become like a member of the church, like a true member. And yeah, I mean, you go there like for like half a year or like a year on every Saturday or something. And at the end, right, like more or less part of the tradition is that all your relatives give you a lump sum of money, and many buy themselves like a motorcycle or something.
Hey, Spongle, was I incorrect in my statement that typically the church will take a tithe directly from your paycheck as being a member?
Yeah, but you can kind of like block them from doing it.
Imagine like living in a world where it's like some kind of hot take. Imagine being like the kind of red pill Neo situation where it's like, yo, like Morpheus takes you to the red pill level. And it's like the red pill is just about like, well, yeah, the church, like when you're like giving money, it's like going to the church, like 5% is like going to administrative fees.
I mean, you can also just like
no, but also like that's not that impressive and interesting.
Skygazer.
Oh, I'm sorry.
You're being a little disruptive. Slow the roll.
I'll slow the roll.
That is nothing new, unfortunately, man. It's unfortunate that the last time I heard you was months ago, and someone was telling you to stop being disruptive. So that's just unfortunate.
They have really strong beer in Norway. This is what I understand to be true.
Know about that.
So GP, I'm from Norway in Finland. I'm taking your vibes, when I'm the knight on the kind of like semi-dirty not shining armor, just kind of like a semi-muddy armor where it's like, man, this guy needs some shit done, it's kind of like oh, it's just for fun, bro. It's not so big deal, but it's funny. But I love this channel. I love you guys. So let's not make a big deal out of it.
You want to be a better man.
All right. Just don't interrupt people in the middle of their sentences. That's all.
Do you think the Vikings were the first flat earthers?
No, I think the first people were the first flat earthers.
All right.
Yeah, the question would probably better be phrased in like, who are the first globe earthers, right? Because pretty much since time immemorial, the baseline standard of what we observe and what we experience in reality is a flat and stationary Earth. So somebody would have to come in with some compelling, not necessarily evidence, but a very compelling deception that what we see, feel, and experience on a day-to-day basis is actually 180 degrees from what the alleged reality is.
Right. I mean, they're all the...
Yeah, and
Go ahead.
Go.
So, Spongle, on a daily basis, do you would you say it's a true statement that you experience the Earth on a daily basis as flat and stationary, meaning you don't experience a spin and you don't experience any type of curvature? Just on a daily basis. Like if you got knocked in the head and you were in a coma and you woke up tomorrow and you didn't remember anything and there was nobody there.
If I got knocked in a coma,
bro.
No. If I get knocked in a coma,
homie. Yeah. Slow your roll, homie. So if you woke up from that coma and nobody had told you anything, you have zero backstory as to the nature of the reality or the shape of the realm in which you're living, how long do you think it would take without any outside influence to come to some sort of idea that you're living on a spinning ball?
I don't know. I wouldn't know what the fuck I'm even living on to begin with. Like, I don't think that I would like really think about it. Like, I'm thinking to myself in the Bronze Age, for example, right? What was the predominant perspective then?
Sorry. I don't mean to interrupt, but there's a lot of people listening.
But you are.
I'm very sorry. I'm sorry. But can you explain? Like, it's kind of hard to listen to, but can you explain who is talking when he's talking? I'm sorry.
Who is talking is not you. That's pretty much what's taking place, and we're having a conversation here with Spongle. We have been for quite a while, and if you feel that you have anything of value to contribute based upon the current questions that are being asked, I would say find an opportune time to maybe interject that value. But if you don't experience that, maybe just go ahead and sit on mute. Sorry. But anyways, Spongle, go back to what you're saying regarding the Bronze Age.
It would interest me what they would believe the shape of the Earth is, because that could probably be my perspective then as well. If like I had to come up with something by myself.
Right, because just on a daily basis, what do you experience the Earth as?
That's like, I know what you want me to say, but the thing is, I'm not even sure what I'm even experiencing.
I think that as a I'm a side I'm a side viewer, and I think that you should just explain
because you're criticizing the level of subjectivity that's happening in the current kind of thing. So I would like you to just please, because I think you're failing to realize how many viewers that are viewing you for you, and you need to present the pure you to the audience. So please disregard the authorities and become the pure you just for once in our lifetime, and let's see what that happens.
Okay, like, I'm sorry, I really have no idea, first of all, what you meant, and second of all, I don't know what I would think the Earth's shape is like if I didn't
If you're responding to Skygazer, I'm sorry, I was on the phone. If you're responding to anything Skygazer said, he gets intoxicated. I wasn't I was being lighthearted about the Norway having strong beer as kind of a hit kind of thing.
Yeah, I know, I got that.
But he's a friend of mine. When he's sober, he's actually a really great guy. It's just drinks a little too much.
When he drinks, he's even a better guy. Like he's even out of a higher caliber or whatever.
Yeah, he gets really esoteric and cheeky and rude, disruptive, and a little incoherent. That is
All
what
right.
alcohol does. But we can move on.
Right.
So basically, I guess you're saying you wouldn't begin to know unless you could see it or measure it.
No, it's just
which is pretty much what we're saying.
I wouldn't know because I'm so far removed from that situation where, I haven't been told what to believe or what not to believe and so on and so forth, right?
Can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
Is measurement about belief?
No, but it's like listening to somebody who tells you what they measured believe.
Exactly. You would have to believe someone who told you they measured something to be something, right? Like they claim that there's this measurement for this ball, but when we go, where is it? They take us to calculations based on it already being a sphere, or presuppositions that would take a circle and then assume it's a sphere, like with Eratosthenes, when you can do the same thing for your kitchen floor if you made the same assumptions. So there's actually no measurement. As a matter of fact, there's supposed to be a measurement, and I spoke about it earlier. The measurement is supposed to be 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height of the feet. That will give you the distance to the horizon based on the measurement that the Earth is a sphere with the circumference of 24,000 and change miles and radius of 3,959 miles. So that calculation or formula is a direct result of the supposed measurement. So the problem is, when we use that calculation, we don't see where the horizon is measurably where the math dictates it should be. So it can't be derived from the measure of the surface of that size. The only way you can determine the shape of something is to count its size or measure it. Only people who have a belief in this situation say unless, because no, that's actually the only way you would do it. In fact, you already know this, as you said, without any other outside inputs or whatever. How would I know what shape it was? Exactly. But the thing is, the way you would determine it is the way they've claimed they've determined it. And when we ask for where that is, it's non-existent. So
okay,
calculations out the wazoo all day long, but the actual measurement, nope.
Sorry, I'm just finishing eating here.
Schnitzel, currywurst.
No, I actually ordered the 3 different Earth model meal, right? Like pizza balls representing the globe, onion rings representing like hollow Earth / donut, and the burger representing flat Earth. Yeah, but again, I think like
it's funny. Yeah, the burger can't really represent it, right? Remember what I said earlier about the bun, and what I said about the portion of it that's flat. Is because that's an aspect of the thing in question, right? It's not actually the shape itself. That's so. It's like again, none of us are even claiming to know anything other than topographically what it appears to be. As far as the whole thing, how could anyone know? That's the same. That's all we want to know. How could you know? How do you know?
I guess like a good way is but just think about like my vacation experiences is being at some place like the shadows setting in a completely different manner, as well as like the earth the sun doing so, right? Which is like obviously, and basically the times of when the sun sets and rises being different. And if I were immortal and nobody else were around, I could probably figure out like the difference in if there is a difference, right? Difference in degrees between the shadows or the sun to a certain inanimate, immovable object. Like two of those at different positions.
You know what's funny about the difference in degrees? The difference in degrees is going to be measured off of the fact that you're using a flat baseline. Like a protractor. Isn't that interesting?
Okay, but the basically the effect it has is so negligible. It's kind of like you kind of have to use the Taylor approximation for that, as in you can at a certain level you can ignore certain factors and just approximate the the result, right? I mean it like if you
can you give me an example?
Okay, if you try to calculate the area of something, right? Like the area of your garden, right? You, for the most part, you ignore the, and it doesn't matter if this has to do with the globe or whatever, but for the most part, you ignore curvature. You just do square foot by square foot, right? Or like foot times square foot, right? And that's what you do. And the Taylor approximation, like I said, could also apply to like a round Earth, where at a certain scale you could ignore the curvature of the Earth. For example, when you're measuring the degrees of a shadow.
Not when it's 500 stadia apart. That's insane to say.
What? No, you measure.
I'm sorry. I was thinking in terms of Eratosthenes, because that's what people usually go to when they talk about measurement, the Earth. But yeah, it's funny because listen to what you said about ignoring the fact that there's curvature, except for the fact that that's just begging the question. That's just saying, well, we're going to ignore the fact that there is and act like we're not. Well, how about you're just doing the latter thing and there is no curvature to take into account.
Yeah, the Taylor, oops.
Because when I say give an example, you're saying, well, that you're not giving me an example. You're supposing we would be measuring the square, the area, right? And you're supposing if it's curved, we ignore that. I'm asking you to give me that's not
okay.
That's not an
another example. Okay, imagine, right? You let's see. You have like a mound of trash or whatever, like a trash dump, whatever, like a dump that you've basically kind of recycled into it becoming like a large, basically stepped like patch of grass, right? And even though there is like a slight increase and decrease, like basically you go up a tad bit when you walk in one direction, down if you walk past a certain how would you call it, point, right? If you were to calculate an area on it, you could just, without any real harm to the calculation, ignore the curvature or like the deepness,
the slope,
whatever. Yeah, the slope of this, right? I mean, also,
yeah, I get that. Yeah, but that's also supposing that you're on a hill. Like, I get that. Like, if I'm on a hill and I want to know the length of it, yeah, I get that. What's your point?
Yeah, the point is that, like, just because some factors at a certain scope aren't as relevant, and ignoring them because of that doesn't prove that they don't exist. Like, all I'm trying to say.
And that response is in relation to what was said. Like, what specifically?
Well, I started talking about like the Taylor approximation, how it's like basically you said, well, if you measure like the degrees of a shadow, whatever, blah blah, like they basically use a flat tool against a supposedly round object, this case like Earth. And I said that basically on a certain scale, right, you can ignore certain factors and still achieve a like a more or less.
Well, when you were talking about the hill, you weren't talking about it really didn't have anything to do with scale. It had to do with, well, you're measuring from point A to point B on a hill. But when it comes to measuring an angle, you can't do that off a curved surface. Can't do that. Well, you can, but how would that be related? But you can, but it wouldn't be related to the curved surface because the plane would just be extended out in a linear fashion, right? From whatever point that you're measuring. And the problem with that is we're measuring the difference between 2 points. So the baseline must be in the same horizontal frame of reference, which means it's flat.
Bruh. I mean, look, how can the Taylor approximation be valid for one thing and then not valid for the same thing?
I didn't say what was and what wasn't valid. I was only talking about angles, and in order to apply that to the ground, then the relation would have to be that we're talking about a horizontal plane. That's all I said.
If we have like an obelisk that's like what, 7 feet tall or something, I don't think that the curvature, like if you were to assume that the Earth is a globe, right? I don't think that the curvature would have an impact on your measurement of the degree of the shadow and so on. It's just so minuscule that you can just factor it out.
Yeah, but that's why I said the distance that Eratosthenes is supposed to be working with, that's not minuscule.
Okay, I mean, I was just talking about how I would do it. I don't know about Aristotle.
I feel you. I just thought you were. I mean, because when I brought it up, I was specifically thinking about that distance, not like the distance between me and the end of my garage.
Okay, I mean, what?
Like, because locally, everyone assumes it's flat. It's so big that basically, as far as we can experience, it's flat. So that's already flat as a given. Like, so people are already going to say, well, the curvature in that sense is irrelevant. Well, that's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about 500 Stadium.
What? In which case?
In the between Alexander and Syene, man.
Okay, I mean, I haven't referenced that at all.
I did, and you began to answer to it. And I'm like, I don't know why you're saying what you're saying. It's not like I'm opposing what you're saying about, how minuscule something is and blah blah. I didn't contend with any of that. You brought that up in response to me bringing up the angle and how it wouldn't work.
I mean, I talked about how you could measure the angles of shadows and so on, and I guess you alluded to that, but I didn't really react to that, other with a bit of confusion, I guess.
Okay.
I really like that GIF, by the way. I saved it.
The kicking the ball out one.
Yeah. Yeah. Also the last.
So what about trying to validate that there is curvature, right? Because in that sense, oh, excuse me, sorry. In that sense, the conversation is a little different, right? Because we're actually supposed to be getting a value of something rather than saying, well, we don't have a value because it would be too minuscule. We're actually supposed to be finding something. So in the sense of curvature, we're supposed to be able to somehow figure out that there's convexity over certain distances based on how high above the surface of the earth you are. And whenever we do that, and there's no curvature to be detected anywhere, we don't really get any responses other than, well, that's because the measurement you're taking, the straight standard that would normally be a laser, happens to be bending with the rate of curvature that is also presupposed, i.e. begging the question. There's this obstruction that's supposed to be at 1 mile, but it's at 10 miles instead, which doesn't make sense because they're not talking about the geometric horizon. They're talking about light arriving to your eye from that blockage from another location. So it's actually non sequitur. When we say, where is the obstruction? It's not there, but they tell us the reason that what they think is obstruction is somewhere else is because, well, light bends around the ball at a certain rate. I don't get that.
Okay, I mean, sorry.
Like, everybody knows that light travels in straight lines for the most part. When they're detailing seeing something, I've seen them specifically say, the reason that you can't see my face behind this piece of paper is because light travels in straight lines. If not, you would expect to see my face from around this obstruction. So it's fairly simple, fairly straightforward. We understand that there's Snell's law and refraction and how the angle of incidence can change when it goes, when light travels from one boundary, through a boundary from one media to another. But bending along the surface of a like light rays bending along a curved surface to give you a picture perfect image of what you normally would not be able to see, you can't even practically demonstrate that can happen in any other circumstance other than you trying to ad hoc explain why the numbers don't match. Not you specifically, but typically the people that we talk to that try to argue after we've laid out the fact that the horizon is not geometric.
Okay.
So it's just odd that people either don't want to talk about like actual direct measurement, because they pretty much say, well, you can't really do that. That's not really possible. But prior to 2 years ago, that's exactly what they did to try to disprove flat earthers. CFI investigators were powered by National Geographic, and they went out to the beach with some flat earthers. They put the camera as close to the water level as possible at 1 foot. The guy says that means that the horizon, the visible horizon, would be about 1.2 miles away, which means he's going off of the same formula we're going off of. And the boat goes out into the distance, and he's in the video, he's detailing how the stripes of the boat are disappearing because of the horizon. But in the video, and during the entire time he's talking, you can see that the horizon is behind the boat. So I don't understand what's hard for people to just accept what is. Clearly that was a huge faux pas on their part, and they didn't even realize it. And then when we pointed out to people, they just go, what about other pictures from NASA?
Okay.
Did you get the part where he was saying the horizon they claim to block something is actually behind the thing that they're claiming to be doing the blocking?
Not really, no.
Okay. So let's pretend that I hold a sheet of paper behind my head, right? And you can't see all of my face for whatever reason, and you can clearly see the sheet of paper behind my head. And I say, the sheet of paper is blocking the front of my face. But you're like, the sheet of paper's behind your head. And you're like, yeah, but technically the sheet of paper is blocking the front of my face. You would look at that person like a crazy person in that example, right?
Okay. So what's the connection here?
The connection is that's what they're doing with the horizon. The thing in the middle, the object to be analyzed, a boat, an oil rig, whatever, can be seen, but also maybe there's like something going on with it. But the horizon is behind it, but the horizon is the object or the thing being claimed to be doing the obstruction, but it's behind it. So the claim that the horizon is doing the blocking or the obscuring or occulting or whatever, you know what I'm saying? I got a Discord phone call, so.
I mean,
if it sounds confusing, it's because that's exactly. See, there's globe Earth rhetoric, and then there's anti-flat earthers that try to come out and rework and rejigger what has actually been claimed, simply because we're pointing out contradictions and fallacies. Oh, there's a fallacy here. Oh, the reason for that is this. But no accredited university is on record for saying the things that some of these anti-flat earthers would say, just to challenge the fact that we're questioning something that we've come across that's supposed to be a fact but just isn't.
Okay, again, like I wasn't really confused by it. I'm just trying to look at a few pictures to confirm what I think it means.
What do you mean?
Like, I know what it means more or less, right? Like your piece of paper behind my head, it's obstruct my face or something. But
so that's an idea that was proposed, right? It's like, imagine this, right? So you get that. Now, instead of saying, well, this is true, let me say, imagine that the horizon is 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet, due to the fact that the Earth is a sphere with a radius of 3,959 miles. Therefore, when I'm looking out into the distance and I'm looking at something that I know is marked to be, say, for instance, 6 miles or 9 miles, and then I see the horizon that's supposed to be at 1.2 miles away based on the formula, but that horizon is actually beyond 10 miles, that is how this imagining is analogous to Gospel Bearers imagining. It's the exact same scenario.
Here, I put a GIF in the chat. So just the first oil rig, okay? They're going to tell you that there's a portion of that oil rig that you can't see the bottom of. And the claim is that the reason you can't see the bottom of it is because the horizon or the geometric, the curve, right, is blocking even the first oil rig. Okay? You follow so far?
Yeah.
But the horizon, the thing that's in question here, is behind the first oil rig. It's behind the second oil rig. And to claim that that horizon is the thing that's doing the blocking is downright silly.
I don't see a problem with any of this, though. Like, I'm a sailor. I sail on the down low, right? And this all seems completely normal.
How many horizons are there?
No, you have to you have to decouple what you actually, because that's what they try to do, is hijack our experience and tailor the globe to it when actually there's no connection. So your experience and what a geometric horizon is has no correlation whatsoever. So whatever you've seen, just know that you've never broken out an Earth curve calculator and said, yup, that checks out. That's the point. That's what we're trying to point out. You may have seen something and said, "Well, oh, that's being blocked. Cool.
Okay.
That's the Earth curve."
I'm gonna ask it a different way, Smoggle. If there's a horizon at 1.22 miles in this GIF, how is there also a horizon beyond 9.6 miles?
I don't know what, like, 1 point whatever miles. Like, I don't get what.
Okay, from 12 inches off of water, from 12 inches off of the sea level here, you would expect, based on the math, the geometry of the 3959 mile radius, you would expect a 1.2 mile horizon. That's where that number is coming from. It's from geometry of a 3,959 mile radius. So again, based on the claim that the Earth is a ball, based on the claim that that ball has a 3,959 mile radius, the horizon is supposed to be at 1.2 miles, 1.22 miles. If there is a horizon at 1.22 miles, how is there also a horizon beyond 9.6 miles?
I mean, the man is not flush to the ground.
It doesn't matter.
It does.
Again, the math of where that 1.22 miles is coming from is based on an elevation of 12 inches.
Don't know what that means. 12 inches?
1 foot, 12 inches, a third of a meter or whatever.
Right, but I assume this person is standing at, taller than a foot.
No, the camera is physically 12 inches higher than the water level.
Okay, so what? I mean, I've seen this so many times when I was sailing. And I don't see like two horizons here at all.
That's correct. You don't see two horizons. To claim that there are two horizons would be silly. That's the point I'm trying to make.
So what?
There's only one horizon. The horizon that you see.
If you live on a globe, you have to go on this imagination ride, right? And imagine that the obstruction of the rest of that land that you actually do see is at 1.2 miles.
Nature
that would be factually correct in this imagining, based on the rhetoric from the globe, based on geometry. Except what we see is not that. So a Glober's attempt to explain that is why we drew the parallel to the piece of paper, because in essence they're just basically saying that and going, yeah, it checks out. What's the problem? Like, you're kind of going, I've seen the horizon. What's the problem? But I don't think you get what we're saying about it being geometric. Like, the formula is 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. In the examples we're talking about, both National Geographic and the Black Swan that we have with the oil rigs, the observation was taken at 1 foot. You plug that into the calculator, it's going to give you a distance of 1.2. So, distance of what? Distance to your horizon. Except the distance to the horizon is not 1.2 miles. So it can't be blocking anything. You see the horizon beyond where it's mathematically described to be. If you lived on a ball with a sphere at the radius of 3,959 miles, there's really no way around that. The only thing we can say is, well, no, the horizon is beyond 10 miles. Yeah.
I mean, I'm still kind of looking at it.
What part of what I'm saying aren't you getting?
No, it's just, let me just look at it for a few minutes.
Yeah. That's fine.
Oh, okay. My bad. I thought, is it posted in the chat? Does anybody have that video? Because if not, we can just watch it now. It's like from the 3-minute mark to like the 4 minute. It's like a minute long. It's not that long, if you like.
I just.
Right, because you can either go to a beach yourself, or you can use some of the materials that we have. Hey, that's the beauty about it, is you can actually figure this out on your own. You don't need some higher source to validate whether the math is wrong or right. I mean, they've already proposed that this is what's going on, so all we're trying to do is find the evidence that it's either true or not true. That's all.
I mean, the only unusual thing is that it appears as if the it simply appears as if the platforms were like deeper into the water than they are. But I guess like all of this is more or less perspective. But I mean,
hold on.
Which I'm not gonna go that far.
Can you see what you're not supposed to be able to see?
What do you mean?
If you're not supposed to be able to see it, right? Okay, I'm sitting in my room. I have an open door. There's a stairway to the right of my door. From where I'm at, I can't see the staircase, right? But if I could all of a sudden see it, that would mean something.
Well, I've just been coming here for about a year, so I don't know. This is different.
Are you hot, Mike and Elijah?
Sorry.
So no, it's okay. Again, there's an allegation, right? There's an allegation based on the proposition that Earth is a ball. The allegation based on the math is that there's going to be a hump between you and another object at a great distance. That hump should stop you from seeing things. That's the point. The good old-fashioned ships going over the horizon claim.
But you did mention perspective. I think he's aware of it.
Yeah, I mean, it's if I just remember like back to sailing school, right? It's like 2-3 things. I distinctly remember one thing where like we because obviously we had to always consider perspective, right, distance, and so on and so forth when we were sailing more or less towards the horizon and so on. And basically, like if you like we did this, we put like basically just a jar or something similar with like writing on it on one end of the table. Like looked at it from like the other side of the table, but basically just from like flush table.
This is non sequitur.
And it looked very weird. Like it looked like the basically the bottom was kind of just disappearing almost, right? As opposed to when you're at a normal.
Yeah, that's a perspective issue. That's non sequitur to the point we're trying to make.
And also the next thing is that, for example,
oh my God. If I say something is non sequitur, he continues.
Let me carry on.
With a fallacy?
Do I have to
on the back of a point we're trying to detail to you so that you get it? You're trying to make a point on top of that is no relation to the point we're trying to get you to understand.
You haven't even heard what I'm about to say. How can you conclude this?
Okay, well, you got Cash App?
Okay. The next thing
I'll bet you $5 if you're willing. All right, let's make it fun. I hate to waste my time.
Okay. The next thing is that we were also taught that, for example, when it came to light, we were easily deceived by something like the sun setting, as the refraction of the air and water makes it seem as if the sun was actually higher than it was, and being in reality being below the horizon more or less, even though it's
that's begging the question.
Above it, right?
That's begging the question and non sequitur to the point.
Kind of making it hovering.
Okay, I can't. This is rude as hell. When someone even wants to stop you to ask a clarifying question or stop you to point out that you're off track. Like it shouldn't be something that's rude, because now I can see how people can consider me being rude at this point. But in all honesty, we're having a conversation about something specific. Now you're talking about perspective on top of a begging the question fallacy. When you have something that's obstructing your view from something else, you have no perspective of the thing that is beyond the obstructive. That's the point. There is no obstruction here where there should be, is the only point.
Okay. Either way, perspective is something that's more complex than, you just look at it and it's there.
Yeah, but it doesn't apply to the globe model perspective. That's the problem.
It's like the bridge is out or something, right? So he's trying to make the point that you should not be able to see what you shouldn't be able to see. But we see, therefore the claim that you shouldn't be able to see it is invalid.
Well, we don't see the base of the oil rig, and we shouldn't see it, and we don't. The position is
yeah, but
the horizon is wow.
Yeah, the horizon's behind the rig. So if you're going to say that
the horizon is completely irrelevant if you factor in refraction,
listen. The horizon is relevant unless what you're saying is a non sequitur. Then I can see why you're saying it has nothing to do with anything, because now you're making a point that's not relevant or related to the point that we're making, which is what I tried to tell you in the beginning. Now, when you're talking about geometry, and when you're talking about something being physically somewhere to obstruct you, in this instance, at 1 mile, there's nothing that's going to change that. For instance, if I come into town every day, and I know that my house is a mile away, and I can see my house a mile away when I come into town, that means there's going to be no instance in which I come into town and it's like, oh, wow, I see the hospital that I know is behind my house, and oh, gee, look at my house. It appears to be behind the hospital that it's normally in front of. That will never happen. Perspective doesn't do that. Geometry doesn't do that. Nothing in this existence does that other than ad hoc thought projects.
What?
I.e., being able to, exactly what I said, being a hypothetical situation, like, well, we have a horizon that's 1.2 miles, but it's actually beyond 10 miles, but it's actually 1.2 miles. It's the same thing. Exactly parallel.
And while we see it at 10 miles, he's also trying to say that it's obstructing 30 feet of a rig that's in front of it. And then he says that it appearing at 10 miles is irrelevant, while at the same time he says it's obstructing a rig that's in front of it.
That's why I asked you how many horizons you believed in.
Okay.
Spongle.
So?
How many horizons are there?
How many? What kind of question is that?
There's only one answer.
How am I supposed to answer this?
With the correct answer. It's a number.
Okay. I don't know, 3? Doesn't even matter what I say?
Yes, that would be an incorrect answer.
Okay.
I'll ask again. How many horizons are there?
You probably want me to say 1.
Can you show me a way that there could be more than 1?
I don't know.
Okay. Well, let's slow down, because we're not talking about there are
Elijah, there's an issue here. He just said you probably want me to say 1, which implies that he thinks there might be more than 1, and I cannot wrap my mind around any possibility of there being more than 1.
It might get pedantic, because then he'll be like, well, look, here's this source that says there's a geometric horizon, a local horizon, what is it? What is the other horizon? All these other horizons, but refracted? When it comes to no, not refracted. That's nothing. That's not real.
There's only one.
We're talking about the horizon that is the visible boundary appears to be a boundary between the sky and the ground. That's the horizon we're talking about, the one that's visible, the one that we see when we look out into the distance. How many of those are there?
Okay.
Come again?
This is the response. This is the image he posted.
What about it?
Yeah.
What do you guys talk?
What was that, Fred?
So what are you guys talking about today? What's the subject?
We're just trying to I don't know what we're trying to do. What are we trying to do, Elijah?
How is an inferior mirage related to the geometric horizon?
I mean, it's just, the oil rigs appear higher.
Are you gonna do it again? Answer the question.
I'm saying what is truthful. Just because you don't have the nerve to
an inferior mirage is happening. An inferior mirage, because that's what this picture is showing. An inferior mirage is happening in the photo with the oil rigs. How is that related to where the horizon is? Because you know what inferior mirages are, right? They're what things appear to look like in respect or relation to the horizon. We're talking about why the horizon itself appears to be displaced. So what you're saying in this picture right here is non sequitur to the point that we're really trying to relate to you. Now, if you don't want to understand, then I'll just stop right now because you're a cool guy and it doesn't have to get into this, and it doesn't have to get to the point where I feel like now you're just playing a game.
I seriously like see nothing wrong with it. Like is this?
Well, you're not addressing it. That's the problem. You're not addressing the issue. When you say you see nothing wrong with it, you don't understand the argument to address it in the first place. In fact, every time you brought up an example, it was do you know what non sequitur means?
Of course I do.
Okay, so then what's the problem?
Can I maybe walk him through the modus tollens argument that may clear some of this up? Maybe, maybe not.
I did it in a metaphorical way. Yeah, go ahead and do it in a more pure way. That may be helpful. But then, yeah, go ahead.
So, Spongle, if I can direct you to the live stream voice text at 50 minutes after the hour, you'll see that I memed a picture there from the oil rigs, the Black Swan, and there's some text on top of it. Do you see that?
See.
50 minutes after the hour, 50.
Yeah, I see it.
Okay, cool. And what I'm going to do is I'm just going to walk you through this modus tollens argument, which modus tollens would state that if P, then Q, not Q, therefore not P. You with me on that?
Okay.
So if the Earth is a sphere with a radius of 3,959 miles, P, then every horizon distance measurement must be no more than 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet, Q.
Hey, how do you come to that conclusion?
So that's just based on simple math.
Geometry.
Correct.
Here.
So not Q. So in this picture here, where do you see the horizon? Is it in front of the oil rig, in between the oil rigs, or behind the second oil rig? Where does the sky appear to meet?
Right. I mean,
the sea?
It like behind and between.
There's only one place where the horizon would be, right? The horizon is defined as where the sky appears to meet the ground, or in this case, the sea. So if you're on a boat, you're a sailor, and you're looking at the horizon, and this is what's in front of you, this exact image, where would you say the horizon is? In front of, in middle, in between, or behind the oil rig?
I mean, I would say behind them.
Okay, cool. So this picture was taken, right? The video is just above this, from a 1 foot observer height. Meaning that if the Earth was a sphere with a radius of 3,959 miles, P, then we should be seeing in this image a horizon no more than 1.225 miles. Now we have these oil rigs in this picture because they're known distances. So that last oil rig is 9.41 miles from where this video was taken.
Okay.
Do you understand the ramifications of a horizon that is not only further than 1.225 miles at a 1 foot observer height, but much further? Meaning that based on this observation, right, the radius and circumference of the Earth would have to be orders of magnitude larger than what it's claimed to be.
Don't you think that it has more to do with the basically, what you call it? Basically, that the bottom where the oil rigs would meet the water is obscured.
Where the oil rigs meet the water is not obscured. We see that in the image.
No,
the only thing that would obscure that would be the horizon.
No, what we see there is far above the water.
What do you mean? What we see is far above the water?
Can somebody post the image that's closer to dawn or dusk, where you can see the the lights at the bottom of the platforms reflecting off of the surface of the water. As a matter of fact, in the image that you're looking at right now, you see the buoy that is in between those two oil rigs. I'm assuming that the buoy is a little further than the first oil rig, but regardless, it's in between, and you can see that buoy there sitting on the water. There's nothing obstructing it.
I mean, you call it buoy. I can't really tell what that is. Just seems like.
I mean, you're just being skeptical for no. You're being skeptical for no reason. That is a buoy, and if you wanted to actually investigate me saying that it's a buoy, you actually can, because this is a location that you can look up on Google Maps, and you can figure out all of these things in that area are there. So why don't you just do that and listen to the words that are coming out of our mouths instead of saying, well, it's not. What is it if it's not a buoy? The fact is you can see it.
Yeah, but I don't know what it is.
So?
Like, you only said it. Like, isn't it your stance that you shouldn't just believe what you are told?
So the point being, because I've already looked on Google Maps, bro. Some of us have actually called and actually pinpointed all of these locations.
It's irrelevant what it is.
It is. It is.
Right, because the horizon is behind the second oil rig. If the Earth was a globe with a radius of 3,959 miles, the leading edge of the globe, right, the geometric horizon, should be obscuring things starting at 1.225 miles. Do we see any indication of that in this photograph where the horizon is more than 10 miles away at 1 foot observer height?
Yeah.
So you see in this image 2 oil rigs, one at 6 something miles, the other at 9, almost 9.5 miles. And you're saying that the horizon in this image is at 1.225 miles away?
Yeah. I mean, possibly. I don't know. I haven't done the maths, but the thing is, I see that a significant portion of these oil rigs is obscured.
Okay.
It's not.
Why would you say that? We've been talking on and on about how the horizon is appearing way further than it should be. It's behind the oil rigs, and now it seems like you're trying to suggest that that very thing is obscuring them. Why would you do that?
I'm not
you're being disingenuous.
I mean, basically, you're assuming that. How do I say this? Well, I mean, Photoshop them into where they are, and
it's from a video.
Right. Yeah, it doesn't matter. Like, just put them where they're supposed to be, and you will see that they just don't.
What do you mean where they're supposed to be? They are where they're supposed to be. They are where they are.
They are where they are.
But they are where they are from a perspective, but they aren't where they are truly. Like, if you were to, like, without any air and the water being, I don't know, steel or solid, right?
Okay, they're at 6.3 miles and 9.6 miles, respectively, if my memory is right.
And
that's where they are. That's how we know that your horizon is not where it has to be in order for the Earth to be the globe that you seem to think it is.
What do you mean? I see that it's obscured. Like, you see clearly.
Obscured by what?
Ocean, but water.
Okay, water. Okay, yeah, they're submerged. That's fine. Okay.
No. It's, you can't, like, look straight through it. Like, the more or less the horizon is in the way.
The horizon is behind it. Okay,
do me a favor. Take a screenshot of that image and draw a line on it where you think the horizon is within that image.
The only thing that's blocking off the bottoms of those rigs is the water level, not the horizon, which is behind them.
Okay, let me walk you through what I'm trying to say. The horizon, which you mean, is basically where you cease to see or think to see.
Yeah, exactly. We're walking you through the fact that has to be at 1.2 miles on your globe.
What I'm talking about is basically where the horizon starts and things become obscured because of the curvature right? That's the horizon that I'm talking about.
That's the story.
That's supposed to be at 1.2 miles. That's the whole problem here. It's supposed to be at 1.2 miles. We've measured it to beyond 9.6. So
but you see that the bottoms, like the legs, are obscured, and they're clearly not like hitting the water. What you show
they go into the water. They go all the way down to under the water. So yes, the water is obscuring them because they're oil rigs that are on bedrock, which is below the water.
Come on, man, don't do this to me.
No, you don't do this. You're trying to say that something that is behind something is obscuring it. That is just, it's fucking stupid.
Have you ever looked at a sunrise or sunset at the beach?
Yeah, you told the story about the sun not being where it looks like it is. You told that story. Again, that's besides the point. It's a red herring. It's a non sequitur. It's not related, okay?
It's completely related.
Okay, listen. If I told you, listen, you have two eyeballs, right? I'm not going to assume anything. Do you have two eyeballs?
Yes.
And you can see out of both of them?
Uh-huh.
Okay. What if I made the claim that if you put your hand in front of your face and you closed your left eye, you could no longer see your hand? And then you closed your left eye and you could still see your hand. Would you believe my claim, or would you dismiss the claim as invalid?
What are you talking about?
Okay, I'll say it again. You have two eyes. If I made the claim that by closing your left eye, like your eyelid closing over your eye, winking your left eye, all of a sudden you won't be able to see your hand. This is the claim. But then you try that out.
Okay.
And you still see your hand.
Yeah, with my right eye.
With your right eye. Wouldn't you dismiss my claim that you would no longer see your hand?
So how does this connect in any way to this?
It's another example of a modus tollens. It connects in that they say that the radius of the Earth is 3959, okay, in miles.
Okay.
That demands a horizon. That demands a horizon of 1.2 miles. It demands it.
Right.
Geometrically.
Okay.
So that claim is invalid. It's not demonstrable in reality. It has been disproven. It's fake. It's as fake as me saying by closing your left eye, you will no longer, your hand will disappear out of existence. It's an equally invalid claim, and it can be demonstrated over and over and over and over and over. There's probably 100 examples. There's probably more than 100 examples. There's as many examples as you can make up or discover, find, demonstrate, whatever. This can be demonstrated anywhere and everywhere is the point. And it has been demonstrated over and over again. There's no curve. There's no curvature. It's an invalid claim, and it's been falsified.
I just don't see it.
Yeah, exactly. You can't see the curve. It's invalid.
I can see. What I can't see is the non-existence of said curve.
The non-existence of said curve, precisely.
No, that's what I can't see. What I can see is the curve.
Say that sentence again.
I can't.
Are you telling me you? Are you telling me you can see the non-existence?
No, that's what I. Yeah. Look, what I can see is the curve. What I can't see is the non-existence of it.
Okay, point to the curve. Where do you see it?
Where do I see it? I see it in the fact that like the oil rigs themselves are obscured.
No, that's just you seeing things. What you are saying is obscuring them is behind them. That is impossible. So
what's obscuring the oil rigs? What's obscuring the oil rig? The first one. What's obscuring the bottom of it if you think it's being obscured?
The water.
Right, because it goes down into the water, right? So you're saying the portion that's above the water on any typical day is being obscured by the water in this picture?
Oh, if you were to go closer, you would see more of the base of it, but there's more or less water in front of it, blocking your view of it.
Right. So that's on the first oil rig. It seems
as if it's like slightly on a slope.
So that's on the first oil rig. You're claiming that in front of the base of that oil rig, there is water obscuring it based on a horizon, right? Based on a geometrical curve. So then what is obscuring the front of the second one, and why do we appear to see water over a curvature? How is that taking place?
Refraction. Like
okay, you're trying to have it both ways. You're using refraction to displace your geometric horizon to 10 times the distance that it can possibly be at, and then simultaneously you're claiming that that thing that's been displaced to beyond the oil rigs is also obstructing them. So you're saying, we don't see the curvature we're supposed to see, but we also do see it.
That's why I asked you how many horizons there were, and you acted confused by that question.
Yes.
Yep, there's one horizon, the one that we see.
Okay.
You're adding in an imaginary horizon and pretending you see it.
No.
Or believing you see it.
Yeah, I grew up sailing. I kind of know what I'm looking at.
Right. So when we say that the horizon, the definition of a horizon is where the surface appears to meet the sky, right? So you're saying that at the base of that first oil rig, anything horizontally from the base of that first oil rig that we see above that level in the picture is actually sky, but then you're saying it's water. Do you understand why we're having a very hard time with your statements? Because the horizon, if it's blocking where the sky appears to meet the water, is blocking that first oil rig, but then we see water again, and we see another oil rig, and you say at the base of that oil rig, there's another line where the water appears to meet the sky, but then past that we see more water, and then we actually see where all across the image we see water meeting sky. Do you understand how illogical that statement is? And how it in no way reflects the actual image. You're just creating this statement because the modus tollens argument completely destroys the
land rat logic.
Of the radius.
Clearly, none of you have ever gone to sea.
Okay, look, here's what you don't understand. For the horizon, for the curvature of the Earth to be obstructing things from the bottom up, it has to be at that specific, necessary, geometric 1.2 mile distance, and it has to be also in front of the things that you think it's obstructing. This is really basic.
Okay.
Yeah.
He doesn't even know what the word what's the word geometric mean? Can you define geometric? Is that something you can define?
What?
Do you understand what geometric means?
Like yelling at me from a car or something?
Oh, so now you're concerned trolling yourself? Oh my gosh, here we go.
Yeah, he's not yelling at you. Just because his mic sounds that way doesn't mean anything in regards to the question he asked you.
Okay. I mean, in general, as far as I recollect, it's concerned with like objects and space.
Here, I'm posting definitions because that's what I do.
Yeah, because I think that's where his mind is not understanding the word geometric. Because people throw this word around and they don't understand what it means. You know, we as human beings throw words around without understanding the definition nowadays, and that's a problem. I do it myself, so I've had to go back and learn things that I thought I knew, and so I guarantee he has no idea what that word means.
Well, I posted the definition. This is akin to saying that the wall behind you is blocking you, and then saying that you see that it's blocking you. You like you're looking in the mirror, right? You're looking in the mirror at your face, and you're saying that the wall behind you is blocking your face.
I absolutely have no idea what you're talking about.
Spongle, are you having a mental breakdown or what's going on?
You have been listening to excerpts from the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord Live YouTube channel. If you would like to join the discussion, simply type in your address bar discord.gg/flatearth. Thanks so much for listening.
And they will run you down till you go. Yeah, till you can't grow no more. And where down we go. Oh, where down we go. Say where down we go.
Honestly, Dave, you were the one that woke me up. You know, not right away, but these two things right here, like as soon as I saw these, I didn't know it yet, but I was already a flat earther. Like these are the two inconsistencies that don't jive that made everything else kind of fall down for me.
All right, let's bring it. You guys ask questions, have me show whatever you want me to show.
I have a pre-question from someone that, let's see, should be on Roxy too. That says, let's see, so this is Jason Smith on Roxy from Beck. Who says Beck runs Flat Earth Connected Australia Facebook page. Hi, Dave. First, I want to say thank you for all you do. Woke up recently with your videos and your Skater Kids. Oh, I remember that one.
Oh, the Skater Kids. Yeah, those guys.
Love you.
Haven't heard a peep from them.
The question: what do you think a lunar eclipse is? My theory is the moon phases are the moon going into the varying density of the firmament, and it will until it's fully eclipsed, the deepest density, and then starts to come back out.
Well, are we live?
We are.
All right, awesome. I didn't know if we started yet. So, what is the moon? I often find myself howling at the moon. What the hell are you? All right, but the eclipse, supposedly the shadow of the Earth from 240,000 miles away is leaving this really sharp shadow on the moon. When you zoom in on a lunar eclipse, like the one last night, there's like a hard edge. And then the whole idea that it's red because it's going through our atmosphere, that's a cool story, like sunsets are red and stuff. But it is impossible to make a sharp shadow on something a mile away.
I noticed that it looked like an opaque covering, almost like you were looking like taking a pair of sunglasses and moving them slowly across the moon.
You know what it reminds me of? You ever like grow chickens or ducks in elementary school and you put them on the little light to see through the egg? You put them on the red light and it lights up and you can now see through the egg. That's what it looks like to me. And why do I say that? That analogy comes to me because there's a lot of previous cultures that talk about the moon being connected to the fertility of people on Earth, maybe animals too. I'm not sure. But, the moon cycle matches a woman's menstrual cycle. And there's lots of beliefs that the moon is part of the process for delivering and removing souls from this living planet. And it sure looks like when you're looking through an egg, when you're trying to see the development of whatever's inside of it. So what's going on up there? I couldn't tell you. Is it the shadow of a ball, a 250,000 miles away? No, absolutely not.
Wasn't it just an eclipse yesterday? No,
last night. Yeah.
I think eclipses are just the two luminaries canceling each other out. But
exactly. Cymatic,
it's the only thing
destructive interference. Cymatic destructive interference.
What about the moon pulling energy from the sun, right? And then it gets closer, it gets brighter, and then darker as it goes away.
Well, that's the opposite. It's true, though. It gets bright. The full moon is when it's at its farthest opposing sides. Yeah. When it's close, it's not lit. But again, is the backside lit? There's no dark side of the moon. Thank you, Pink Floyd. If it's a ball, right? But maybe there is a dark side of the moon because it's not a ball and it's not what we think it is. Just the luminescent, whatever the hell the word is, front of the moon. I don't know, right? I don't know. But, people say, well, if the moon, it has to be a ball that's rotationally locked because we only see one side, right? But the optics of the sky are absolutely insane. I'm trying to find a video, but go ahead. Were you going to say something while I pull up a video?
I heard it from Cracker.
Who, Cracker? I was just going to say their explanation of how the moon was created by smashing into the earth, and this is all that was left. Dust.
Oh my God!
I'm sorry. Even as a kid, I was like, yeah, that makes no fucking sense.
Have you ever read 1 Corinthians 15, 40 and 41 in the Bible, where it says there are celestial bodies and bodies terrestrial, but the glory of the terrestrial is one, and the glory of the celestial is one, and the glory of the terrestrial is another. There's one glory of the sun, and another glory of the moon, and another glory of the stars, but one star differeth from another star in glory. And glory just means light. So it means the sun and the moon are giving off a different light. They don't match perturbation. The moon's light is cold.
Yeah.
The sun's light is warm. So that means that the moon has to be some kind of ELF frequency, almost like it's synesthetic, like it's something that you can hear and see at the same time.
Look, we live in a dualistic realm. There's,
a big battery.
The moon is the opposite of the sun. I mean,
anode and cathode, right?
Here's the thing. When we're talking about stuff that's out of our reach that we don't even know if they're physical, we could say it appears to be this. It sure looks like this. It tests like that. But to say that all the stuff that you're saying, I agree with all of it. Can we prove any of it? Absolutely not. So just make sure that you say, hey, this it could be this, it could be that. The one thing that we know for sure about the moon is it's not a rock floating in space getting a shadow from the Earth 250,000 miles away. Right. Here's the video that I want to show you. So this is the optics. If the sky is water and there's a glass dome or an atmospheric dome, whatever, optics change everything. So this guy's body is offset from his head and his body's facing us. But as we move across, now he's facing the way he's facing. His body's facing the way he's facing. But for some reason, we're over here. And as now we're going to move, changing our perspective. Watch his body. We see the same. If that was the face of the moon, only when it's directly above you do you see its actual position. But tricky. As they move over, well, if he kept going, it would turn the other way. So is that how we see the moon? Maybe. I think it explains how it can be done.
Right. Oh, look, we got Steve. Steve joined us. What's up, Steve?
Hello, Steve.
Hey,
what
Steve.
Up, Steve? So I want to say hi to everybody. And David, great content. So when I was listening to you talk, I was like, am I watching him online? Oh, no, I'm actually in it.
Right.
I've got your app and everything.
Nice.
So, yeah, excellent work. I have a question for you because I don't know if you addressed it. And if you did, I just can't remember. Do you think the moon is real, or do you think it's just like some gas thing?
We don't know.
Right.
What do you think? I said at the beginning, the moon is the biggest mystery of all. There's times where the moon sure looks transparent, during the eclipse. I equated it to putting, like, if you have a chicken egg and you put it on the red light to see how the chicken's doing and you can see through it. That really looks like, I got to get one of those or look up a video of it and compare it to the eclipse because it might be very interesting. Is the moon, here's the thing. I think the moon, the actual moon and the actual sun are physical, but we don't see the actual moon and the actual sun. Right? So what do I mean by that? Let me
the spotlights. They're like spotlights.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
Yeah. Here, you know what? I am going to show you a video that is not public yet. How's that? This is cool.
All right, preview.
Yeah, let me just pull this up. And so I call it our projected we see the sun and the moon projected into our reality, right? Do you understand what I'm saying? Probably not.
Oh,
that makes sense to us.
You guys get it.
It's projected from outside the firmament.
Right. And you've seen my paper towel eclipse video
from Polaris, perhaps.
Wasn't Polaris projected too?
No, I think Polaris is the center of a vortex point, and it's a hypertoroidal field that has ejection points at both ends, and the sun is actually a ray of light, like Ra ray. And the reflection off the dome is actually what we see as the physical sun, but it's not really physical. It's literally just like when you take a magnifying glass and put it in the sun and try to burn the ant versus distributing the light. And the way that the sun moves across it as that projection determines whether it's big, small, whatever. And Eric Dubay did a really good video on that, and I'm trying to find it now. Like the optics of the dome. If all the stars moved in a certain way, he actually showed how it would work, and that's
that's on his
video.
How the Southern Stars Work video, I think.
Yeah, have you seen that?
Yeah, put it up.
That's
it's good.
really
I think it's on the Southern Stars button on the app, which I'm trying to
it got down.
Yeah, that was an excellent video.
I thought so, but maybe a lot of people hated that video, so maybe there's something in there I didn't see.
Because it pissed them off because it ruined their little model. But you got to remember, we don't live on a model, so models are kind of temporary things that we just consider. Well, we consider them, it's something that you can build. Like you take what you do know and you build around it. Instead of going the opposite direction, taking what you do know and tearing everything down. Violations of natural law and everything.
This one, right?
Everything's been inverted and we live in the upside down.
Yeah, that one. That video.
I don't think I quite got that, I think.
Oh, that was
I'm still here. Don't worry. I'm still here.
That was one of the best videos I've ever seen him put out, actually.
Right. See, but like, I don't know, BitChute ratios are a good measure because a lot of people are awake there, and if it gets a lot of downtunes, it could be that they're pissed, or it could be that something in there is not factual or.
See, but what I was saying about that toroidal system, that falls in line with what Sanchez was saying. And if you look in Psalms 19, like you've seen Psalms 19:1, about the firmament, shows his handiwork. But read all the way to verse 7 and see what it says. And then you see how the system works. The stars all make noises. They make sounds. And as they move, it seems like that determines human behavior by the frequencies that interact with each other, like binary frequencies or whatever.
Astrology. It's astrotheology.
Yeah, and that's exactly what it is.
I love Santos.
That's where it all originates, it's all frequency, vibration, magnetism, and electricity.
Yes. That makes a lot of sense too.
So to step back a few steps in this, if Dave is still there.
Yeah, I'm still here.
Okay, cool. A question for you too. I just want to, do you guys think, this is what I'm trying to understand. Do you think that there is such thing as the sun and it does not exist how they say it exists? Or do you think, and I'm getting this question from a few of the videos I saw of yours, Dave, or do you think it's like some kind of man-made projection to fool us into thinking there's an actual sun out there?
You've seen my video of the eclipse going through the paper towel.
Yeah, and then I'm remembering when you were talking about you're on the beach and the reflection off the building and the heat. That's what I was thinking. What if there's no sun and it's just some,
again,
thing, to make us think there's a sun. I don't know.
Well, the whole thing with the artificial sun, that's interesting. I don't think that they're replacing the sun in our sky, but they could be screwing with us, like with tricks in Antarctica and whatnot. Maybe they're trying to put an artificial sun up there when the sun's going behind something that we're not supposed to see. Like maybe there's a bigger body that it goes behind and they swap out the sun. Haven't seen any proof of that yet, but anything like that is possible. So I think that the sun is the source of all life. It's the source of everything here, the source of all the free energy. So one might even say that the sun represents the light of God, right? Other people say it's Lucifer. I don't buy into any of that. What would, what are the first words out of your mouth? What if the sun disappeared?
It's
disappeared for a year. Okay. It's gone for a year. Everything's frozen over. You are surviving. You are eating whatever you can, and then one day a new sun is born out of the center of the earth, right? And it shows up in the sky. What are the first words that you're going to say? And the first one's my.
Yeah.
God.
My God, my Savior. And you're going to worship this thing that warmed you and saved you and fed you. And, this is an amazing world we live in, an amazing place. So
one of the best things you've said, I think, that I like is the universe is conspiring to give you everything you want.
A lot of people like that. It is absolutely no. It's conspiring to give you everything that you think.
Right. Sorry, that's a very important distinction.
Yes.
Because people, there's so many people that are jealous of other people's success, and that's why they don't have success. Right? When I see somebody hit it rich for whatever, as long as they're doing good things, not evil people or
trafficking,
or just have successful relationships, successful families, beautiful gardens, whatever it is that you would love yourself, right? It's something amazing. You should just be so happy that they have it, because then that'll come into your life. But there's people that are like, you're taking your crypto money and you're leaving us hanging. No, nobody's doing that. Anything that happens to you, you're doing to yourself. Everyone's doing everything to themselves, right? And so, this world is. People think I'm a multi-millionaire. None of that is true. I'm just like the rest of you. Just like, can I pay my bills this month? Can I pay my bills this month? And the thing is, as long as you appreciate and help. Who said it the other day? It was a great quote. It said, it was on a Crow episode. It was Saint Germain's grandson. He calls him Saint Germain. They had this guy on, like, channeling, like connected Illuminati, but a good guy. And he said, pray, have faith, and take action, and do charity. Take care of somebody else more than you do, as much as you take care of yourself. All right. Those 4 things, and everything will work out for you. Right. So you have to pray, have faith. You don't have to physically get down and do, and bow towards, Mecca or whatever it is that you do. You need to just send out that loving energy and care. Yeah. Be mindful, care for other people around you, and take action. Right. This world. I mean, you guys are all flat earthers. Okay. I mean, you guys know that the earth isn't a globe. Are you ever bored? Ever? Never. Not for a second, right? How many people in the world can say that? Well, if you can give me that number, that's the number of flat earthers there are. because boredom and fear are how they control us. Boredom and fear.
Fear's all permeating, man. Once you kind of shed it. Yeah.
Fear is the mind killer.
Fear, false evidence appearing real.
Follow elite agendas religiously.
No, I like that. That's a good one.
Hey, Steve, you're not streaming on RoxyTube, dude?
No,
didn't work.
no. It would have taken me a lot longer, and I would have missed this. So,
all right, never mind.
But yeah, you can just upload it.
We will
next time.
Hey, David, I've got a question for you, big guy, and not to derail too far from the moon ethereal, of which we wax poetic. I concur. I'm inclined to concur with your sentiments. Over the decades, do you put any kind of credibility whatsoever on, say, Linda Moulton Howe, who I want to say is a respected paranormal journalist, could very well be a shield gatekeeper for all I know, but that she's spoken to people.
Did you see the picture I posted of her earlier?
Let me get a question.
What, Linda Moulton Howe is a man?
Yeah.
I'm not so sure.
All right, I don't think she's a he, but that's it's been a long time. I used to listen to him, and then I had some direct contact, and I tried to introduce her to Flat Earth, and through a personal contact through my friend Sophia, and she gatekept the crap out of that. Wouldn't listen to anything. She spent a bunch of time going back and forth in emails, not about any evidence, just about other nonsense. Why it wasn't true, and wouldn't listen to anything. So,
well, I mean,
it's David Wilcock as a woman.
Hold on,
that's what it is. It's David
now,
Wilcock.
I will admit that I used to like David Wilcock. I actually went to Texas and saw him for a 2-day seminar.
Nice.
And back long before I realized how absolute insane he was.
Right.
But again, is he a gatekeeper, or is he just a
confused? Right?
He's just so lost in space. He loves space, and yeah. Go ahead. You got your hand up. Yeah.
The only reason they refuse to look at it is because once they do, it blows holes in their alien theories.
Yeah.
Well, you know what? People don't realize that, though. It doesn't. It makes their alien extraterrestrial theory actually possible.
Right? No.
That's what I said, too.
Listen, I personally think like Stargates play an important part to get to the outer lands if they're not within our firmament or what. I don't know. I'm still working on it, but like I'm talking about like there's a difference between aliens and extraterrestrials. Extraterrestrials.
So you guys have seen this map, right?
Oh,
You've
yeah.
seen this map,
That's
right?
what I said. That it's like drops of water in a lake.
Yeah, that was really interesting to me when I first saw that.
So it would make a lot more sense for someone to come here from something that's beside us 25,000 miles away than it would be from light years.
So let's just talk about space for a second. First, space is scientifically impossible.
Oh my gosh.
Wait, we're on this pressurized planet. You guys know all the arguments. And space is a vacuum, which is scientifically impossible. You can get into all that. So end of story. Anything from space is coming from a fake place, so we don't even need to discuss it. We don't discuss planets. We don't need to discuss stars. We don't need to discuss photos of Earth, satellites. We don't. It's all irrelevant. But if you're in the aliens extraterrestrial thing in the heliocentric world, you have to understand that the closest star, Alpha Centauri, 25 trillion miles away. The magnitude of that distance is incomprehensible, and that's the closest star, and the other ones are multiple times farther. So the only way that aliens can come here, now you got to create wormholes and stargates. Okay,
inverse square law of light.
Yeah, and I'm a big fan of
square law of light
of Mel from used to be Fabregas from Veritas Radio, and he often has people that talk about being abducted and going to another planet, right? This week's episode, Guy Sounds resonates with me as very credible. And he says, as a child, he was taken to another planet. Think about this. If we lived in this puddle world, okay, and they had some kind of craft that can get up higher than we can normally gets up, 20, 30, 40, 50, 100 miles, 300 miles, whatever. What would happen to the light they see? The light of the Earth would just get smaller and smaller and smaller, right? And then in the distance, if they could see another sun, they would look like a star. And they would go 10, 20, 30,000 miles, 40,000 miles, whatever. And that one would get bigger and bigger and bigger. And they would see themselves arriving at another star system, another planet. And then they would be like, well, how did we go that fast? Oh, we went through, some Stargate story. Okay. It makes sense, and other puddles across our plane, with whatever technology we need to get there, is scientifically possible. It's not impossible.
You think our system, like if Polaris is the center of it and you see all the stars rotate around it, what if stars are actually like electrostatic condensates, which means like they would be an electron inside of an atom? So we live inside of an incredibly complex atom.
If you buy the atom theory, no one's ever seen an atom. Well, it's all made up by the people that made up space.
It's toroidal field. It's a toroidal field, and that can be proven. Primer field, toroidal field created by magnetism.
Yeah, but that's not atoms. That's not the whole atom nonsense. Do you know that a teaspoon of a neutron star weighs 100 trillion pounds?
See, I think they went in the opposite direction. They tried to create atoms out of the turtle that actually is around the Earth.
They're just making up shit as they go. I mean, to be a baller, it's so great because you can just say anything.
Yeah, just like J.K. Rowling.
It's all about faith and authority, man. Those people are like, well, the smarter people said that this is true. Yeah, but you don't know anything that they're saying. You can't prove it, and they made it all up. Is what we're saying.
And they want us to give up our common sense for nonsense, right? Here is physical video of 120,000 feet, right? Is that Earth turning below us, or here's Lake Tahoe? Let's say this is right.
Oh boy, Coriolis effect.
Right here it is. So the sky stays still, and the Earth is turning, right? But water lays perfectly flat. Look at this.
Perfectly flat.
Right. Perfectly still, flat.
26 miles to the laser level.
And it's curving, speeding up and slowing down, right? Think about this. We're going around the sun at 66,000 miles an hour. Okay. So when we're spinning on the equator, heading in the direction we're going 67,000 miles an hour. And then we peak out in front, and now we turn around, and now we have to subtract 1,000 miles an hour. So now we're going 65,000 miles an hour. We slowed down in the course of 12 hours, 2,000 miles an hour.
Hold on.
Water lays flat.
And no whiplash.
I was going to say too, like these numbers.
Yeah, and when my dog spins, like the water comes off the dog. You know.
Hey, we got to check.
Wait, does your dog spin clockwise or counterclockwise before he lays down?
Go to the equator.
Well, I'm trying to figure out where you live.
Whichever side is.
I got you.
Hey, Dave, we got a question from Odyssey chat. Jason says, "Hi, Dave. I noticed you tend to avoid naming the cult that shall not be named who did this big lie. Do you don't have to mention them?"
You know what? People that say that I avoid mentioning the cult, whether it's the Jesuits, the Jews, or whoever, I don't know. There's other people that look into that stuff. I don't avoid anything other than commenting on shit that I don't know about. Okay,
they're all in this together.
Yeah,
remember that they're all the same thing, really.
It's like when people make comments like that, I just fucking delete and ban them. That's it, and because that's what I do. I'm not interested in talking to anybody that says you avoid this, you do that. You know, you're like, you don't know anything about me. You know nothing about me, right? It's so crazy.
Dude, I've seen you talk about every conspiracy. I put up a whole bunch of videos of conspiracy speed round where one of the other interviews was like, what else you got? Throw them at me. I don't know. Throw anything you want.
I have a whole page on the Holocaust on stoplookthink.com.
Right.
Okay.
There is the cult. They are controlling everything. What you call them makes no difference. Right?
The whole
Stoplookthink.com.
authority over other people, and all of these other little split up groups are just denominations of that.
Dude, that's why Larkin Rose has a really good point, even though he believes nonsense. He makes a really good point about statism.
Larkin Rose, and the stuff that he knows, he's great at, but he doesn't know flat Earth. He refuses to look at it, and the arguments he puts out there are 101 nonsense.
They're the same statism nonsense he trains everyone not to look at. And
it's amazing. But the thing is, I don't throw the baby out the bathwater. Larkin Rose does good for society.
Yes, sir.
He's not ready for flat Earth yet. Isn't that crazy? He's not ready for flat Earth. That guy, right? Is who's the other guy from Pennsylvania? Pennsylvania that does does the really long streams. What's his name?
Brother Sanchez?
No. He did. He's always. No. He's not. I don't think he's flat Earth though. It'll come to me in a second. What in the world is happening? What's the name of
Iridon? What's his name?
No. That's what on Earth is happening.
Right.
What? I'm just spacing on his name. Whatever. I'm trying to remember if he's flat or not. Sometimes I forget, like some of these big truths.
Truth is stranger than fiction. Is that the one you're thinking?
No, it's his name is at the tip of my tongue, but not important. Not important. It was just a question.
Real quick, I wanted to ask you, Dave, and all you guys, unless it's been said before, why do you think they're hiding this flat Earth from everybody?
It's agenda. It's narrative. They're going to push. They're going to push
Right.
the alien shit. They're going to push
why?
the asteroids,
But
and they're going
why?
to push the meteors.
Yep.
Well, that doesn't tell you. That doesn't answer the question why. Right.
Control. It's just like COVID.
Disconnect
It's the same thing. If people knew there weren't viruses, then
I'm trying
how
to
would they
figure
got
out
away with COVID? They wouldn't.
What
have
is so
it.
important about it that they have to hide the truth? That's a big question.
So
keep ahead of technology too.
Yes. So they want to control us. Right? We all can agree with that. And it's about control, right? And Mark Sargent makes a great analogy. He says, if you get a mouse or a rat or a small animal and you put it in a cage or a fish tank or something, it'll check the borders and then it'll try to get out and then it'll just give up and, it'll stay there. And every once in a while it'll check the borders again to see if there's a way out. And it's like, all right, forget it. That's my life. Right. But then you put that same thing in a park and you make the fence, the enclosure 10 miles around. Well, they don't even care. They might not even ever find the fence. And if they did, they'll just turn around and they'll go back into the park because life is good, right? So if you put a human in a park that's 500 miles around and they're in the middle, one day they're going to find the fence and they're going to say, what's on the other side of this fence? So you make it 5,000 miles, you make it 50,000 miles. No matter how big you make that fence, they want to know what's on the other side of that fence. And then you get humans in a pond, let's say it's 24,000 miles in diameter or in circumference. And, oh, no, actually bigger than that. It's like, whatever, 80,000 miles in circumference. And they're on all these islands and stuff. And they believe that they're on a ball instead. So you put them in the matrix, the heliocentric matrix, so there's nowhere else to go. And then tyranny starts happening, right? But in reality, there's other ponds, other places, other tropical lands, other stuff. They're going to want to go there, but they're never going to think about it because they're like, well, we're here. If you read the Iron Republic, that's about people in the 1800s that went beyond Antarctica. And it's about people in the 1600s that left because of tyranny and just brought their civilization to the outer lands. So
1672, that's right.
Right. And then, and the other thing is, if it's also to hide the creator, okay? Creator was hidden from me my whole life. And now I know there is a creator. And guess what? When you know there's a creator, you act a little different. Not that I was a bad guy. I was a really good guy, but I think I'm a way better guy now. And I understand where I am. I understand the power of this place. Because if you understand what this place is, you start using the 90% of your brain that they tell you that you don't use. Right? Because they don't want you to use that, because your imagination and your creativity and your curiosity, they want to shut all those things down. They want to turn you into a good managerial, accounting, marketing slave.
Sure. Close it off, just like in M. Night Shyamalan's The Village. Same thing. That's all they do in The Village.
Yeah. So
have truth. But I have a question for you, Dave.
Wait. Just let me finish one last thing. And remember that question. So why the lie? It's the most important secret they have to control us. Because look at us flat earthers. We're all unplugged from the matrix, right? Imagine if another 5% of the world woke up. The whole thing will tip. The whole thing is going to tip when people wake up. So they are petrified of this happening. So maybe that's why this reset is being pushed right now rather than waiting for the natural reset, which could be coming also. Who the hell knows? But it's all about control, because they've lost control of us. And the good news is they can't stop us. They can only stop the people that are willingly listening to them and allowing their minds to be controlled. All right, go ahead. Sorry, question.
Okay. So, how do you feel about the plasma moon map, or is there any specific like Mercator or any map that you kind of like lean towards?
Well, I'm a Gleason's map. I think Gleason's map is better than most people. Most people that believe in the map. I can't bring up my app because you got it up right there. But on the app, any time of day, look at it, look where the sun is, and say, "Oh, it's over Sydney. Let me call my friend in Sydney and say, where's the sun? What time is it?" And they're going to go, "Well, it's directly above my head." And that's in December, it'll be directly above their head. And it's noon, and then wait a couple hours until it's somewhere else and then call. And so that sun circling around is accurate. So there's something to it. And people say that, this was the map that's used for all wars and airlines and stuff. Why are they using this map if it ain't real? Okay. And people are like, well, it's because it's a projection of the globe. What's that?
Have you seen the Peterson projection of the flat Earth map? The Peterson flat Earth map?
I have not. I got to look that up now.
Well, they have the globe one where it's just a flat map, but you got to see the one that's the Peterson flat Earth map.
Yeah,
and it's kind of hard to find it, but if you have to kind of look around and search for it. But that's a real interesting one too, because it's a proper representation of the size of the continents.
Well, is Australia stretched out on this map, or are they lying about Australia? You know about the dingo fences in Australia? There's huge swaths of Australia that are fenced off, that nobody can go in, and are guarded and maintained by military, just like Antarctica. Okay.
Oh, wow.
Australia could be way bigger than they're telling us. Okay. And they say it's because of dingoes, which are these dogs. And it's also because they did nuclear bomb testing there in the early 1900s. Well, guess what? That's lie. That's a lie. You guys know about nukes.
I watched a video that Autodidactic did. I don't know if it was 6 months or a year ago, but he was talking about the inland Australian Sea. What if they're blocking that off, just like they block off the national parks? You know what I mean? Like, they have certain things blocked off. Yeah. What are they hiding?
One of my favorite trolls made this, saying this is, how the flat earthers, I guess he used it to say this is how we made our map. No, this is how they made their globe.
Yes.
Okay. They took our map and wrapped it around and squished Australia. There was a guy, I think it's on it's on my maps playlist, where to measure the length of Australia isn't easy. Okay. You can't do it in an airplane because GPS is going to lie to you. Okay, because GPS is controlled by NASA, so you need to actually drive. Well, there's really no straight road, but there's long stretches of railroad tracks going across Australia. And he calculated the speed of the train and the distances and everything, and Australia is a lot longer than they're telling us. So it's all fact. People go, well, Australia is the same width as America. Well, is it? Who measured it? Guy in a bow tie? Who?
Right.
Yeah. It's all in the history books. Whatever is in there, that's what they want you to believe. And everyone just takes it. Well, it's how it is. The books are the books. That's what.
But we all did that, and then when we
born into brainwashing, right?
We verified it in another book, and we went, "Oh yeah, no, what he said is true because it appears in this one too." Like, no one looking at anything. So
it's interesting you brought up though Australia, Dave, because I've got a couple friends in Australia, and they know about that, and you can't go anywhere near those because you'll be arrested.
What's up with that? Come on.
I mean, you can't even nothing. Just like Antarctica, you can't get out. You can't do anything. I would love to know what is beyond those walls.
Absolutely. There could be a whole other world there. Yeah.
And when your map of the puddles,
right?
Like one sheet of ice with multiple puddles of civilization.
Let's talk about that in a second. When you wrap a flat Earth around a globe, imagine wrapping an actual flat map around a globe. It gets all wrinkled at the bottom, so you have to cut out huge pizza slices of Southern Ocean. There could be other continents right here within our puddle.
And I mean, we already know about like flight. The flight routes, right? But okay, so we're looking at it, and they don't fly over the Pacific Ocean. They're always following coastlines and whatever, but they're never
for safety. There's something
out in the Pacific. There's something.
Absolutely. Well,
I think they're hiding so much more.
Absolutely. So, they say the flat Earth map, is, the Gleason's map was in every library. That map I showed a little while ago, it was used everywhere, and then all of a sudden in the 40s, 50s, and 60s, it was just removed from everything. It's gone. But the United Nations uses it, right? We have the World Meteorological Organization uses it, right? We have the International Civil Aviation Organization uses it. But when we use it, no good, right? So good, no good.
And they make us look like we're crazy because they think we live in a pancake.
Yeah,
right. Why are they using this map if it's bullshit?
You know what?
Because it looks good.
But listen, when they say that it's oblate, it's an oblate sphere. I mean, if you're looking at
can't get a radius.
Recent map, if you're looking at the flat Earth map, it is wider around the southern part, so it could be an oblate round. You know what I mean? Like it is wider at that. What is it? Longitude, whatever. It's going to be smaller around the North Pole. It's going to be larger around the South Pole. You know what I mean? Like, anyways.
Right. They say to us, the ionosphere and the Van Allen radiation belts, whatever, they protect us from harmful gamma rays and X-rays from outer space. Right. Right. If it wasn't for that, we'd all be dead. That's so the globe Earth has to be true because it's protecting us from that. So all of these gamma rays, X-rays, death rays, whatever, they're all protecting us.
Shane, do you have that picture of the Gaussian hemisphere?
But a radio signal, a 5-watt radio signal from the moon can go right through and they can collect it. Okay?
Right. Yeah.
Okay. Come on.
Well, they can talk to the president on the phone.
Wait a minute. I want to talk about the puddles.
Oh yeah, landlines are better than cell phones.
So look at the, if we're in a dome system and the creator or whoever wanted to keep it a secret. So they did a real good job in building it. This is from Mark Sargent's Clues. Think about this. So they want to stop people from getting to the edge because they want us in here and want us to figure things out. So they want us to, find the creator for ourselves, not have it shown to us. So they make it colder and colder and darker and harder and harder to get to the outer edge, right? That's, Antarctica. It's like mountains and ice and, no food and trees, nothing. And then going up, it's hard. The air gets thinner and thinner and colder. And again, we can't get up there. And then if we try to drill down, it gets hotter and hotter and then more dense. And then we can't go any deeper, right? The deepest hole is the Kola borehole in Russia. So they've got us trapped. But if you were the builders that were building, Angkor Wat and the pyramids and the structures here that we just can't even fathom. You guys have looked into all that. You watched the Autodidactic. If you wanted to make a transport system in between the puddles, well, flying there, that's difficult because of weather and darkness and fuel maybe, or I don't even know if fuel's the issue. It's just that would be difficult. Or maybe, the dome will stop you. Maybe we can't fly there, right? But a tunnel.
Submarines.
A submarine, the icebergs, land, whatever. But tunneling technology, the tunnels that are already here are insane, right? Penn Station, in New York City, was knocked down in, I believe it was early 60s because it was too big to clean. This is the story.
Remember what I said about that? That the domes were already here?
Yeah,
they just basically reconditioned them.
And there's tunnels. There's tunnels in Penn Station that aren't even being used. Right?
There's ancient tunnel systems that go back.
Oh yeah.
So if you have tunneling technology, they got pyramid technology, they got tunneling technology. If you got tunneling technology, you are going through 50 degrees the whole way. No weather systems, no nothing. Right? So imagine connecting all of those ponds with a network of tunnels, kind of like Disneyland connects all of their theme parks underground. Okay?
Yeah.
It's the same model. Right? So I don't know.
But submarines could still work if water,
how would it get past the land? Antarctica's a shoreline.
Well, listen. Like, okay, so we have the dome, we have the land, we have the waters below. Mm-hmm. What if it's open water and it can go up like you would like it, I don't know. I don't know.
Maybe there's openings. Excuse me. Maybe there's openings.
Think about like a frozen lake, and you've got little shacks of people who are ice fishing, and there's holes in each shack, so you can go under the ice and go into each hole.
Oh, yeah.
Go up into each hole, up into each. I don't know. I'm just brainstorming.
Well, what I'm saying is, let's say there was an opening in Antarctica, a little opening like this. But what if the weather changed and it froze? Well, now the passage is done. A tunnel, no weather, no issues, same temperature.
I'm with you on the tunnel.
Yeah.
I'm with you on the tunnel.
So are there tunnels connecting other worlds? There could be. I'm not saying, but I'm saying if we're going to find out all the answers and we could lay down bets, I'm betting on it.
Nothing is off.
Oh, for sure.
Has anyone seen this one, Dave? Have you seen this one, Dave? This thing on the globe on the beach?
Show me. I think I'm gonna call bullshit.
I commented on that on your.
Yeah, no, I got your picture on the side. Channel. This is just people on the beach, right? I've seen it a couple times.
Is that supposed to be the moon?
No. It's just a red fucking electrostatic dome of some sort. No.
Okay, no, that is no. It's a rainbow, and I actually saw this myself. We were in off of Puerto Rico, and the sky was really dark. And we had this rainbow, and underneath the rainbow, it was like bright and colorful. And above the rainbow, it was dark. That's all you're seeing there.
Really?
Yeah, it was amazing. I was like, why is it lit underneath?
It is kind of the same thing, though.
And then if I took a picture from way back or video, it would look a little different. Just like when you take a picture of the giant moon, it's tiny. You could say, okay, that kind of looks like a moon.
Think about it. How do we know that rainbows aren't actually dome shaped? Because we're only looking at one side, like we're looking through the light that creates it.
They are. They're refractions, aren't they?
No. You're saying like a three-dimensional dome. Yeah. They rather than just an arch.
But we're only seeing the light because it's concentrated around the sides that we're seeing.
Yeah.
Because you're looking through the sides of it.
Yeah, like if you turned around, if you went 90 degrees around, you would see it differently.
Yeah, like seeing the edge of a bowl.
Interesting.
Well, like the Antarctic sun, when you show it down there and you get the three sun refraction stuff when you're right near the edge.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. It's like it's a refraction diffraction thing.
I heard a Campbell from Autodidactic talking with Tartaria, Australia woman, and they're saying that
dual sun system.
The dual sun system, exactly.
The more I think about it, the more I'm like, that makes sense. And I've even taken that theory and said that Camelot and King Arthur was a previous civilization, and they were the giants. They were the big people.
Well, what if we are actually seeing a sun from another system? Like one of those little puddle systems, we might be seeing a vision of their sun.
Well, there's been many pictures in Antarctica of another sun, and that could be another puddle when a certain time of year the sun comes around and comes near us, and then we're seeing it. We're seeing it magnified.
Like what the hell is that?
I even pondered what if the second sun to our binary system is actually Nibiru, and they lied and said it was Nibiru. So when it comes back around, we should be thinking it's Nibiru and not a second sun.
Very possible.
That makes me think of that video on your channel where there was three bodies, like the moon, the sun, and then some other visible body that no one could name or identify.
Well, that might have been what was covering the moon.
That's what lunar eclipse is.
Yeah.
Dave, that's a really good point you just said about you guys are talking about the second sun. What if the dome, if you will, we're seeing another sun from another civilization being refracted through our dome? That's really interesting.
Think about this: the wandering stars. If you listen to Martin Kenny come up with it, the egg theory. If the system outside of Antarctica is the Mars system, right, and Venus is the moon, Venus has phases just like our moon. Hey, what the hell is going on here? Hey Siri, stop.
There's nothing to stop here. Check if the device is on your home Wi-Fi network.
I have no idea. I have no idea where that's even coming from. No.
Seriously, Siri, is the Earth round?
No, she'll just say it's not.
Round like a dinner plate.
Yeah. So then the next system would be the Mars, Jupiter, Sun, Moon system. So if you get a glass dome and you hold a pen light just above it, you look in the dome and you'll see a perfect little sun ball floating in there. You guys have seen that, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Definitely.
And so then move that sun out to the Mars system and look in your dome, and you'll see a star in your system. And then move it out farther, you'll still see a star in your system.
So we might be seeing reflections of other systems.
We might be seeing the projection manifestation of these other.
That could be a map. The stars could actually be a map of like this whole little deal here, like our whole so-called universe.
I'm at the point where I just want the truth. I don't care what the truth is.
Right.
You flat earthers just want to feel special. No, we already are special.
We've already questioned and rejected everything we've ever known and learned. So I don't know.
And again, guessing what the stars are, this is fun. We don't know what they are, but we know what they're not because of the size, the angular size, the brightness issues alone. Either one of those completely debunks it, let alone it's in big impossible space. It's in fake impossible space.
Gas burning in a vacuum. Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
How do you measure the distance to a ball of gas?
Yeah.
Man, what?
So when I first came across your videos, Dave, like maybe 6 months ago, I started looking at things in the sky in a different way. So anyway, I just want to say that around 10 o'clock at night, summertime last year, whatever, I looked up in the sky and there was the Big Dipper, whatever, and the stars are in their positions. And then I got up at 4 a.m. for some reason. I'm like, let me go out there. I looked up and I just want to say that everything looked identical. Nothing moved. And I thought, if we were rotating, I shouldn't see those. But they were literally in the same exact position when I left them 6 hours ago.
I'm sorry.
And people thought I was nuts. But they're like, move. I'm like, not mine. Because I'm looking right there, and it's the same exact position. 6 hours.
Where are you located?
Chicago.
So your orientation, you're seeing the same pattern circling above us, right? So whatever stars you were looking at, they're just turned, and you were seeing them as the same. If you watch them over time, you'll see them move.
It's kind of like
I'll do that more closely because I know they do turn because that from time lapse with cameras.
Yeah.
We don't know if the dome's a perfect dome either, so it could be like a reflection, and it keeps the light in place
perfect time
just because of the optics.
Right.
Yeah. Oh, it eventually goes back to where it's supposed to be. But what if they did hit it with some kind of missile or some shit,
They
did chip something off of it or
right.
They did. That oxygen, that solid, what is that? That blue oxygen.
Skystone.
Have we all seen
The sky ice.
The sky ice, that's what it is.
Yeah.
Is anyone not blown by this away? The moon map, right?
You asked me about that. So
Oh yeah, the plasma moon. Yeah. I like that.
There's a lot of guessing in there. And again, I was all about that. Now I'm not saying that that is not true. Okay. But I literally was taking a walk down our beach and it was like a muddy road. It had rained and I looked down at this puddle and I saw, oh, well, there's Australia. There's the UK. Right. and I'm like, and it wasn't as quite as good, but there's issues with that map, but there's too many similarities for me to discount it. Now, change the level of the water on Earth. Maybe it'll look more like that. I don't think that saying that that's a reflection of the Earth.
I think it's a reflection.
It could just have an energetic connection.
I think it's like an X-ray of something that happened way back in the past, and at one point, maybe that's what the land masses did look like. I don't know.
Right.
And it could also exhibit other lands that are around us that, like a part of it is a representation of what we live in, and another one, you think about these things like the old TV show My Three Sons. There might be three sons, like Three Ring Circus, and they throw all of these things at us that they kind of hide in these subtle ways, like a circus, for example, Three Ring Circus. Well, what if there are actually three rings, like on that one map where it shows the outside lands and then it has another ring in the outside lands?
Well, Professor,
it's the one that you've showed it before, the other map with the three rings. And what if we were Atlantis? We were Atlantis and we were the center of it all.
I think Brother Sanchez did a good video on the importance of seven colors.
Like the whole thing is Atlantis, not just the Earth, but those other parts of the rings on the out of it are also part of what they used to call Atlantis.
It's macro and the micro.
And the other issue, which I don't understand, is if we're migrating, our pond is migrating around in a great year, well, we should have seen. Maybe we should have seen Polaris move, unless Polaris is migrating with us.
I don't know.
I don't know.
6,000 year cycle.
Maybe Polaris and all of the stars are moving with our magnetic field, just like our sun and everything. The whole thing moves
that
around.
Means it's all connected, though. That's the whole thing.
I think and that's my thing with the moon map. that could be a connection. Like there's energetic connections, just like the moon is energetically connected with the reproductive cycle of women. It could be energetically connected to the lands that are living. This is an entire living system. I just found this. This is on TSA in an airport, and someone was going through and took a late night. Think about it. Look at this. We have the ice wall, and this is TSA guarding. Okay, guarding Antarctica. Is that crazy?
That's hilarious. We have another question from Trap for you, Dave. This is
Go.
Says, let's see. Can you talk about the connection of masonry to NASA? It seems like a lighter version of the previous question.
They're all Freemasons, right. All of them. And
yeah.
Are there good Freemasons? Yeah, I've known a lot of Freemasons, but there's people that, never get up high. They're just right. Doing good for their community. Yeah. And that's their cover. And then they take, the top people and, they go higher and higher. So
anyone lower than the high levels are not privy to anything. You
right.
know that?
Yeah. It's a society of secrets. You think you know all the secrets? Come on.
Yeah. And somebody, will take my statement. Oh, Dave White says he knows lots of Freemasons. That proves that he's a Freemason. People are insane.
That division through the community,
watch your hand signs now.
Yeah.
Well, look, we're all crazy, and that's the only thing that's kept us from going insane all these years.
But for figuring out other truthers and labeling other people, just discounting everyone's work because one day he folded his hands in a video. Give me a fucking break, dude. That's hurting, not helping. Stop looking like that.
No kidding.
What else we got, Steve?
One of the biggest, it comes in waves. People like, oh yeah, the Earth is flat. How did we attack? How did the Japanese attack Pearl Harbor? I'm like,
with planes and boats.
Like this, look from Japan to Pearl Harbor.
So hey,
just like that. Try that on a spinning globe, moron.
Speaking of that, man, what do you think these three events have in common? The moon landing, the Spanish flu of 1918, and Hiroshima.
Great question.
The moon landing, the Spanish flu,
and Hiroshima.
They're all fake.
Right. But what was the main link? What was the purpose of all of them?
Cause fear.
Not only that, I think.
To hide, I don't know. What is the common
to me, like when you're gonna tell a big lie, you need some fake proof.
Create illusion of power.
Create
illusion of power.
Fake truth, right? So Hiroshima, you fake that, and everyone thinks nuke's real. And the moon landing, you fake that, people think the moon is real.
No, people think the Earth is a globe.
Right, exactly. That was the point. And then
globalists push the globe.
The practice run for the pandemic,
right? With no globe, you can't have a globalist.
They don't call them flatalists. They call them globalists.
Glow ball. That's what I like. Glow ball, like a glowing ball.
Fuck yeah.
Globallist.
When you're gonna lie to people, you need some backup, right? So
I call them ball shitters. That's my name for them.
Ball shitters?
I've always called them that. Ball shitters. You're just a ball shitter.
That's why you get banned everywhere, Cracker.
Guys, I got like a couple more minutes, and then I gotta roll. But on the app, are you guys using the friend finder? Have you done any meetups? Have you met people around you?
I don't have a cell phone, Dave.
Not yet.
I use the app, but I have not. I have not used that.
I was waiting for you to vouch for it.
I think it's great that you have that feature, the friend finder, because
But people are using it as a dating app now, and they're
getting married. Yeah.
There's people using it for jobs. Like let's say you had a business and you wanted to hire somebody. What are you going to put an ad out? No, you're gonna go around and you can click on some dots, click on people's profiles, and say, "Hey, I see you're interested in work. I have a box in your profile." So in the friend finder, you can hit the profile button and put a picture, put what you're interested in work, single, married, whatever you want, and that way you can kind of meet people. And the thing is, any blue dot you click on, guy, girl, old, young, doesn't matter, ends up being your best friend, right? Because we're all on the same page.
Oh, yeah.
Right? Yeah. Like you go out, let's say you go out to a local pub and you just meet some random people. What are the odds that they're going to know the shit that we know?
Right.
What are the odds that you're going to be able to have an interesting conversation other than sports, weather, and politics?
Also, don't forget about this one.
Poor kamikaze.
Have you ever met a flat earther that is vaccinated?
Oh,
They're very few and far between.
Really, you have one?
Yeah.
You met one?
Well, there's people that are in situations forced into it. I still don't. There's always a way. Like,
I agree.
No matter what my situation was, you'd have to cut my head off before you jab me.
It's one of the videos I put up. Like, did you not fly off a plane?
So
the plane.
Yeah. So just getting back to the app. The friend finder is an amazing way just to have a meetup, and then people take it, and there's people having meetups like every first Sunday of every month at wherever they meet, and and when we get together, it's better. And now everyone's kind of waking other people up using the app, use the movies, whatever you want. Pick your favorite tool to wake people up, and then get out there. And like, if everyone woke up one person a week, this will be over this year.
We're trying, man. You've been at it.
Yeah.
David, real quick, last two quick. How old were you personally when you said, "Wait a minute," like your aha moment? And then
about flat Earth.
Yeah. Well, about everything, but flat Earth.
I mean, flat Earth came in 2015.
Okay.
And I rejected it like everybody else did, but I was in kindergarten when I questioned gravity, and the teacher scratched their head. They're like, "Oh, that's interesting, but this is how I'm supposed to teach it." And I did fine in school. School was effortless for me, but I got like, B plus average, just so my parents wouldn't yell at me, and I wouldn't have to memorize too much of their bullshit. And and then I started looking into the Federal Reserve. Before 9/11, long before 9/11, and then a whole bunch of other things. But then 9/11 happened, and that's when everything changed.
What about Admiral Byrd? Admiral Byrd, real deal. He was there now.
Everything but his diary.
So he is a Freemason, but he talked about land beyond Antarctica. Land bigger than the United States, and then whether he's was supposed to tell us or he accidentally leaked it. If you ask me, I'd have to guess that he said it out in the news, and then they backpedaled, killed him 6 months later, heart attack in his sleep, and then the Antarctic Treaty comes in. Now look up here, we're going to the moon. Don't look over there. Don't look beyond that dingo fence. We're going to the moon. We're going to the moon.
I want to put a twist on that. Not really a twist, but what if he knew look, okay, so he hid his diary.
I don't think his diary is real.
Hold on, listen. He wouldn't have hid his diary if he didn't know that they were going to react a certain way. So what if he purposely did say it knowing that they didn't want him to? And that's why he was killed.
And maybe he agreed. He's a Freemason, and they're not allowed to kill us unless you do some blood oath or agreement. Hey, if I ever do this, you can rip my tongue out, you can kill me, whatever. And, that's how they're able to kill people. Like if you make some deal, say, hey, give me these riches or whatever it is that you make the deal for. But in turn, if I ever tell anybody you can kill me, then they can kill you. That's the way I see the world. A lot of people say that's crazy. But
Well, what if he did? Okay, he's a Freemason. What if he was going along with the plan and he was behind it 100%? He went on these adventures and explored and realized that there was a lot of shit that he wasn't privy to, and he's finding out, and he wanted to let other people know. Like he wanted to be a whistleblower in his day. I don't know. I got to put a spin on everything.
You know what? That's a great way to be. Just look. We only can prove things are impossible. That again, we know what the moon can't do. We know what eclipses can't do. We know what stars can't be. We know what the Earth can't be. And we can do experiments and show hey, it does work this way. There's a whole bunch of different ways, but
that's what I say. Go with what you know.
Yeah. The world is clearly not moving, level, horizontal, and anyone that can't see it at this point is willfully ignorant. I'm sorry.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Hey, David, is there anybody you look up to nowadays? Like when we looked up to you, Shane and I, is there people, or you take joy in?
I look up to everybody. I swear to God. I mean, just like you guys are having this chat here. This is amazing. Amazing. Keep doing it. Do more. Right. And I look up to anybody that has the courage to talk to somebody about flat Earth.
Amen.
Right. Because you can talk to them about 9/11. They don't care. You talk to them about flat Earth, right? It changes everything.
My
It
whole family's a
unplugs them.
flat earther now. I win.
Awesome. But you know, and so many people are. I get messages every day. Hey, Dave, your app is really helping wake people up. People are gifting it. People are printing cards and handing it out. And the app has a little referral program on it, so you can keep track of how many people are waking up from you. And think about this: you wake somebody up. They get the app and they become a flat earther. Well, you just unplugged them from the fucking matrix. Okay, right. How good does that feel? There's nothing more fun in my book, right? I work hard, all right? I work hard at what I do, but it's the greatest fucking job ever. It's the greatest job ever because I wake people up. I hate talking to flat earthers. I hate talking to you guys, to be honest. Okay? I love talking to, but in reality, I'm talking to you guys, and you guys are going to wake up other people. So if you look at it as a pyramidal business, I'm in your downline or whatever.
Upline. David, plug the app, though. I didn't see that. For my followers and friends, plug the app. I missed where it is.
FlatEarthDave.com. Everything is there, right? There's already a knockoff of the Flat Earth Sun, Moon, and Zodiac Clock app on Google Play. If you get the other one by the Ron Media Group, a.k.a. the Flat Earth Society, do not send me an email telling me my app sucks, because it's not my app. Right? The app is $3. And you don't need to subscribe, but the subscription, what that does is it allows you to send messages to people on the friend finder. It allows you to fill out a profile and view profiles. So we want to keep the trolls away, and trolls won't sign up for one margarita a year. You're buying me one margarita a year for the app. Okay. It's $11.
You're a drunk bastard with all the people that buy your app.
He likes to watch the dots pop up in
I like saying it as a margarita because people will buy a round of drinks, but they're like, I'm not subscribing to that for $1 a month.
Right. Wait, you'll go get Starbucks, though.
You'll go get a fucking $7 latte, piss it out, and feel like shit. Okay?
Dude, Dave, thanks so much for coming on. I know you're already tight. And
I appreciate you.
We really appreciate it.
I appreciate you guys.
Thank you so much.
Listen, keep spreading the word. Talk to people. Have non-flat earthers on your show and talk to them and wake them up. And you give them the challenge, the Bitcoin challenge. Anybody that thinks this is stupid, come collect 3 Bitcoins. One proof of the globe. 3 Bitcoins.
Don't make them erase the whole entire Telegram channel.
Yeah.
like someone did.
Ignore that.
Thank you, Shane. Thank you very much, Shane. Awesome job, brothers.
Awesome.
All right, guys.
Real quick, Dave,
Thanks, guys.
I wanted to let you know, if you're looking for other places to put videos on, I created, like some other people do, it's called Roxy Tube, ROXY Tube, and there's a lot of great people. That's how Shane and I met. So I created that and I run that. And it's, Do you have a way to mirror my YouTube channel there?
No.
Yeah. Yes.
Automatically?
Automatically, yeah.
Well, send me an email with the information. I'll do it. And I give anybody permission. My YouTube channel, DITRH, stands for Deep Inside the Rabbit Hole. I have 99% of my videos are under 5 minutes. Some are under 3 minutes. Right? I give anyone permission to take those videos, put them on their own channel, monetize them, send them out anywhere, put them on any whatever you want with them, no copyright. There is music on my videos, and so you might get hey, this music's owned by so and so. There's no problem, but that's what it is. And I have the license.
Royalties after the Holy War.
I have licenses for half of the songs, but it doesn't work.
Spoken like a true truther, dude. You can use my stuff however you want.
However you want.
Beastie Boys won't call me back.
Yeah. So, all right, guys. Ciao.
Thanks, Dave.
See you later.
Thanks. See ya.
That was pretty awesome.
You not believe in any conspiracy theories? I understand not all of them, not most of them, but you don't believe.
They printed it in textbooks.
No. What Zavita's saying makes a lot of sense. Think about this. It would be a lot easier to be a millionaire than to pretend you're a millionaire. Come on, that's logical. Just think about it. Doesn't that make sense?
Yeah. Let me think about that.
Yeah.
No, I don't agree with that. It's pretty easy to pretend. Well, actually,
Gotcha.
So it is so because they said so?
I mean, it's easy to lie, but it's a different thing to pretend to actually put up a convincing pretense.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. Like,
that's why it's not working. That's why we figured it out, bro. Anybody that looks at it figures it out.
We all believed it,
Too lazy.
It was one hell of a lie.
If you're too lazy to look at it, then it's on you. Because all you got to do is open your eyes. It's self-evident. And as a matter of fact, you don't even have to have an education beyond 3rd grade to understand it. And if you can't take the time to understand something that's simple, then I don't know what to tell you, my friend.
Right. If you can understand how a Mentos can change your day.
You actually run an experiment of like measuring things along, it like they put like poles in the ground and they put several of them across a long way, and when they measure,
Are you talking about Eratosthenes and the sticks and shadows fucking thing?
They don't get the
1,000 years ago, bro. That guy
you're talking about stripper clubs, Doug.
What an idiot.
You're talking about strip clubs, poles? That's the only place there's a bunch of poles. I mean, or a fire engine house.
Oh, man.
I'm just saying.
Let's not call the gentleman an idiot yet. Zafita, we're listening.
Zafita, if they show a kid that water lays flat,
I've said enough. I've said my piece.
The thing is, even a little kid would understand more than most of indoctrinated religion believers.
I'm going to have to go to bed because otherwise I'm going to have to mute this idiot.
You're trying to convert globers into flat earthers. And...
No, that's wrong.
I'm trying to convince flat earthers that it's a globe because I want to go back. So here's a good one, Zafita. When you see a drop of water, it's curved. Duh. Water curves. Jeez. You could. I mean, that's for free. You could throw it at them, or you could just say, "Yeah."
It has nothing to do with
to point out lies. Are we still allowed to point out lies?
Who are you, Vinci? Who's the guy who's got the profile? Flatter date states. So many of the. You agree that an Earth droplet has a curve?
Absolutely. You have to be blind not to see
curves. That. A ball has curves. So much in the Earth is curved.
Or heads, watermelon. Absolutely, dude.
What part of the Earth?
Mentos round.
Actually, that's flat.
Your brain has
everybody else finds the globe. I used to think since my hands were flat, the Earth was flat.
Meniscus. Don't forget meniscus.
Which water is curving, Zafida? Of oceans, sea, lakes. Which one?
Yeah, let's not forget water tension and meniscus, please.
Zafidus, can I answer this for you?
I'm going to make
a bunch of little droplets.
Error, and I'm going to look like an idiot because I just don't really know my stuff.
No, you do not.
If you take a bunch of droplets of water that are curved and you put them together, they're still curved. Just a bunch of curved droplets. You hear me?
Just gets bigger.
Right,
and bigger.
Zafita, no one here is ever going to think you're an idiot because we are and were idiots. We just realize reality.
Right. No one's going to ridicule you. Especially
no one's judging you.
Yep. Especially when you come to the conclusion that...
I wanted to hear some of this so that I'd laugh, and that's my...
Talk to Flatterday. He's a freaking comedian, dude. Talk to him.
But my goal is to become a glober. That's like, I don't want to be a comedian anymore. I'm tired of this flatter stuff.
You said was to become a rapper, the world's best rapper. I mean, you're like top 80, dude. Top 80.
They're going to be knocking on my door any minute to sign the contract. I already, I told my chick, I have my stuff packed. I'm ready to go. You know what I mean? You could come with me or you could stay. You know what I mean?
Zafita, did you know that Flatterday was top 80 flat Earth rappers on the flat Earth?
Top 80.
Well, at least.
Yeah, at least top 80.
Maybe top 20, maybe top 5, maybe top 10.
On the globe, top 10 on the globe and top 80 on flat Earth.
Well, you said the other day that you were like top 18 in a in a group of 12 or something.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, you just divide by 3, carry it over by 4.
You're top 80. You are top 80. This is not my opinion. This is fact.
I love your humor, Flatter. You're a funny motherfucker, boy.
Zafita, talk to Flatter Day Saints. Just talk to the guy. Talk to him for a minute, please.
I like your topics there.
Or talk to any one of us.
Yes,
we're here.
From one of my favorite YouTube channels.
I can't talk to you. Don't talk to me because I'll just.
Are you making a YouTube video?
I'll be mean to you.
YouTube channels.
You have a YouTube channel, Jafita?
No.
Oh, I was going to say I'll like and subscribe right now.
Technically, I think it's got like 5 subscribers and 3 or 4 like.
Why'd be your 6th subscriber, bro? You mean?
No, I don't really have them.
Dude, everybody, let's get Zafita to 1,000 subs by tonight or tomorrow. By tomorrow, you'll be at 1,000 subs tomorrow. All right? I'll make a Globe song for you, even. Dude, there's some really cool Globe songs. There really is. Like, they're really cool.
Can you spit a real quick one for us right now?
My favorite's that Billy Joel song. We didn't start the fire. It's all turning since the world's been better.
Day Saints is like you're trying to go back to Globe. Is that like a statement on how?
Yeah, dude. Because I've been having these migraines
you can't
every
go
day
back
now.
to Globe no matter how hard you try because there's too much evidence that the Earth is flat.
Seriously, like to give up all these migraines I have every day, I'd go back to being a Glober, bro. You know what I mean? I'm all for the no brains, no headaches theory. Like seriously, I'm about that. You know what I mean? I have a splitting headache every moment, every waking moment. Dude. You know what I mean?
The no
Ever seen those old
brains, no
commercials? I've got a headache. Yes, babe.
Oh, no brains, no headache. That's good.
Right. You're going to see me when I'm an old man, and I'm going to be having that little relief, and I'm going to be like, it's flat. I can't get up.
Just because I think you guys are wrong and a little bit silly doesn't mean.
How do you know? You just said for yourself that you do not know. You don't have the knowledge that we're supposed to have. So how do you know that we're wrong? You can only know that someone is wrong when you have more information than the person.
Well, he said he thinks we're wrong, but I know I'm right. So I guess we're meant to be.
I'm positive you guys are wrong.
We're not.
I don't need much
if being wrong is flat, then I can't be right.
Can you say precisely with what? Can you say, Zafita, can you say precisely with what we are wrong?
The idea that the Earth is flat and not a globe.
Yeah,
that's it.
Okay, can you tell me now? Do you know why I'm here? What do you think?
Here because you were born in Serbia, like my grandfather.
No, I born in Yugoslavia, but that doesn't matter. I didn't born in Serbia, but doesn't matter. That I ask you, do you know? What do you think? Is better question. What do you think? Why I am here? What is my best reason?
Oh, the purpose of existence.
No, I'm saying on this server.
What you mean? Why they're human beings?
It was an accident. But yeah, sorry.
Okay, I know that Earth is flat. Do you? Oh, the question is, what do you think? Why I know that Earth is flat?
Because you think.
But what I think? Do you know what I think? And that thing make me thinking that Earth is flat.
It's recursive. It infinitely recurses.
Did I read
why you think is because you think, and that
okay,
is because
great. Did I read a book? Did God send me a message? What's happened? What do you think?
I mean, if you read a religious book that was a literal word of God, then
You think that I realize like that Earth is flat?
You watch too many Hollywood movies.
You know what makes a lot of people become a glober is that Miley Cyrus song. I came through like a wrecking ball.
No, it's interesting though that he used the term recursive. I've not heard that before by one of these globers. But answer the question, Zafita. Saucer's asking you a question.
Yeah.
Can you state the question again succinctly?
Yeah. What do you think? Why I think that Earth is flat? Why is my reason to think that Earth is flat? What is your opinion?
I don't know. I don't know why.
Do you want to know?
Yes, please.
Okay. There is no curvature in reality, you know. The sphere, what you think from NASA, you know. Then when you make observations, that curve should be there for the sphere. But it is every observation showing that there isn't any curve there.
Why do you think there's no curvature in reality? Why does a round ball not curve?
Why do you think there is?
Great. You asked me a question. Because Earth has dimensions. Sorry, because of my English. You know?
Your English is a lot better than my Serbo-Croatian Yugoslav.
Both of your Englishes is perfecto.
I poured out some old English right now for your English, dog. You know what I mean?
My Italian.
You gotta put English on that cue ball.
My ability in my ancestors' language was as good as your ability in English.
You guys we're listening. We're hinging on you. We're like hanging on every. I'm hanging on every word of your guys' conversation. Continue, please.
Okay. They are saying that
something happening here.
Earth has dimensions, you know, and it's big, really, really big. It's 25,000 miles. That's big, let's say.
There are other planets other than Earth that are bigger.
How do you know that?
It's observable.
You're presupposing Earth is a planet.
It's observable. You can see something in the sky and say that it's bigger than Earth.
Measurements.
Measurement. How you measure planets?
Model reifications.
You measure it by observing it, by measuring it.
I don't know.
By observing it.
You hold the tape measure up.
I'm gonna make the admission that you guys want me to make, and I'm not.
Man,
I'm doing my best not to slip.
Just be honest. We don't care what you say. We were like having a ball. We were like cracking. We were talking about stupid shit before you came here. We want to talk about serious flat Earth things.
Absolutely.
I measured Earth by putting a tape measure up to my eye.
It's the same thing that other globers say, like the scientists who have
listen, I want to finish my
research about the existence of a solar system and the measurements of planets.
Zapkida, but that's not my reason why I'm here. I'm not because of science, because of planets, because of many years of studies. I'm not here because of that. I'm here because there is no curvature in reality. And I try to explain to you, to tell you dimensions, and now 25,000 miles. That means that big thing's 25,000 miles. That means then on 1 mile you have 8-inch drop, you know.
Okay, other flat Earth is there curvature in reality or not?
No.
I want to know if this is a general flat Earth thing or if it's relatively unique and such as
no one has ever been able to show us any. That's why we say it in reality there is no curvature.
Or put like this: who from the ancient time till now measured curvature and which method was used and we can do it. Yeah, we can find it and then we can go on.
Galileo, or was it one of those?
No, No.
Astronomers.
No. It was not Galileo. What Galileo did? How Galileo measured?
What did Galileo do exactly? Speed and velocity, gravity and free fall. Yes, that's right. He measured the gravity of the Earth.
Man, Columbo was the sailor, not the astronomer.
That's Colombo. He was a.
Again, gravity. Again, blah blah blah. But we are 2022. Everyone who has the photo camera and go to the beach cannot find the curve. Why Columbo could find the curve and we cannot?
How does gravity work in flat Earth theory then?
What's gravity?
Gravity is how do you define gravity?
Yeah, you don't know to define gravity, but you will ask how that works.
It's the universal force of attraction acting.
How unicorns work? The same question. How unicorns work on globe Earth?
Sorry, what?
How unicorns work on the globe Earth theory?
Unicorns?
Yeah, it is the same question.
Unicorns a mythical creature.
Gravity, it's a not proven theory.
Pseudo force. Pseudo force. Pseudo horse.
What? I will repeat. Gravity is not proven theory.
Okay. Okay. What is the force that stops us from floating off of Earth into space? Then.
What force? Tell me, does any force has unit?
If there was no force acting on me to keep me planted on Earth, I would float away.
Really?
I think so.
Why?
It's the laws of physics.
Laws of physics. Are you a bullshit?
What force does the helium balloon defy?
Well, helium balloon. What is a helium balloon?
Is it defying gravity?
It's not defying gravity. Gravity is acting upon it. It's just that its mass.
Is it?
Can you tell us what gravity is?
Then mass is not enough. Is low enough that it floats away.
Give us any experiment that demonstrates the existence of gravity, please.
Okay, so you guys don't believe in gravity. Well, I'm not gonna.
No, I'm asking you. Give us an example of it. Give us an example of it.
Do you believe in unicorns?
No, I don't.
If you don't believe, why we need to believe in gravity then? You understand me? I'm not joking.
That's how a belief system works, man. Otherwise, it's not real if you don't believe it.
I want to know that gravity exists. I don't want to.
Just give us an experiment in which gravity is demonstrated to exist. That's all.
It would be
the Cavendish experiment. I'm sure you guys heard.
No, X wrong.
Yeah, come on.
What?
Vida, did you know that even the physicists don't know what gravity is?
Sorry, can you repeat that?
Did you know that even the physicists doesn't know what gravity is? They can't define it. Even Neil deGrasse Tyson says he doesn't know what it is. So why are you bringing gravity up?
But again,
because I had to go with something, and that's what I came up with.
Zafida, let's say that gravity, okay, exists. Let's say I believe in gravity. But what we will do now with curvature?
Define curvature.
Define curvature. It's a necessary antecedent for the sphere. Like, can you have aeroplane without wings?
Can you have a ball without curves?
Yeah.
Why does a ball exist?
Can you have a ball without curves?
Can you have ball without curves?
No.
Why we have why is not curving then?
A ball, by definition, curves. It's the shape.
Yeah, but this one, in reality, doesn't curve. That's the problem. In reality,
we need proof of curvature.
All I have to do is show you a ball. That's proof enough.
Yeah, okay. But listen to this. If I want to be photographer a long distance, can I use that profession? Can I be that?
Why not?
Because if I shoot the photo of mountain on 270 miles, is that real mountain or is it some reflection in the sky?
Obviously a real mountain.
That means if I can make a photo 275 miles straight line, what that mean? Do you know that on that 275 miles should to be drop, some kind of drop its curve?
There is a drop.
If you are on the top of the ball is dropping away from you. Is that true? No.
Yeah, it slopes away from you in all directions.
Yeah. That is not happening in reality. Especially with the water, because water is level.
Actually, it is. It's just on such a massive scale.
Yeah, I told. Listen, this is very important. I told you that scale is 25,000 miles, and when you do math, on every mile should be 8 inches of drop. That means on that 275 miles, he cannot reach that mountain. That mountain should be 3 miles under the, how to say, behind the curvature. He should. That is Guinness record of photo. The guy made the photo 275 miles. Do you understand me? And he shoot the mountain, and that mountain should be like 3 miles under the curve.
Vida, can you prove curvature? You prove it to us.
I don't think I can prove it to you.
Zahida, did you understand me? That is the scale.
Thank you for being honest.
You can do it.
Of course, I believe in.
You cannot measure the planets, but you can measure the Earth. You can see the dimension of the Earth, and then you can go to the beach, and then you can find some object, island, whatever. Distance A, distance B, and then you will see how much distance is and how much.
I've got this. I'm curious now. I've got this Earth curvature calculator.
Great.
Tell me how much of the object is obscured by the curvature of the Earth. 275
Yes, based on a 3959 radius spheroid.
That's your math. We didn't create that. That's your math. Do you understand that, Vida? That's your math, the globe math. We didn't invent it.
This is the dimension of the sphere, man.
I didn't invent math. It's everybody's math.
Yeah.
No. What I'm saying is, it's based on the radius of. You know what the radius of the globe is?
I do.
Well, what do you think of that? What do you think of that Earth curve calculator?
I don't know. I'm not smart enough for this shit.
Well, you just saw it. You only realized it three seconds ago. So don't look at it. If you're interested, look at it. Do your own observations. See if what the model projects exists in reality. That's it.
I posted your picture in the voice text chat if you want to read from the text and look at the picture.
Live stream voice text.
Yep.
I saw this before.
Yeah, and
it's right above this voice chat.
Yeah, and Zafita, that is an image, a still from a video taken from a 1-foot observer site above the surface of the water.
You see the picture?
I'm looking at it. I'm staring at it.
And the platforms are there only for distance demarcations.
Where's the horizon on that picture, Zafita?
It's in the distance between the
Define
sea.
horizon. What is horizon?
No,
Zafita. What is the horizon, Zafita? What?
Again, it's probably you want something.
No, Zafita. What is the horizon?
It can't be defined in concrete terms. It's
not a trick question. The horizon is where the sky meets the ground.
There's no ground there.
Apparent.
Well, the sea. Yes, where it appears to meet. Where is that location, Zafita?
In the gravy ocean.
On the picture?
Yeah, on the
is it before the platforms, in between the platforms, or behind the platforms? The horizon.
Oh, okay, behind.
Great. Can we tell now that it's horizon 10 miles at least?
Oh, more than 10 miles.
Okay, great. Can you read the text now above the picture?
Welcome to Flat Earth, Zafita.
No, I don't think so.
Zafita, can you read the text? But read on what can we hear? Or I can read it.
Okay, if P then Q, not Q, what the fuck does that even mean? Therefore, not P. What the fuck does that mean?
But read, you will understand.
Okay, if Earth is a sphere with radius 3,959 miles, then every horizon distance measurement must be no more than 1.225 times square root, blah, 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 blah. U horizon distance.
Horizon zero dawn?
No, it doesn't. I can't make sense of it.
Well,
It's a logical statement. It's a logical statement, right? Computer programmers use it. If this, then that kind of thing. So what it is?
Simple. Yeah.
What it is, it's debunking the radius of the Earth. Using the math, using geometry at 1 foot high, the physical geometric horizon. Do you know? I mean by that, the physical geometric horizon. Avida.
What about it?
That's the point.
You know what a physical geometric horizon is?
No.
Right, on a ball, yeah. So you've got a basketball on your hand, and you're looking at it. There's an edge, right? The physical edge to that basketball, yeah.
Well, the edge is all around it. It's got.
Yeah, as you're looking at it, you can't see further. You can't see below the physical edge of that ball, yeah.
No, and nor can you with Earth.
Zafita, if there was an ant crawling on the basketball, can you acknowledge that if the ant was walking away from you whilst you were holding the basketball, that eventually it would go over the curve and you would no longer see it? That's what we're talking about, a geometric horizon of a sphere.
Okay, yep, I'm with you.
So on that picture, yeah, according to your math, the globe math, and the radius they've given us, that is impossible because at 1 foot, the camera is, yeah, the physical geometric horizon of your globe should be at 1.2 miles. Understand that?
There's got to be something wrong with this math.
No, it's all based on the 3959 spheroid radius that of the model. That's what's wrong with the math.
It's a formula to calculate. It's a formula to calculate the horizon. You know where the horizon should be.
The 3959 number was not made up. The calculator, as crazy as it looks and calculates, that is what they claim reality is, according to the 3959 radius model. It's not reality. That's why it looks so absurd.
You're definitely not reality.
I need to ask a Globo who knows how to explain this.
Oh,
we just did. We just explained it to you, Savita.
There's no other explanation, dude.
Yeah, flat earthers are also globers. We were.
they are saying one word for this, but that word will not help.
The math, the math is very simple. It's like kindergarten level math. If you understand geometry, what geometry is, Avida?
Zafita, you are the most honest person who's come to the server in ages.
3,959 miles. Hang on. Seems.
959 miles is the radius. Is that what you're saying?
If that's the radius.
That's what they're saying. Yeah, Gravy Man.
So that's half the perimeter or whatever you call it. Diameter. The diameter. If you send a ship,
half of it, because let's look here.
Around the Earth,
diameter is double.
It will travel double the radius to get back to the same point. Of course, there's no line that a ship can actually go because there's land in the way. Okay, or a plane flying around the Earth. It will, as long as it had enough fuel, which no real plane does. But anyway, it'll come back to the same.
Who
point.
is the one giving the number of? So the diameter of the Earth around the center is 7,917.5. I don't know who the fuck is saying.
What
it's
planet are you from, Gravy Man? Hey, Gravy Man, what planet are you from?
I'm a part of the none of your goddamn business planet.
Yeah.
What's the circumference of the Earth? Of the globe?
Maths there. You've got some bad maths.
Yeah. Baby man, what's the circumference of the globe?
You're talking to a physicist here, man. A full-on PhD physicist. Thank you very much.
Great.
Also, you've been schooled in bullshit.
Then you should understand what we're saying, Baby man.
I understand exactly what you're saying, but here's the thing: is
what?
Hey, I'm going back to learning basic geometry here.
We were having a nice conversation with
let me change the topic.
Trillions of miles diameter.
Let me change the topic for you. No. Let me change the topic entirely so you can understand something. What happens when you put a bunch of boards, the same entire level, with the same exact hole in that, and then you shine a laser pointer through every single one of those holes? Will the laser pointer exactly go through all the holes perfectly at the same level, or will it drop a little bit because...
Well, you said they're all the same level, so...
But no. I'm asking if they would, or would they actually drop a little bit due to a certain thing called curvature? Would they, or would they not?
Who cares?
No, we've done
No.
Listen.
If they drop due to a certain amount of curvature, because of the fact you have the planks of woods at the exact same height with the laser pointer, they do, because you guys even did that experiment. You guys even did that
Does the
experiment.
laser stay collimated? Does the laser stay collimated enough to be able to pass through all the subsequent boards?
Yes. If you guys did this experiment.
Incorrect.
You guys did this experiment.
Do you know what attenuation of light is, or beam divergence?
Gravy Man, can you explain to me how the math is bad? Because I'm sure the math is bad. I just want to know how. I've got a headache of it.
Unfortunately for him, Zafita, he asked a different question.
Yeah.
Why he's talking.
But you guys don't want to answer my question because the fact
You get all your learning, Gravy Man. Gravy Man, you get all your learning from Netflix. Is that how you learn?
I get all my learning from my own mathematics. Thank you very much.
Incorrect.
Thank you very much.
Gravy Man, we were on the Black Swan. Do you have maybe some explanation for that?
Black Swan?
Gravy Man, you want to go in a voice call? Just
we were speaking about photo on the voice text chat about 10 miles horizon. Do you want to explain that maybe?
The what horizon? Well, do you not see a curvature in the horizon when you're standing in the middle of nowhere?
Nope.
I mean, how about the lasers out in Antarctica that they've proven that they can literally use lasers to actually do the fight? What about the fact that you can actually fly out into space and literally fly around it?
Is weak.
How far can you paint the
asked
target?
the question, why not listen to the answer?
Yeah, you're obfuscating all over the place.
I'm listening to the answer, and I hear a whole lot of bullshit. That's what I hear. I hear a whole lot of blah blah blah, blah blah blah, and a bunch of bullshit because you guys think that you have answers.
Blah blah blah.
I'm not angry.
Blah blah blah.
If I'm angry, I'd be yelling.
Blah blah blah. Blah blah blah.
But you guys, look at that. You're just saying blah blah the entire time.
Man, you're doing
exactly question. Let him answer.
Man, I'm a glober. I'm going to stay a glober. I'm confident in that. But you've come in here and did the opposite of what I planned to do. Intended.
He's just saw that he spent so much time and money on a bullshit career and a bullshit education, man. Don't blame him.
Oh no, I don't have a bullshit career. My entire career is engineering, and I make probably more money than a lot of you guys here anyway.
Yeah, that's great, man. Listen, that's great. Let's go back.
It's all gravy, man.
Let's go back small. Can you explain what horizon time further?
It's a really good question. If an ant crawling across the basketball goes past the edge of where you should be able
to
let me explain this. Anymore.
What happens if I decide that I want to sail around the world?
We're having a conversation here.
I am right now. I am right now having a conversation. The conversation is if I decide to take a boat.
Someone was speaking. Let him finish.
At the end of the Earth, what happens to me? What happens to me if I take a boat and I start sailing at the end of the Earth?
What end? No one's ever been there. So it's a rhetorical question. We don't know what is beyond the south 60th degree. Well, we put it this way. We're not allowed to travel independently to explore beyond the 60th degree south latitude line. You're not allowed to take fuel. You're only escorted to one escarpment off of some little peninsula, and then they put out a little ceremonial pole and tell you that you've reached the south. So when it comes to this place, what we're actually asking for is tangible.
That's already been proven.
So the Netflix documentary, which you've based your entire world
I can literally just
which showed a couple of boards with holes in it.
Hop on fucking Japan.
Gravy.
So how come people from Japan?
Gravy.
How
there a mod in the room?
Can someone mute him?
Yeah, I'm about to.
Is there a mod in the room, please?
Yeah, he's muted. So this is
arrived because there was an actual conversation taking place.
1 second. So this is how we're going to do this, right? We're going to let each other speak. So Flat Earth Solar was about to tell you something, Gravy Man. Oh, he's muted himself, deafened himself. Oh, so Flat Earth Solar is going to explain to you, right, Gravy Man? Oh, let me help him out. Let me help him out.
He's behaving like a child.
Yeah, so I just booted him out of the. Yeah, we can move to Zafida. Maybe he has questions, or I heard him say something. Yeah, Gravy Man is back. I hope he can listen to the answer that Flat Earth Solar is going to give him. Okay, go ahead.
Thanks, Rog.
No problem.
Very short, very concise. The Netflix documentary that you were describing with boards and holes in them. So now he's muted. Okay.
Yeah, I'm going to kick him out of the room every time he's doing that.
So that experiment that Jeranism attempted to do, he spent countless months asking for input from people. Then he made holes in these boards, bought a collimator to try and recollimate the light, because light always diverges outwards. And over a 3-mile stint, effectively the light diverged, causing the final board to be completely immersed in light. The disingenuous documentary used him saying interesting, and that seems to be sufficient cause for you to think that there was curvature in 3 miles. Subsequently, we've done laser experiments at 30 miles. When you start looking into military applications, they can paint a target up to 100 miles away with a laser. So if there was curvature at 3 miles, like you insinuated, then those laser tests or painting a target at 100 miles away would simply be impossible, which is why then Sasha tried to bring you back onto the Black Swan, which is the definitive evidence that your radius is wrong, where we have measured that the radius value is more than 10 times further than what it's claimed to be on the sphere Earth. Gravy Man, now you may respond.
Okay, 1 second. Here he goes. You've been unmuted, Gravy Man.
Okay, what I'm trying to say is, what about Pearl Harbor? People from Japan flew over and attacked us from Pearl Harbor. At the time, jet planes, aircraft carriers were not possible to go the whole way around that entire time.
Yeah, you fell for an anti-flat Earth meme, right? So let me pull up the actual.
Let me just stop you right now. I'll just mute your ass because you want to mute my ass. So I'm going to say this right now, that the fact of the matter is that Japan did not actually really.
No, they did not do that.
So I'm going to pull up the chart, the actual map that was. Let me pull it up.
So.
Notice again how he can't stick to answering anything about the question. He obfuscates to a completely different subject.
Yeah, I understand. Yeah, we can move to another guy. Zafida, maybe you have a question?
Okay, you got a basketball, you got an ant. You look at the basketball, you look at the ant. The ant crawls away from you. It goes over the edge. You can no longer see an ant.
Okay, cool.
Okay, same example. Let's take an ant and make him walk away on a flat surface. At what distance does the ant become invisible?
No,
just a flat surface.
There's a formula for it. I don't know.
Do you wear glasses? Do you sometimes need something to assist your eyes to be able to see something, or your eyes start to lose focus on something? So if an ant walks away from me and eventually I can no longer see it, it has to have gone over a curve, right? It can't just be that my eyes can no longer resolve the tiny ant at 10 meters or 20 meters or 40 meters away from me. Point being that an alternative explanation for the same effect does not make your description of an ant walking around the outside of a basketball be the only cause of you not being able to see the ant any longer, right? True or false?
Again, sorry.
I said that sometimes there are alternative explanations to the same effect. You said if an ant walks around or over a basketball and then suddenly disappears, insinuating that if an ant walks away from me and I can no longer see it, it has to be a curve. So then I say on a flat surface, at what distance does an ant become invisible again?
On a flat
Maybe
surface.
20 meters? 30 meters? Can you see an ant from 50 meters away?
On a flat surface, it
on a road,
on many
flat
different
road outside your
variables.
house.
Yeah. There's
Can you
lots of
see an ant? Can you see an ant 40 meters away from you? On the flat road outside your house? It's very simple. Yes or no? Can you see an ant at 40 meters away from you on a flat road? Yes or no?
If I use binoculars, yes.
Correct. So it's optical. So if you use something which enhances the optical ability, you can then bring it back into view. And that's subsequently the experiments that we've done at Oceans, where we take out our binoculars and we see that the ship that appeared to have disappeared into the distance can now be fully resolved again. The full resolution of the image can be recaptured. And once it now goes out of view with the binoculars, I can then take out my P900, which has a greater optical zoom, and I can zoom that object back into focus.
Okay, at what point can you no longer?
So, as I mentioned to you, asserting that an ant can only disappear because of curvature is false, because an ant can also disappear simply due to distance away from your eyeball. And then what we're talking about now is called the Rayleigh criterion. It's actually 1.22 times by the diameter of the aperture of the lens. So the lens in this case being your eyeball, or the binocular lens, or the camera lens, it is governed by the size of the aperture. The hole that lets the light in will determine the distance at which something becomes unresolvable, which means it's an optical phenomenon causing objects to disappear at distances based on aperture size. Rayleigh, R-E-I-L-E-G-H. Rayleigh criterion is the scientific name for why things disappear in the distance. And as Gravy Man was asserting just now, but something disappears in the distance, that must be curvature. Incorrect. It's the resolution limit of the eyeball or the binoculars or the camera, whatever the size of the aperture is, will determine at what distance that object will disappear. Does that make sense?
All right. Let's say the ant walks behind a wall. Can you still see the ant through the wall from behind the wall?
Of course not. Of course not. Correct.
Because the light doesn't.
And if the ant was behind a wall, could I bring out a binoculars and bring it back into view?
No.
Correct. And could I bring out a bigger camera lens and bring it back into view?
No.
No. Correct. So if it's been physically obstructed, no amount of optical enhancement can cause it to come back into focus.
Now, a curve can do the same thing, because if you go far enough from where you're observing, to where the object is, light will not bounce between the optical device, whatever it is, and that object because it's obscured by the curve.
It's assumed
But there is no curve.
to be a curve. Yeah, you go, Rog.
Yeah, there's no curvature. Never been measured. So I assume you've seen the black swan image. Have you seen that one?
I was wondering why. I was actually sort of playing devil's advocate, wondering why the other oil rig isn't disappeared. If it should be obscured by the curvature, but clearly it's not.
Well, there is no curvature, right? So if we go about with the,
I don't accept that that's the only explanation. I think something's wrong with.
So water lays flat and level in rest, right? We use water to build gigantic structures and roads and bridges, right? We use water levels. So water lays flat and level in rest. When we measure over large bodies of water, like lakes or oceans, it measures flat.
And water covers 70% of the surface of this place.
So I don't know why you would say, well, I don't accept that. There must be another thing. Is it because you want it to be a ball?
But he said that he doesn't accept that that's the only explanation, but yet he's asserting the only explanation can be curvature. So the only one asserting that there's only one explanation.
Oh no! I fully accept that if something's way far away on a flat surface,
it will become unresolvable.
And Zafita, this image isn't unique. There are many. In fact, you'll be hard pressed to find an image that depicts a geometric horizon at that distance.
Yeah, a 6 foot observer height. So if you're 6 foot or close to, the horizon can be no further than 3.6 miles away from you. Now, if you've ever stood anywhere in your life and looked at another town that's 10 miles away or 20 miles away, or you can see a mountain range at 100 miles away, you have just disproven the assumption that the horizon has to be at 3 miles away from you, always, because you're on this curving ball that curves in all directions, left to right, as well as out in front of you, as well as behind you. The horizon can be no further than 3 miles if you are standing upright and you are 6 feet tall. Are you looking in the voice chat, in the live stream voice text?
Yes.
Are you in that channel? Okay, great. So if you look up at the black swan picture, where do you see the horizon? Is it in front of the oil rigs, between the oil rigs, or past the last oil rig?
Past the platform habitat.
Correct. So what we've basically done here, this picture comes from a video. So once again, we know that people are not going to just simply accept an image. So there is a whole video linked to this, whereby the guy shows that he's placed the camera down at 1 foot observer height. So he's literally right in the ocean, got his little tripod with the camera just 1 foot above the water, and then he films down, he shows you exactly where he's standing, and then he zooms out to these objects. Now, using the mathematics generated by the spherical model, they gave us the numbers of 8 inches per mile squared, based on a radius value of 3959, which is what we're told. If I write that in a test, I get marks. I get full marks, if that's the radius value. So based on that radius value, there has to be this curvature present, And if I lay all the way down on the Earth, that's where the curvature is going to be most noticeable at the shortest distance. So in this image, the horizon should have been at 1.22 miles, which means the first platform, Hill House, should have been already obstructed by the hard horizontal line that we call the horizon. And the horizon is a horizontal line. And if you go look up the definition of horizontal, it'll usually be level or at the zero. It's completely level. You don't have a diagonal line being horizontal. A horizontal line is a level line. And that level line should be obstructing the first platform. So why this is such a nail in the coffin display is that second platform is 9.4 miles and it's not even being obstructed yet. Then the horizon, which we can see, which is way past that, we've just assumed, let's say 10 miles to be conservative, because that horizon distance could be 12, could be 13, could be 14 miles away. But we're just saying, make it 10 miles. Then that means that the radius value of the Earth would need to be over 200,000 miles, not 3,000 miles, like we've been told. Would have to be over 200,000 miles, which is effectively the distance to the moon. What we've been told is the distance to the moon, is the discrepancy that this one picture shows between the model we were all taught at school, that we're living on the sphere with a radius of 3959, and when you actually go into the real world and do observations yourself, you will see that it never comports. It never correlates.
Channel that you can ever come across, and I still hate the fucking traffic. You know, this is what
I'm slowly starting to recall somewhere on YouTube I came across an explanation why we can still see things in the distance, even though the spherical model suggests that they're obstructed. I think it's got something to do with.
I think it will be in any scientific. It will be in any scientific book written like this phenomena. It's a moving horizon, and I will read about that book about that scientist, how he realized about that phenomena is doing that. Not YouTuber, you know, not YouTube channel. Something, you know.
Well, maybe I could just quickly ask him a question using a practical example, if you don't mind.
I just wanted to help him out. I just wanted to help him out with what he was looking for.
I just wanted to tackle the illogical thing with the whole light bending.
Sure, he was very polite. Hold on. He was just very polite to listen to me explain things. But all I wanted to just say to him was what he was asking for is either refraction. I think he might be thinking that refraction causes us to see further, or that it's miraging, that when we see things in the distance, it's actually a mirage. That could be what you think you're referring to. And if you want to chat about that just now, let this other guy finish his point.
Right. So I was just going to give us a little practical example. Say there's you and another person, and there's like a physical hill in between you. You can't see each other, right?
Okay.
As far as the example goes. Because this is basically what the globe is claiming, right? Between point A and point B, there's a physical hill, a curved body of water or land, whatever. So now you have these two observers on the opposite sides of the hill. The hill's in between them. Do you think that it's possible for light to bend in such a manner, or for a mirage to happen, or whatever, that you will see the hill appear behind the other person that's behind the hill? You think that could ever be possible?
No.
All right, fair enough. But this is essentially what they have to claim when they want to say refraction explains this image, right? Because the horizon is supposed to be that physical obstruction, that physical blocking of whatever's behind it. So in order for whenever refraction happens, you say, well, okay, the light's changing its angle because you have, different densities over the water, temperature gradient, you have turbulence in the air, there's all kinds of stuff. But all that would happen is, and if you look at like Skunk Bay time lapse, You can see this very clearly. All that would happen is things would appear to be displaced upward or down, right? They appear to go up and down a little bit. But, that doesn't mean that the obstruction is now going to appear behind what it's obstructing. It could only mean that some of the objects should now be visible or none of it, because it went even higher, right?
Correct. And going back to the black swan example, why we say 10 times further? 10 times is effectively 1,000%. So we're getting 1,000% discrepancy. When you go and look up the definition of refraction, refraction is said to account for 10% difference. So if we saw the horizon should be at 1.22 miles, and then we saw the horizon's actually at 1.32 miles, that would be the 10%. But if we're seeing the horizon appearing past 10 miles when it should be at 1 mile, that's 1,000%. And 1,000% cannot be explained by a 10% difference in refraction. Make sense?
Okay.
So what is fascinating is that the refraction value that they've known that we see too far for way too long. They even asserted that there's something called terrestrial refraction, whereby they increase the radius of the Earth. They say, all we need to do is take this measurement and times it by 7/6r. So effectively making the radius 1/6 larger to try and account for some of these observations which we're seeing the Earth be too big. Now, the radius value is so precise, they give it to us in 3959 and 59 miles. The 59 miles is very precise. It's not and 60 or 62 or it's 3959. They claim they have measured this. Firstly, if you wanted to measure a radius of anything, you would have to go to the center of the circle and measure to the outside of the circle. Nowhere in any recorded history has any person been to the center of the Earth. To corroborate the assumed radius is accurate. But what we've done with a single photo like this, and thousands of other demonstrations, if you're interested, we've shown that the radius never corresponds with their mathematics. So if the radius value is inaccurate, the radius value is what's used for all orbital dynamics. How we put airplanes, how we put satellites up, how the Earth turns around the sun. It's all measured in astronomical units, AUs. And those astronomical units are based off of a presupposition that the Earth has a radius of 3959. And the rest of that model is built around that value. So if that 3959 is false, it starts to crumble. The rest of the assumed, like if you use an assumption and that assumption is flawed, everything else you're going to postulate afterwards is also flawed.
Guys, can you hear me?
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah, he.
I hope that's clear for Safira. I want to give Gravy Man another chance. So he wants to make a statement and then we can look at it. Gravy Man, you're unmuted.
I mean, it doesn't matter. You don't want to hear what I'm saying anyway.
Yeah.
You mean me in the middle of my actual statement?
Okay, so
of what I was saying.
Wait, okay. So instead of complaining, right? Bring out your statement now.
I mean, it doesn't matter.
Go
you
ahead.
wanted to mute me in the middle
If it doesn't matter,
what I was saying.
you can
Okay,
go right back
I'm going to say this right now. If you guys are not willing, if you guys are not willing to hear what I said the first time around,
we unmuted you.
and I
We're
mean,
willing to hear. So tell us.
It doesn't matter.
Tell us.
Can you say it? Can you say it?
Gravy, can
I
you
could
say
have earlier, but I don't fucking
Okay.
care now because
Can you
it
say
sounds like
it?
you guys are
Can you say
closed-minded.
it? Can you say
Right.
it
Gravy
now?
man,
Can you
please.
say it? Say it.
I don't fucking care now.
Okay.
Why
Please.
can
Oh,
we
that's
leave
good. Okay,
Platform
bye-bye.
Habitat and Platform Healer House
I'm just
over
saying
6 miles
when
away?
you silence somebody,
You should.
it's like you're being the
Oh, you
government.
wanted
Yeah.
to say
So
that.
this
You
is
came
not
here
your
to say
house.
that.
Yeah.
1 second, Sasha. This is not your house, Gravy Man. I've unmuted you to give you the opportunity to yield the floor to you to bring out your statement. Yet you choose not to and complain and throw out accusations, right? This will be your last chance. So either you will bring out your statement and we can look at it, or you're gonna be muted.
Yeah, he
So what
doesn't
will it
care.
be, Gravy Man?
I wasn't
And
throwing
it's
out
just
accusations. When I'm in the middle of a statement and someone tries to talk over me, is one thing entirely.
and when you do that
That
to them,
is
when they're
entirely
mid
not acceptable in my opinion. It
and
is
when you do
very
that
much
to them,
one-sided opinion of thinking that you can kind of talk over people. It's like a dictator trying to silence those
This is not
that
your
don't have the
house,
same
Gravy
opinion.
Man.
It
This
might
is
not
not
be
your
my
house.
house.
Here, can I try
So
for a second? Can I try with Gravy
all,
Man? Let's see if I
sure.
can.
all we wanted was a cordial discussion, a backwards
And
and
I
forwards.
was trying to give you a
And
discussion, and then you talked over me.
Okay, Gravy, listen, ready? Let's just say all that's true. Can you
It
still
was.
add your... Okay, it's all true. Everything you just said is true. Can you now add your ideas to the conversation? Yes or no?
Nah, I'm good.
Okay, there we go. The problem solved.
Because it doesn't matter when you talk over someone. I feel disrespected, hardcore.
Gravy Man,
Like I do.
you
I try to bring an actual conversation to the table.
nothing about your behavior today has shown any respect for the room or any person talking in the room.
I was in the
In the
middle of
last discussion,
talking.
I'm mid-sentence, Gravy. I'm mid-sentence.
Okay,
You
go
just
for it.
explained how that was very disrespectful. Okay? I don't talk forever, and I make a long pause at the end. That means you can talk when it's quiet.
Yeah.
All right? We put you on mute. We had a good conversation with another person where it went backwards and forwards. Each person gets a chance to make their point. Then the other person gets a chance to rebut.
Yeah, but I
That's
never
just called
actually
being
finished my
cordial.
point.
No, we've asked you twice to finish your point, and you're sulking now like a 16-year-old.
Well, no, I'm not
got-
sulking.
Yeah,
I'm more of the
some
fact
little
of the matter
problem on
is
his
you
mind.
just jumped in the middle of when I was talking.
No, you did it now.
I did it now to show you how what you did to me.
Yeah, that's great. Can we have some reasonable conversation? Let him finish, then you can go, and then he go.
Well, it doesn't
and then
matter
you go.
if you're going to jump in the middle of me.
No, I'm
when I
saying because I'm
talk.
listening. I will shut up. I'm listening. But can he finish? Okay.
I'm going to let a lot of people know about this shit.
How disrespectful is it when someone responds to you like I did, where I explained to you Jeranism's experiment over 3 miles, and then I explained to you that we've got laser experiments at 30, that we've got military applications that target over 100 miles away, using the same lasers that would be completely obscured if there was actually curvature in between. And then you started talking about Pearl Harbor. Do you think that that's respectful?
Looks like he left.
And he runs.
Yeah, the Pearl Harbor thing, I mean, that was ridiculous because it's just an internet talking point, you know? Like, make fun of flat earthers. How did Japan bomb Pearl Harbor? He doesn't even know what he's mad about. He's just mad. He's just angry about something, and he can't even articulate what that's about. Who can help him? He needs to help himself first.
He didn't want to listen. This was the great point. He explained now the second time everything, and he went out. That's it. Okay, great. You're not here to speak about.
I was just listening on live stream, and he was like, "I'm going to let everybody know about how I was disrespected," even though he didn't bring any really solid points.
I have a question.
It's fucking hilarious.
I have a question, Zafida. Zafida, sorry. What do you think about this guy? What he brought like a point that we can Look, he said
he
Pearl
didn't
Harbor.
bring any point. I was hoping he was going to bring a point, but he was just a tosser. He's just angry.
There you go. He's a tosser. Yeah,
at people having different views than him.
That's an English term, right? Tosser, right? He's a tosser.
Yeah.
A queen.
What does that mean?
Like,
because I'm not British. What is tosser?
Like a drama queen.
I think you know what tosser means.
Yeah, I know. I just wanted to hear you explain it.
No, another question, Zafir. Do you think that
you mean someone who jerks off?
You're holding an object in your hand, you want to throw it away from you. What's that called? A toss. Now, you take the same motion and repeat it back and forth.
That's brilliant.
While holding a...
Hey, Zafita, I just wanted to say something.
That happened to be the correct answer, too, I think.
Oh, God, I didn't mean to disrupt everything. I just wanted to put my 2 cents in there. Go ahead.
This is for all you guys. I'm trying to raise up this money.
I still
This will support the Flat Earth and the Globe community. I'm going to post it in the live stream. This is something serious. Jackie's selling them. We're trying to raise up money for the dog. So you guys just take a look back as you were. I'm just saying, check out these if you're interested in buying them. Hit us up.
Where'd you post it?
All right.
I just put it in the live stream right now.
You are observing at ground level, and an object is 3,960 miles away. If you have a powerful enough optical device, will you be able to see that object?
Oh, I think I got this. Okay, so you're saying with a yeah, I got you. Okay, ready? On the globe model, they tell you, okay, the guy who invented this thought experiment, his name is Rumpus. He said with a powerful enough telescope and enough refraction, 2 things, you would be able to see the back of your head on the globe. Now, on the flat Earth, you couldn't, because there's going to be atmosphere, there's going to be other things in the way that will be a physical block from how far you see. There just won't, like looking through water, like if you've ever been scuba diving or ever been in a pool and like you look up and you can see all the way across to the whole backyard. You dive under the water, you can't even see the end of the pool anymore. No amount of telescopic, vision will let you see the other side of the pool. There's just too much water. There's too much stuff in the way to be able to see the other side of the pool. Same thing on Earth. There's too much stuff in the atmosphere to see the other side of the pool.
Yeah, such as mist, fog, rain, dust particulates, pollution, anything that could cause some kind of optical interference. They call it opacity. Same thing like when you go down in the ocean. You can only have visibility for so far because eventually the water starts to distort your vision or limit the amount of light that can return back to your eye to be able to see something under the ocean. Then we know that the air contains humidity. But there is a percentage of that same refraction occurring due to the water, let alone all the other things in the air that can cause something to disappear in distance.
Yeah, I got a question related to this. So I just got up like early, not right before sunrise, but I just tried to do an observation over 3 miles with a Nikon P900. And I just had a question. There was a lot of this distortion going on with the humidity or something. The temperature is very close to the water, though, and that's what I was told is the best way to do this. And I was just trying to figure out would it be better if the sun wasn't shining to be able to get clearer conditions to be able to see further across this water? Because I couldn't see further. I guess part of the problem is probably because there's this bridge that goes over, and there was a mirror image of the bridge reflected on the water. and I feel like that caused a lot of distortion because the bridge is about 1.5 miles across from where I was standing, and I was trying to do 3.5 miles. So is there a way to eliminate this, like certain conditions I should be looking out for to get out there and be able to see further across and less of that distortion from evaporation and humidity and stuff like that?
You would have to repeat that same observation many times over. Cold, right? If it's cold, you can usually see further.
Yeah, I was thinking about waiting, trying when the ice freezes, like right after it freezes, but before there's snow, and so it should be pretty easy to do that. And yes, I know multiple times for the same observation. That is my plan, but today I was trying to go out and get like a baseline, and I couldn't even see the markers that I put under the bridge. That's 1.5 miles. And I know they're there, and I know you can see them, or I should be able to see them, but there was just so much distortion from, like I said, like the reflection of the bridge on the water, and it was causing a lot of, maybe I need to just find a different lake completely to do this, but I would like to do it because it's my hometown, and it's just kind of like, there's a little bit of a novelty to it to me.
Yeah, time of day makes a big difference. So when they were doing a lot of those experiments, they would get there before sunrise to ensure that there's no heat or additional heat causing any interruption or any kind of evaporation that causes that shimmering layer that can cause obstruction. The other time was late in the evening, but by that time, all the heat's already been absorbed by the liquid and the ground, so there's ambient heat. Then doing it between seasons is also really crucial. Doing it either in spring or in autumn versus winter and summer will render different conditions. One of the most important things that I think we've discovered that hasn't been fully utilized yet is the infrared lenses on cameras. IR or infrared at the certain spectrums actually penetrate a lot of these obstructions. The dirt, the optical occlusions, the humidity. And with infrared, we're getting images that
super expensive, though?
No, the adaptation is probably a couple of $100 to your camera if you've already got the P900 or P1000. But effectively, once you've got that little lens corrected or you've got the IR attachment, you can now do infrared videos where infrared actually cuts through a lot of the haze. So Daytolan Media
is it movable? Because I feel like I heard that once the infrared is on, it can't come off.
Depends on the camera. I know that the Sony has an attachment that you can clip on and off, but I think the P900s had to be a physical adaptation because you've got to take away a polarized lens that's actually on the inside of the camera, or a polarized filter.
Yeah, I wish it was my camera. It's not mine, it's my buddy's, so I probably won't be doing that, but I might have to look into getting my own. But it's just, I mean, like, money, man. Those cameras aren't cheap. But I know, I'm motivated, so I'll probably end up doing it just to have the infrared, because then we can, I can still use his that's not, have the adaptation or whatever. Because I feel like the infrared, like, that kind of, it cripples the camera in a sense. It still helps with the observations and stuff, but you'll never be able to use it the same way you did before.
Yeah, it'll be a dedicated camera for a purpose, yeah.
You guys ever heard of the Nikon D810A?
No, what is it? It's not high power zoom, is it? Or...
No.
What's its
no,
optical capability?
Yeah, it's made for taking pictures of the sky at night. It has that thing built on it, but it's basically it never bottomed the price of the D850. But it was never a popular camera, but they say it's like one of the best cameras you can buy for solar observation. No, not solar, just for like night sky observation. I mean, you hook it up to a telescope. You don't need to hook it up to a telescope, but it has that thing built into it already. So it's not like a great day camera.
It can just like it's good at like pulling light out of dark areas, you know, so like you can get pictures of the stars and stuff with it.
Yeah. Yep.
It's Zafida. I think what this has just demonstrated by Conrad is that no one will convince you that the Earth is flat but yourself. And it's when you go and test it for yourself. When you go and find
I know it's flat. I know it's flat, though. That's the thing. I know it's flat.
Correct.
I just want this observation for other people.
Sure. But at the end of the day, they need to go to the water themselves. You can take a glober to flat water, but you can't make them think. It's
right. But if the glober is already thinking and then they see it, then they see something from somebody that they know that did this themselves. It's more compelling, in my opinion. That's why. It's not just. I'm not trying to like prove anything to myself. I have people in my life that are seriously questioning what they believe, and I feel like with an observation done by me, that someone they know, it'll be more evidential, or you know, there'll be better evidence for them.
Be careful; those cameras are addictive, dude. Like really addictive. When I got the P1000, I had the same philosophy as you. I'm going to prove to all these people, and I would stay out all night just staring at the stars and the moon, like hours and hours till my fingers were numb, bro.
Yeah, well, thankfully it's not my camera, so you know it's my buddy's. He's the one that showed me Flat Earth, and he's had it for years, and he never even uses it for anything. So like he's always willing to let me use it for whatever, but he doesn't really use it for anything. And it was funny, we were out there trying to get a view on it or whatever, and like a bunch of guys from the National Guard were like doing some like training exercise or something because we were on like a walking path. They all came by, and then when we were leaving, we were sitting in the car, and they walked past like the whole, I don't know, there's maybe like 20 of them all walked past, and I had some Flat Earth cards, and I'm like, hey, I got some information here if you guys want to check it out. And then they just immediately like looked like I was gonna say like, oh, it's Flat Earth stuff, but like they just looked like weirded out, like, oh, what is this random guy talking to us for? And like none of them would take a card except for the last guy, dude. The last guy like saw everybody just say no, and I'm like, I'm not trying to sell you guys anything or nothing like that. I'm like, I'm just trying to pass on some information. That's all. You know, it's just a business card, you know. And then one guy grabbed one, and then as soon as he grabbed it, he was like behind everybody, and he like ran up to all the guys and like started showing it to them. So I was like, yeah, that little morning flat snack.
I just read about the P900. I was thinking about the accutations on it, right? So, like the Nikon D850 is, I think it's average to have like 400,000 accutations, whatever. And then the cheaper ones will be like 250,000. Some of them are even less. But so I was thinking like, well, this camera is very like light, and it doesn't feel as like as sturdy as like the Nikon DSLR. So I looked it up. I don't know why I've never looked it up before. They don't even have accutation numbers on them. So I was like, wow, because it's digital, right? So,
what is accutation? What is accutation?
Like how many shutter snaps it has, basically. Like, you know, they say like a MacBook Pro only has like, I don't know, like maybe 2,000 or 2,500 charges until it doesn't work anymore. Probably like 250,000, 300,000 miles. So the DSLR cameras have accutations on them. It's like every shutter click you take, it's estimated. Some of them are estimated like 400,000. But the highest would be like 500,000. And that's when you take really good care of the camera. And then like on P900 and P1000s like that, they don't have that on it. So long as you take good care of the camera, and the main thing is keeping dust from getting into the parts that like rotate and move. That camera, it said, will outlast its counterparts, but like, so it'll outlast it up to like 10 to 20 models later, which is unheard of if you have like a DSLR. But yeah, you just have to be really careful, like dropping those things or setting them down, because like I dropped mine barely like a foot from the ground, and I was never able to see out of the focus part. Like, you know, you could look through the where you put your eye at, or you could flip out the screen, and like if you're like shooting something where you can't put your eye to the screen to where you look through, so you're looking at the flip out screen. I could only use that to take pictures from that point on. So it's like, it was like really debilitating.
Conrad, can I ask you, what did your friend show you that made you discover the flat Earth?
Yeah, so it was back in 2017. I had this job, and he was the guy that was supposed to be working with me. And I almost quit the job, actually. It's kind of funny, so I would have never even found any of this out. But I toughed it out until he came back from vacation, and like the first thing he did was like he came up to me, big smile on his face, super friendly guy, and he's like asked me my name, and then just started like talking to me, asked me if I was into conspiracy theories, which I kind of always have been. You know, like the basic ones, 9/11, moon landing. I was into actually like Monsanto and some of the messed up stuff they've done over in California, and just, I mean, all over. They just completely messed up the farming industry. But then he asked me if I've ever heard of he said the mother of all conspiracy theories, and I'm like, what could that be? And I just thought it was, you know, he was talking about 9/11. But he just said flat Earth, or the Earth is flat, and I'm like, oh, you know, I didn't really like immediately say, oh, this is crazy, you know, like that's stupid, whatever. I never just like blew it right off right away. And I'm like, well, why do you think it's flat? And he just like told me a couple things, and I don't remember exactly what it was, but like Space kind of like mentioned how they fake stuff and how the pictures are CGI, and I'm like, I never had known the pictures were CGI. And he just told me like a few things, and then he gave me a video. He's like, just watch this. He's like, this is what I watched, and it like completely changed. Like, it gave me a bunch of questions, and I went and started looking into the other things. And there's an interview, late night talk show interview, Dave Murphy. I don't know if you've seen it, but he just on a talk show. Yeah, it's a good one. I think it's a pretty good one for new flat earther or new anybody.
Dave Murphy was epic. That interview, and then the subsequent ones that he did after that, he was so well spoken. He addressed the points very succinctly.
Yeah, man, and it's like 40 minutes long, dude, or something like that, 30-40 minutes. And I'm serious, like dead serious. I was a flat earther by the end of it. Like, I wasn't like, you know, oh, I don't need to look at this anymore, I know everything. I just was like, I need to figure this out. I need to know how this works. At that point, it just left me with so many questions, and I just kept going from there, and looked into it. I got really mad at the world, like upset and angry for like a long time, and then upset that my family just didn't care or thought I was crazy. And took them like years for some of them to come around, but now I'm not looked at as like, you know, crazy anymore, because I have like a better argument than I did when I first started. Like, I have a better, like, when people try to bring it up to me, I can defend flat earth way better than I've been able to in the past. And like, now my family, like, some of them, there's certain ones that they don't even like to be around when I talk about it, because they're just like, they get upset. They get upset because they can't defend the globe that they believe in. So yeah, man, that was the first video. But then he got me into ODD TV, and ODD TV, I kind of just like I got into a lot of like the truth in movies and like symbolism, and I kind of moved on from that point. And you know, I've just been kind of doing research. It's been sporadic. I took like a couple years off. I had a baby, so I wasn't like super into like flat earth anything, like watching anybody's videos and stuff. But I just recently, when not recently, but like a year and a half ago or so, when Austin Whitsitt started making like videos, like a few months before he went on his Clown World tour, I was like watching his videos heavily, and he put out a lot of really good, like eye-opening stuff that like really got me to keep looking into it and kind of pursue it more. And his videos actually led me to this Discord. So yeah, I mean, it's been a long few years, but I definitely wasn't like into it, like into the discussion side of it or anything, because I just was at the point where I thought everybody was just like, yeah, everybody I knew, like I was like, I'm never gonna find a group of like flat earthers or anything. Like I tried to do a flat earth meetup at my house. That was even on Mark Sargent's channel. Like I had my address on there and everything. That's probably still
What year
on
was
there.
that?
But,
What year was that?
huh? The
was
flat
that?
Earth meetup, that was in the winter, in December.
Oh, just recently?
Yeah, so it's probably still on there. I mean,
I think you said 2017.
yeah, it's a Minnesota. It was a Minnesota meetup, and he put like only 2 people showed up though. But one guy was from New York, and one guy was all the way from South Dakota. It was pretty cool, and they stayed for hours, dude. We talked for a long time.
If I would have gone to the Minnesota meetup, I would have taken a knee. You know what I mean?
Can I just link what you've just said, Conrad, back to Zafida? I just wanted to ask him if he knows any conspiracies that are true. Zafida, are you still with us?
With flat Earth versus globe, or in general?
No, just in general. Are there any conspiracies that you've looked into that you've discovered that they were actually true, whereas they were initially presented as completely conspiratorial?
I've never really looked into anything properly and made proper discovery. I don't go deep enough into that sort of stuff. I don't think I have the smarts for it. However, I think
let me ask you just 2 or 3. So do you think that the pharmaceutical industry is there to heal you so that you never have to buy their medicines again?
Look, it's 50-50. The pharmaceutical industry has its benefits, but there is a lot of money makes the world go around, and a lot of people are hooked into it who would be better off. However,
and 9/11, do you think that it was a couple of Arabs with box cutters that took 3 buildings down with 2 planes, and that everything according to that narrative was exactly as said, and that they were going after weapons of mass destruction and not just simply attacking 11 countries in the Middle East to take over oil reserves? Do you think 9/11 happened the way that they posed it to the public?
Oh, jury's out on that one. I think I'm of the opinion that 9/11 was a terrorist incident. However, if I was proven to be wrong, I would not be too surprised.
Thank you. And then do you think that the moon landing in 1969, with the technology that we have in a washing machine, that they were able to send a rocket with people inside 250,000 miles away, then from the same rocket take off again and travel 250,000 miles back to Earth with the people inside? Yet today, or in this year, 2022, Elon Musk is still just shooting his rocket up into the atmosphere and it's landing once. And people are touting that as remarkable. So do you think man walked on the moon in 1969 using effectively the processing power of a calculator?
I don't think the moon landing was fake. No, I don't buy it.
I agree. I have to agree with him on that. It would have been easier to go to the moon than to fake it. I agree with you on that one, bro. I'll give you that one.
Oh, that joke again.
be hard to prove, actually.
It's easier to go there than to fake it. All that paperwork and all those people. Come on, bro. All the paperwork alone. I mean, come on.
So it wasn't a joke.
It's easier.
That. People actually said it. Well, it was easier to go than fake it. That's actually a globe argument. That is not a joke.
Yeah, well, it's easier to be a millionaire than to fake being a millionaire. I mean, that's just simple logic, right?
Okay, so the reason I was asking Zafita these things is that those are probably the most simplest, the most easiest to debunk in a matter of 30 minutes. If you chose to look into any of those topics, the pharmaceuticals, the 9/11, or the moon landing, those three are generally, if you have the ability to see through the smoke screen that was presented to the public, then you're on your way to discovering the additional deceptions in the world, which then leads you towards the mother of all conspiracies, as Conrad so eloquently put just now. That generally speaking, if someone answers the way that you just did to those three conspiracies, and they believe it happened exactly the way that the government narrative said that it did, then there's no way that you're going to conceive or be able to understand the type of deception that's been enacted on the public to make them believe that we're on this spherical ball spinning at 1,000 miles per hour, but you can't feel any motion. You have to be able to see through some of the smaller lies. Crow 777 calls it the staircase of disbelief. That the first staircase is like the fiscal system. You understand that every dollar is actually an inflationary system designed to sort of make the rich rich and make the poor poorer. And the whole debt and interest system is not geared for every person to have access to credit. It's actually to lock you into lifelong debt, whereby you're paying the interest to all the rich people who offer their money as loans. So the monetary system, the pharmaceutical industries, the 9/11, other ones like your false flag shootings, all of these little things are these stairs. And as you discover one stair, you go up the staircase. And maybe you're still on stair number 1, but Flat Earth is like staircase number 100. It's the top of the staircase. And you sometimes have to be able to understand some of these smaller deceptions to be able to get to the biggest one, whereby it's about removing your divine importance, making you think that you're an evolved monkey that came from primordial soup on a spinning rock that could be decimated at any point. So it doesn't matter if we drill every drop of oil out of this place and we pollute every drop of water because, hey, we'll just go to the next rock. That philosophy is designed to make people unaware of their significance or their importance in this design. That this place that we're in is so incredible, how every microorganism works in this food chain, all the way up to the top of the food chain, all the way through the food chain. Every little aspect of this entire creation has been so perfectly designed that there is no chance it could have sprung into existence by random chance. The way that they say it did is kind of like sending a tornado through a junkyard, and at the end it must self-assemble airplanes and cars and make them be able to drive just from a hurricane randomly moving through a junkyard. That's the type of crazy assertion that we've been taught is the norm, that people assume evolution is the logical outcome, whereas the actual logical outcome is that this place is so incredibly balanced. In other words, if one thing goes out of kilter, everything starts falling apart. If you take away certain animals out of the food chain, the entire food chain collapses. So this chain had to sort of manifest all at once, or it couldn't have been possible, because if you take out one or two of the middle links, the entire chain falls flat. And that's the thing this 100th stair, when you reach the discovery that water is level, so that they call it sea level, and that sea level covers 70% of the surface of the Earth. So for 70% of the surface it's level, then where does the sphericalness and spinning and rotation and all of this come into being is only through our optical limitation of our vision. When we look out at the horizon and we see things shrink with the distance, that's called perspective. You would draw a vanishing point, and then you would draw all your buildings coming towards you, getting larger and getting smaller and smaller until they disappear into the vanishing point. That's perspective. But they've hijacked perspective. They've used the laws of perspective and re-engineered them to be at that point where things vanish into the vanishing point. They assert that that's where the curvature begins. And when you go to that vanishing point, the vanishing point moves further away from you. And then you assume that the curvature now starts at that point, even though you've traveled horizontal all the way to the vanishing point. And when you keep chasing the vanishing point, you're always remaining on a level surface. But in your imagination, you're assuming that at that vanishing point now curvature begins. So I would urge you to go look into bubbles in space. If you Google the topic bubbles in space, you'll see how many times they've caught bubbles coming up from astronaut suits or coming out of the equipment. And then you'll go and see NASA's Zero Buoyancy Lab, where they actually train underwater, and that they've got divers assisting them in their movements. Whereas water is inward pressure, like there's a compression pressure when you're underwater. Whereas if you were in the infinite vacuum of space, there would be this expanding pressure. You would want to go out into the vacuum. So it wouldn't make sense to train underwater for an environment that's completely useless. So bubbles in space. Look up land.
It's like motherfucker.
Helio.
You're hot making.
You show me Helio.
Show them what's made of. I want to ask Zafida though. In his bio, he has some kind of conspiratorial meanings. So how come you can't look into the stuff we're talking about?
Flat Earth Solar talk.
Claim stuff in your bio about some other stuff that people would probably laugh at you. I would say the majority of people are under the same consensus of the mainstream narrative. So can you explain that at least? Where does this come from? And then you seem to be reposing the stuff we present to you, the information.
This guy looked into Hitler and the things he said kind of made sense, and thought, oh, well, maybe he didn't die in Berlin. Maybe he did leave Berlin and went to
where?
Peru. Argentina and Peru, yeah. There's the entire cities are named after him. There's streets named after him. There's the house that he grew old in. They know he lived there, but the rest of the world was fed a story that he shot himself. Kind of similar to Epstein. We were told, no, he killed himself.
No, Epstein didn't kill himself. I full believe Epstein didn't kill himself.
So you do understand that there are conspiracies that are true. So there's hope for you. That's good.
No, I think, I don't know. I'm going to hold out.
So why I asked you about this is that there's certain people who want to know truth, and there's other individuals who just want to be convenient, or they want the convenience of not having to discover there was a lie. Kind of like if
these
bad example, but if your wife was cheating on you, like.
Yeah, I'd rather. I want things to be convenient. I don't want to know the truth because I think it might scare me.
I like the way you say the word scare.
I mean, truth can be scary sometimes.
Dude, I've been scared for a while, dude. I want to be a globe again, seriously. I'm not even joking.
Dude, it's kind of.
Well, living in a lie won't make your life better. That's for sure.
So I was going to use an analogy like if your wife was meeting this guy every week and you know that she's meeting this guy every week, you can tell yourself that they're just friends and you can continue to believe that lie. Or you could do a little bit of work and maybe find out if there's more to that relationship with your wife. And if you found out that there was more to the relationship with your wife, would you still continue to sit on it? Would you still kiss your wife every day when she comes home after giving some other guy pleasures? Or would you want to know the truth about what she's really doing? And if you found out the truth, would you then do what you would need to do to be able to live with a clear conscience? Or is it more convenient to just say, you know what, she's my wife, I don't care how many guys she's with in the week. As long as she comes home to me at night, I'm happy because she's my wife. And that's the kind of question of if you found something that was not lining up or not congruent, if you found some, like Epstein, what about Epstein made you think that he didn't kill himself? You found something that didn't line up with the rest of the information. Then you started to dig a little bit, or maybe you found something or got shared something. And then you discovered, wow, the narrative that they're telling us versus what this other information shows are conflicting. And then you have to make a choice. Do you want to chase after the truthful, or do you want to just accept, because, you know, they put it on CNN. So therefore, verbatim, if I just repeat what CNN said, that must be the truth, because CNN would never lie, never about anything. Or do you actually want to know what is happening? Now, you've already answered saying you choose not to know the truth, which I personally can't understand that logic. I will chase truth no matter where it leads, no matter how uncomfortable it makes me, no matter, you know, there's conspiracies that will completely shatter your mindset about human beings. There's negative ones and there's positive ones. But I'm the type of person who wants to find the truth and will keep searching until I do.
Is coronavirus biological warfare?
Hold on a second. Hold on. Can I get a mic check quickly?
Yep.
All right. I've been listening on YouTube for a little bit. Welcome to the servers of PETA. And I just want to highlight that I'm impressed with your honesty, right? Because what you said was, I'm not sure I would want to know because I think it would scare me, right? And this isn't something that a lot of people admit, but it is the case for an awful lot of people, right? We get a lot of people here who are intelligent, who are educated, who refuse to look at this. And it does come down to that uncomfortableness, that fear, right? Because you said a little bit earlier, I don't really look into this kind of thing. I don't think I'm intelligent enough. But just listening to you have the conversation over the last however long, I don't think that is the case. You sound like an intelligent, reasonable guy. I mean, the fact that you've been able to listen and have the conversation so far shows that you're intelligent enough to understand when you're speaking to real people about a real subject, right? And you've been presented evidence and you haven't freaked out, right? Look at that guy earlier, Grayserve or whatever his name was, right? He came in, he said, oh, I've got a degree in physics, I've got a degree in engineering. I don't even doubt that he does have those degrees, right? He's probably an intelligent guy, but he was scared, right? He was emotional. So even though he heard the points and he wanted to be unmuted, and we said, okay, you're unmuted, give us your rebuttal, he couldn't. He couldn't give us it. He wanted to just kind of say, oh, no, I can't believe you guys muted me, and have this, like, emotional complaint. But you deserve credit because you're very honest to say, I'm hesitant to look into this because it's scary. And I think it's the case for most people, right? It is a scary thing to look into because it is like having the rug pulled out from under you in the most extreme way when it comes to your entire worldview, right? So you're smart enough as well to recognize that
that this is a threat to your existential understanding, or what you think is an understanding, of your position in this reality and what this reality is. But when you think about it, I mean, I would challenge you just to steel yourself in this regard and say, okay, this is scary, but I'm going to jump into it like a challenge, right? Because I don't know what your circumstances are in life, and I wouldn't presume to know, but in general, what most people are given in this life is a 9 to 5 and a family, right? If you're lucky enough, okay? There's not much opportunity for adventure, discovery, or wonder in that paradigm, but you get comfortable, right? So you want to stick to it, you want to protect it, and you're like, okay, maybe I'm not having the most fun in life, maybe I'm not like having an exciting time, but this is fine for me. But this is a real opportunity for you to go on one of these journeys that is kind of hard to put into words or describe, but it's the kind of journey that you think of, that you would read about when you're reading about some of these figures in history. Like, it's not an exact comparison, but you know, you think about things like Buddha and stuff, right? And he's talking about the journey to enlightenment and all this kind of stuff. Like these intense journeys, which when you read about them in our modern paradigm, they make much sense, and you're kind of like, right, okay, so he's just, I don't know, abstractly thinking about or the nature of spiritual, mental, and physical adventure to go on, right? This is an opportunity for you to have a whole new view on what this reality is. Because as F.E. Solar was so eloquently describing, we are given a very specific paradigm of materialism, right? Of accidental creation on a spinning ball. And that's one way to view things, but it is by design a depressive way to view things, an accidental, meaningless way of viewing things. So I would just say to you to capitalize on your awareness that it is the fear that's putting you off from examining this, right? It's not that you've heard arguments today which are crazy or dumb. You've probably already realized that they're not crazy or dumb. They're good arguments. Water is level. Water is said to be 70% of Earth's surface. The positive claim of curvature and motion is on the globe side, and we see too far. There is no physical obstruction as predicted by the globe model, right? These are solid arguments. So just hold on to that awareness that it's only the fear that's preventing you from exploring this further. And decide for yourself, challenge yourself, right? Do I want to have this potential ground-shattering information withheld from me based on my own fear, or am I going to be brave, and am I going to investigate it, right? Because if it's not real, it's not real, and you can go back to whatever you presumed to be the case before, right? No, then you haven't lost anything. But if it is real, it's the most important information that you've never examined, right? And you say maybe you're not into conspiracies and all this kind of stuff, but we're not really, I mean, that's like a kind of a bit of a buzzword, a negative buzzword that's been foisted upon these kind of topics. What we're talking about here is the reality in which we exist, okay? The nature of everything. And if we have a total incorrect idea of what that is, then it's going to impact us in every area of life. So you owe it to yourself to say, okay, I'm not gonna let my worries or my fear put me off looking into this. And I would also say you'll be surprised, because when everyone gets into this, it is scary and it does feel crazy. And Conrad was saying earlier he was angry. You do go through those phases, but when you come out of it, everyone is glad that they looked into it. I've never met a flat earther who said, I wish I'd never looked into it. They all come out saying, my life is better. I have a greater appreciation for everything around me, the people in my life, the world I inhabit. I'm more amazed every single day, and I never stop learning, right? This rejuvenates people. Okay?
Yeah,
so
I could even argue that I could even say, sorry to interrupt you, just really quick, but since you mentioned my name, I could even say that my life kind of went downhill when I stopped caring about the topic, because there was a portion, within the last 5 years that I just didn't care. So like, and my life was terrible. But once I got back into this discussion and the topic, and just like realizing the importance of the whole thing, it's definitely changed my life for the better. So sorry, you can.
Yeah, no, I mean, that's exactly it. I mean, by the nature of the story that we are told about the globe, evolution, accidental creation, it's not accidental that people feel apathetic and meaningless and depressed. It's built into the creation story that we've been given. Right? You are accidental by definition if you assume a Big Bang is how everything came to be, unless you believe it was started by divine agency. But in general, this theory is supposed to propagate an apathetic worldview, because then the people who are in charge of this place aren't coming up against people who have strong conviction and a strong desire to have their own agency. They're kind of just floating through life like, well, it's all accidental, it's all meaningless, so whatever they want to do, as Solar was saying, they want to drill every drop of oil, they want to pollute every drop of water. What am I going to do? I mean, it's all meaningless anyway. So, I mean, I know this was a bit of a long ramble, but Safida, I just wanted to give you some credit for even being able to articulate that barrier of fear, because it's so prevalent in so many people, and they either don't realize it or they don't want to admit it because they think there's some shame in it. But there's not, right? It's totally understandable that this is the most groundbreaking, earth-shattering, literally, subject that you can come across in life. And like Solar was saying, it's probably a good idea to get into something like the moon landing for you, because, I mean, if you still believe that 3 men from the United States military in 1969 flew in a tin can 500,000 miles there and back and played golf on the moon, you're going to have a hard time understanding that they've deceived everyone, right? The reason that deception is in place is so that they can say, hey, we went and checked and Earth is a ball, right? No one else is getting that viewpoint. That's their actual story. Only the people who traveled to the moon in the 60s and 70s have actually seen the Earth as a ball. They don't even claim that the ISS would see the Earth as a ball, right? According to the maths of the globe model, you wouldn't even see curvature from ISS height. So their story is literally like 25 people have seen the globe, and you just have to believe the US military on that. So when you really get into this, it's a whole crazy thing. It's a bottomless pit of learning, right? Because it covers everything by its nature, because it's Earth. It's science, physics, geometry, religion, philosophy. It literally goes through everything. But you sound like an intelligent guy, so don't put yourself down and be like, oh, I can't figure this out. You can. It's actually more simple than you think when you start breaking it up into manageable chunks. So what I would advise for you is to check out the additional information channels below. There's introduction channels. I don't know if you've been directed to those yet, but they're all alphabetized. So you've got things like curvature, motion of the Earth, gravity. Someone will link those to you in the live stream text chat, I'm sure. But there's introduction videos, all this kind of stuff. And come here and ask questions. Just be like, okay, well, what about this? I've been told this shows that we live on a spinning ball. How do you guys view that? And we can have the conversation. Sorry, that was a bit of a ramble, but I just wanted to highlight that you were good to recognize that barrier. It's fear, it's emotion, it's attachment to what we already think we know, rather than the cold hard facts and evidence. And that's what we deal with here. And we're not used to that because in school they don't really teach us to stick to the evidence, to the logic, to the empirical, verifiable evidence. They tell us stories and they say this has been verified by someone. You'll never be able to verify it, but trust us, this is what we know. Okay. Also, just on another side point, if any of the mods are in, I'm driving at the moment, but give Flat Earth Solar Gold Plus, because he must be in on gold for a while.
Great
Yeah,
point there,
Wolfgang, I listened to all that and I did appreciate your comments.
Yeah, I second that, Safida. I think that you're honest and intellectual, and that you have, I would say, the wherewithal to be able to discover this truth if it becomes a truth that you want to know. It is, like you said, it's a scary thing. If you find out your wife's cheating on you, now what do? It's a scary place to find yourself. Do you now work on the marriage? Do you get divorced? But it means you've now got to do something. And most of us are simply presented with something and told that it's the truth. Whereas when you actually go and look at like a Jeffrey Epstein scenario, you can find the evidence that contradicts it. So then you have to trust either you're good enough to go and find the evidence, or you just have to accept what someone gives you. And when you discover that you actually are capable of finding your own evidence, to me, it was the greatest thing. It's unlocked my entire life. I am so happy because I discovered the truth. Yes, there's a bit of a rocky patch in the first few weeks, but when it really sinks in, the whole purpose of this is that you are special. This
It's
place
got
that
a
we're
lot
in.
of parallels to discovering religion. Like, I've heard a lot of Muslim converts describe their process of discovering God the exact same way. Like,
Flat Earth Truth, is that you?
finally discovering the truth.
What I would say to that just quickly is there maybe are some crossovers, right? But it depends what you think about that in terms of how the person comes to it, right? We're not talking about some kind of philosophical switch that's just changed because you've had a different outlook on things. We're talking about discovery, like physical discovery, right? Scientific discovery. But by nature of this discovery, as Solar was saying, it leads to intelligent design, creation, right? The paradigm that we're given today is accidental creation through the Big Bang. That only creates a spinning ball, right? If Earth is not a spinning ball, then it's not the Big Bang. And the ontological primitive, the two choices that we have are either it's creation through natural means, quote unquote, i.e. the Big Bang, accidental, or it's intelligent design, right? No one really argues that point. That's what the dichotomy is in terms of how all this came to be. It's either Big Bang, accident, or it's creation. And by understanding, by proving to yourself, which you can do, that the surface is not curving or in motion, it rules out a globe, which consequently rules out the Big Bang. And then you free yourself up to be able to understand and explore creation, right? So a lot of people who come to this, they weren't religious, right? But they then understand, and they're still, like a lot of them still aren't, right? A lot of people who understand that the Earth is a level stationary plane still don't ascribe to like a mainstream religion, but they understand that they inhabit a created environment, right? Whatever you want to think that created environment came from, if you want to call it God, I mean, that's on you, that's your journey. And really, this is where this subject really takes off and comes on to another level, because it's one thing disproving the globe model that we've been told, but it's the question of, okay, so what next? Where am I now? Okay, so what does a stationary level Earth imply about our reality? And you'll come to find that what it means is that it's the second option, right? It's intelligent design. And again, that's another aspect that can be scary to a lot of people. But my advice, again, I mean, I had these hesitancies a few years ago as well. It's like, damn, I mean, This is like concrete. It's designed, right? So that can be a scary thing for people, but as a human being, this is the journey, right? The journey of life is to take on challenges and to face hardships. And really, if you really want to live it, you've got to dive into those rather than shy away from them. So you've got to charge forward with that and say, okay, I'm just going to try and disprove everything. And anything I can't disprove, that's what I'm left with. And if I can't prove or disprove something, I will be happy saying I do not know, right? Because this is another big thing. There's plenty of things that we can't know. On the globe side, they give us stories to fill in these blanks. And a lot of people think, well, I know that because I've been told it. You have to be mature enough and strong enough to say, no, I don't know that. I believe it, maybe, but I don't know it. And there's a lot of this when it comes to understanding that the Earth isn't a globe anymore. There'll be a lot of gaps that you can't physically verify. Now, you can verify physically that it's not a globe, but there are still a lot of things that you can't have an answer for because it's beyond the realms of our physical understanding. So you might hear people talking about religion, you might hear them talking scripture, because whether you think it's coincidental or not, pretty much all of the scriptures describe a flat, motionless Earth. Every culture in history has essentially described a flat and motionless Earth with the luminaries moving above us in predictable cycles throughout the year. So it's not a religious thing per se, right? The argument isn't based on scripture or religious belief. The argument is based on observation and measurement. But naturally, it leads to that discussion because it shows creation, right? And this is part of the reason why it's so hidden, right? Probably one of the reasons, the main reason why they have tried to hide it from people is because it's almost irrefutable physical evidence of creation, intelligent design, right? But I mean, this is another level to get into, and for yourself at the moment, I would recommend sticking with the physical evidence, the observations, the laser tests. You need to be figuring out how you can prove or disprove your belief in the globe. That's where you should start. Or be agnostic for a while and enjoy not knowing, right? Don't be afraid to say you don't know. That's just my not quick response to the whole religion argument side.
Yeah, if I can just add one quick thing, it's that religion is man-made. But the Creator's creation, that's something separate. Now, I'm sure most of us growing up, we found that religion can be distasteful. And everyone is now fighting over whose religion is right. And those are all man-made constructs of, hey, these many Hail Marys, or you have to say so many prayers facing eastward every day, or there's all these man-made constructs that are layered on top. What we're saying is that this links you back to this creation. The same with like a painting. When you see a painting, you know there had to be a painter who painted it. When you see the creation, you know there has to be a creator.
Well, yeah, to a certain degree. But like when you talk about religion being man-made, it just depends on what you believe. You know, that's what comes back to belief. Because if you go with the Bible, religion was not man-made. That was given to us by God. What they were supposed to worship, how we're supposed to worship. You know, but if you go with...
Hey, are anybody... Sorry, this is off topic, but any Australians in here right now?
Yeah, I'm one.
I heard this from somebody. I don't know if it's true, but it's did they pass a law or something that you guys cannot grow your own food, or some rules about growing your own food or something?
I don't think so. I'm pretty sure you can grow.
This guy sent me. Yeah, this guy sent me it looked like an article. It said that Australians can't grow their own food. That was like the headline, and I'm like, that sounds like crazy. Like I was like, I'll ask somebody from there. I'll definitely have to let him know because he's like just believes almost everything he reads.
Hang on.
Hey, I'll tell you what, though. I mean, there are places where they say you can't collect your own rainwater and filter it because
yeah, that's we have government on that here.
Dude, you can't do that in California. You can't do that. You can't do that in California.
We can't have wells. I mean, like nobody can have wells, and that's crazy. You can't pull water out from the ground. Like, what's wrong with that?
Oh, there's this new deal.
Legally, I mean, if you own property and you build a well, you can actually do that. I mean, like, dig a well.
Not where I'm at. Not in city limits.
See, well, you can't do it in city limits. Yeah, exactly. That's what.
But that's a crazy thing. We had a well, and then we weren't in city limits, and then they moved us. Like they moved the city boundary, and then they made us cap it.
As far as property goes, though, how deep into the ground does the property limits go? It's like, do you own how far below?
Doesn't it go all the way? I would assume it goes all the way down and all the way up.
But actually, that's actually true. If you own property, on any part of the earth, as deep as it goes, you own that property. As far as I know, and maybe I've been wrong about this. So, in vertical, it's a vertical thing.
No, I think it's the opposite. They talk about mineral rights. If there's minerals or anything found below your property, it's the government's property.
No.
The mineral rights belong to the state.
Okay, well, if somebody has something else to say about it. But as far as I know,
what is strange, I always wondered why,
Go ahead, brother.
The governments prevent you from planting fruit trees in public. So they're always planting new trees along the roads. And I always wondered to myself, why don't they plant apple trees and peach trees? And then someone walking on the way to work could pick food and be fed that day for not having to do anything. And they've actually made it law that you're not allowed to grow food on public land because it could cause someone one day to have a bad reaction, or maybe if they eat old fruit, it may be bad for them.
When did the public become so paranoid about eating fruit from a tree? Now, if you,
it's the same with wasted products or expired products.
Yeah, it's just like really like the trees. Like in I've been to Phoenix, Arizona. There are orange trees on the streets, right? Those oranges aren't really good. I mean, you wouldn't want to eat them anyway. They don't taste good. They're really sour. I mean, you can pluck them off, and they just don't taste good. They're just really sour. But real orange trees, grow. It's like people in California roam in their backyard.
It
just links to the false publicity. Sorry,
I was in Arizona and I ate one of those oranges.
Listen, I mean, I'm sure it's a point that's been raised here before, but yeah, exactly like Flat Earth Solar is saying. I mean, think about the dent that could be put in the difficulty of homeless people's lives if all of the trees and all of the bushes that were lining the pavements were fruit-bearing or food-bearing, right? If there was really an interest in combating, hold on, David. If there was really an interest in combating hunger, wherever it is, and homelessness and people's quality of life, this is such a viable option that, I mean, it kind of shows their hand. It does. That they don't do it. And just quickly, could someone check if there's any new people? I think there was a guy, Prime Timington or something, who isn't verified. Does someone want to unmute him and see if he's got any questions or wants to raise any points about the Earth?
Did the other guy had to leave? I didn't hear him.
Yeah, no, the other guy said he had to go to bed.
Oh, okay.
So he's gone. But he sounds like, he's a rational guy. He could have the conversation, so maybe he'll be back.
Yeah, I think he needs to do more research. He posted some YouTube link where and my mom is claiming that the Earth is a globe. So I mean, he needs to do more effort.
Yeah, no doubt. I mean, he's just totally
researching.
He's totally new to this. He still thinks the moon landings are real, but.
Yeah, that's why we're here. We actually want new people to join every single day, and we do have dozens of people that join the server every day. And
so in that vein, I've just unmuted Prime Timington. Prime Timington, are you here? Can you say hello? Prime Timington. I think that's your name. No.
And if someone comes in and they're like kind of curious, or they're unwilling to open their microphone because they want to kind of see what's going on, and we're not here to try to convince anyone that the Earth is flat. We're just giving you the information that we've come across for several years. It's not like this isn't a church or a freaking religion.
Yeah.
So anyway.
Yeah, we're not preaching to anyone. So Prime Timington, I'll pop you back on mute. Maybe you're just listening, but if you do want to ask a question or you want to get involved in the conversation, you can jump up to VC check-in 1 or 2, or put a message in the lobby or debate and ping a mod, like tag a mod or gold or silver, and let them know that you want to be unmuted, and we can unmute you and have the discussion.
Yeah, I mean, it always starts with the open ideas. Like, hey, I'm wondering why people think the Earth is flat. If you really have that genuine question, I'm curious about why people think the Earth is flat, and you don't want to argue with us, and really.
Yeah, well, it doesn't have to be an argument. It never has to be an argument. That's the whole point,
exactly.
Right? It can just be a discussion, just open questions, this kind of thing. But he seems like he's in here and he's listening. So if people do want to just kind of talk about how they came to Flat Earth, some of the intro points and this kind of thing, I'm sure it would be handy for him. We've also got Leo. Okay, no, I think he's maybe already FE. But yeah, so let's keep it to intro FE stuff, just since we've got some new people in. So if anyone's got points they want to raise. Also, FE Solar, you've got Gold Plus now, so you've got access to the bot commands. So get into a call with one of the mods or something, and one of the other golds, and they can teach you how to use it just for the memes and get the command list and all this kind of stuff.
Excellent. Thank you, Wolfgang. Really appreciate that.
No, it's long overdue. Sorry, I thought you already had it, but I just checked and I saw that you didn't. So yeah,
actually, I heard Wolfgang recommended, and he was on mobile, and I went and gave it to you, Flat Earth Solar. So
thanks, Elio.
Thank you,
I joined,
bro, you've been here for a long time, so you're a trusted.
Yeah, since I joined, I've been looking forward to the day where I can at least be able to mute someone who's rumpusing a room, or be able to play the bot if needed. So I've been downloading all the photos personally, and then I've got to scroll through 1 million photos on my phone to try and find the one that's valid. So this will save a lot of time.
Yeah, no, it's a massive time.
Are you on Bluetooth or your phone microphone? Your voice sounds pretty good. Just like your voice.
Hold on, just quickly, could we check if Solar's got the DJ bot control as well?
Yeah, he has now. While you was talking about the DJ bot, I added it to your account.
Okay, cool. So Flat Earth Solar, when there's some dead air, if you want to play a song or some clip or something, the DJ bot role is pretty cool. When there's if you want to make a point, you just talking about something and say, hey, listen to this. It's a few minutes long. Or if there's some dead air, you can play a 2-hour video, so people can listen to it.
Does it mean that I can also VC verify people going to VC check-in? Or
no.
Yeah, no, you should be able to VC verify. If you can't assign the role, then you should be able to use the ! verified command.
Oh, I forgot about that. Yeah.
Right, so using the bot, you just type in ! verified and then tag the person, and it should give them the VC verified role.
Yeah, I forgot about that because I don't use the bot ever.
But you have to note that there's only the bot is only active in some of the rooms. So look at the rooms: lobby, debate, bot, audit, live stream 1, VC. There's a few rooms that it won't work in, so just make sure you're doing it in one of the rooms where the bot is. And you should also have access to CogDis. Have you got CogDis VIP?
Yeah, I think Gold Plus gives Gold Plus gives it.
Okay. Well, if he doesn't, let's maybe give him the CogDis VIP just in case. But yeah, you should be able to go into CogDis, see the crazy people. That's always fun.
I really.
But yeah, no, thanks, Solar. You're always, anytime I tune in and you're speaking, it's always great stuff when you're great with the new people. So it's long overdue. Thank you for everything you do on the server.
Yeah, he's solid.
Thanks, guys. You know, I just always
You're
feel
South African, right? You're South African.
Yeah, correct. I've got lots of scientific friends, and we have this massive discussion every time, and they just simply can't see this. And as someone said earlier on today, you know, we all made mistakes in the first few months when we were flat earthers, thinking that all you have to do is show one thing to someone and they're going to accept it. And that whole process has taught me to be a lot more patient and to remember where you were before you understood this truth, and how you'd almost been on autopilot your entire life. And then suddenly someone says to you, but you can make this decision. And you realize, whoa, turn autopilot off. I'm now steering the ship. Now I want to see where I'm going to go. And a lot of times, you know, it's an ego fight. If you come in here with ego, their ego gets inflated, and eventually you're screaming over each other like Gravy Man was doing earlier. You know, and it's how do you ensure that the ego doesn't engage so that you can actually get the message across? My background is marketing, and in marketing, a message is only a message once it's received. Otherwise, it's just a blanket communication. But if you want a message to be received, it has to be able to be decoded by the receiver. And if the receiver cannot receive that message in the right way, it's fallen on deaf ears, like throwing the seeds onto the rocks that will never germinate.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Yeah, exactly.
Just to plant that seed, kind of like with Safida, I was saying to him, you know, maybe take a couple of steps back down that staircase of disbelief. Start at the moon landing, start at 9/11. Once you're curious and you see that there is more to that, then the natural progression up the staircase can continue.
Yeah, and that's why I was wanting to highlight Safida saying, you know, I've not really looked into this kind of thing because it scares me, because that's so much what it is. Like, not just fear, but as you say, ego and pride. But ego, pride, and fear are honestly the main barriers to this for so many people. And it was a great juxtaposition to have that Greyserve guy in before, because he was perfectly demonstrating that it wasn't about the arguments to him. It was like an emotional response. And maybe he'll calm down and he'll come back and he'll have another look, he'll think about it. I don't know. But the fact that Safida could not only recognize that in himself, but say it in a room full of like 20-odd strangers, you got to give credit to that, because I think even a lot of us probably had those similar kind of thoughts in the beginning, and we either didn't articulate them or didn't even recognize them. But he got it pretty quick. He was like, I'm not getting into this because I think it's ridiculous. I'm kind of not getting into it because it's quite scary. Like, that's a kind of brutally honest thing to say, and very few people will admit that. That's kind of why I wanted to highlight that from him.
Just to interrupt for a short bit, Flatter Soda, I tagged you in the Gold Text channel with a link to all the commands for the bot, so you can check it out on your own time. Okay? And added the CogDis VIP rule, but I think Gold Plus should actually give you that perm automatically.
Yeah, it doesn't hurt to add a tag if you don't know if the perms are. That's what I was thinking. I was like adding tags. I was curious, like, do silvers automatically have perms to post in the live stream? You know, post gifts and links.
Yeah, I think everything above silver FE will give you image perms.
Yeah, that's what I... Anyway.
You know, what's amazing is Rory Cooper, my perspective. I was just looking in the chat now. He actually stays near me. And he was one of the first, I contacted Jeranism first and Bob from Globebusters.
Have you ever met up with him?
With Rory, yeah.
Oh, really? You know him? Like, you met up?
Correct, yeah. And I actually,
awesome.
he had disappeared off the scene in about, I think it was 2016 or so. And then late in 2016, 2017, I started contacting him and saying, we need more of his animations and we need a lot more stuff. And then he started revitalizing his channel. And just to be able to talk to someone here who had also put out so much brilliant content, it was just, you know, when you hear about Flat Earth, you think maybe there's a handful of guys in the UK or maybe there's a handful of guys in Europe. But then when you realize that there's guys everywhere, every country has flat earthers. And sometimes they're only, I think Rory stays 20 kilometers from me. So it's
holy shit, that's really close. Amazing. Dude, why don't you get him to come on here? I'd love to talk to him. That'd be freaking...
Yeah, I must.
Yeah, that's the cool thing about this place, right? I remember when I was getting into it, one of my first things was like, I can't really talk to anyone in my real life about this right now. I need to speak to people who have also looked into the same thing. And I think it's such a valuable resource because it can be quite an isolating thing if you're the only one in your kind of circle who's looking into this. They're like, oh my god, you get a reaction that you want to tell everyone. But you'll realize pretty quickly that that's not necessarily a winning move in the beginning. Like you need to have your arguments so unlocked and your way of discussing it pretty well practiced before you start putting it into your real world circles, your professional circles, whatever. Of course, depending on what your circumstances are, some people are different, but that's why this place is so cool, because it's like, yeah, maybe there's a few people in this country, maybe there's a few people, but as soon as I came here, I was meeting people from the same country, from a few hundred miles away, and like you say, all over Earth. And it's the resource that we need, because we need every mind who's interested in this, in every part of the Earth, to be making these observations, to be testing these claims, to solidify our...
I even found a Flat Earth meetup like a few hours away from me. It looked like I wish I could go. If I wasn't going to Missouri, I would have went. But it's like it looked like a pretty big one, like a camping event, like a whole weekend thing, flat earthers, and honestly, I wish I would have been able to go to that. And I've met so many people in here in this Discord that are from the Midwest, you know, like, and I've only ever met, like, outside of the one person that's shown me the flat earth, I've only met like maybe 3 other flat earthers, other than the people that I've shown the flat earth to. Like, but yeah, I mean, there is a lot more than I thought, you know, especially after coming here. And I plan to get because my buddy that showed me flat earth, he's just met a guy in Iowa who he's a flat earther, and he's got like a farm and stuff, and he knows a lot of other flat earthers too. So like I'm starting to find kind of a community of flat earthers in my local area.
Well, this is it. I mean, in the years to come, right? Think about it. I'm sure there will be, and there should be, like flat earth festivals, right? Like people are going to be gathering in their hundreds, if not thousands, and gathering at places like giant lakes to camp over for a few days, giant salt flats, all bringing equipment, conducting tests. I mean, imagine everyone across this giant lake just kind of all observing each other from all across the different parts of the lake, circling the whole thing, and all seeing each other, all flashing lasers, all doing this kind of thing, like a Coachella of Flat Earth or something. And then at night, you all hang out and watch you all hang out and watch
That'd be awesome, man.
and you all just laugh at
I would love to go to stuff like that.
I mean, think about it. That's going to be coming.
Yeah, and like I'm waiting for more like Midwest centered, because that one I just talked about was called the Midwest Flat Fest. It's on flatearthfestivals.com. I heard it on Mark Harding's channel, but I'm hoping like bigger ones will start popping up in this area, because it's hard for me to travel, long distances. Just like money and work and stuff, so it's hard for me to get days off. And like I wish I didn't. I wish I wasn't such a slave at the end of the day. Like,
Right. Well, I mean, the more work we do here, that's what it's for, right? I mean, eventually, there's no putting this genie back in the bottle. It's out now. It's just a matter of time until enough people have access to the information, right? Because for the most part, the reason it's not absolutely everywhere, although it is, but it's like underground still to a degree, is not because people have examined the information and dismissed it. It's because they've not had the opportunity. They're robbed of the opportunity as children of having this discussion, of being presented with the other side of this story and this information, right? So I'm getting that out there.
in your opinion, then, out of like, say, like 10,000 people, how many of them presented with the argument do you think would actually look at it logically and like not just completely toss it out? You know what I mean? Like at least hear it out. Like what's I'm just asking for, like we don't really have numbers, but like what do you think?
It's total speculation. I mean, out of 10, I don't know. I mean, even if you got 1, right, that's enough. I mean, 1% of a population looking into this is enough, right, to make big change, right? So, I mean, we have this idea that so few people are actually capable of looking into this and understanding it, but I think it's more the case that the opportunity hasn't been there for them, right? It's the early years indoctrination that's the barrier, and the less to the discussion, right? These thoughts are not entering most people's minds unless it's brought to their attention. So the more people doing that, as we try to do here, 24/7, 365, the faster we're going to get to that point. I truly believe it's not a question of this being an insurmountable barrier for so many people. It's a question of the availability of the information and the number of people actually disseminating. So that's why I think what's done here on this server is a very underrated use of people's time. Like, I mean, a lot of us all put in a lot of time here, and I mean, I would just thank everyone for doing so, because it all contributes, right? All of this is working towards a greater good here. And even if it doesn't seem like it's sinking into the person that we're talking to at the time, there's an audience, right? And it's sinking in with someone who is just listening or lurking. I mean, the amount of messages I've had from people I've never spoken to, I've never even seen, speaking in text, and they've been like, thanks for doing this on the server, because and now I know, or now I'm questioning, right? So all the people, for every person that is not taking it on or seeming hesitant to even have the discussion, there are people who are taking it on, which is why it's important for us to remember all the time that there's an audience listening.
I got a lot of like Flat Earth business cards and like pamphlets and stuff that my buddy made, and I'm thinking about just having him like make a ton more and just like flood our whole like county. You know, just like make it so like everybody that's around here has seen this information, because it like leads. They've got like YouTube videos on them, like decent ones to get people started and like get their minds thinking. And then it's got some like other stuff like good proofs, and then it's got the Dave Murphy interview, just like a lot of good information. And I'm gonna just start flooding them around like the whole area and just see like how many people I can get talking about it. I don't know. Like, I feel like there's a lot of really open-minded people in this area.
Yeah, it's the ultimate topic for like guerrilla marketing, right? Because it's not like we're just talking about a vague concept that they then have to do hours and hours and hours of reading and research. Well, they do. But all we really need to do is to make them think about the natural world and to spur their interest enough for them to investigate the natural world. So, I mean, whether it's slipping business cards into books, a bookshop or a charity shop, or just sticking stickers on the lampposts, or putting some poignant graffiti next to bodies of water, you know, like sticking the curvature formula next to a beach on a railing or something. I mean, the opportunity for
Yeah, dude, I just got my moped back. So I have a little tiny like 50cc moped, and I'm just gonna cruise around and just like, you know, hand them to people that'll take them, and just like maybe leave one on a bench here and there. You know, I don't know if it's like, maybe I shouldn't do that because it's like littering, but at the same time, you know, somebody's gonna still, I feel like, have to pick it up and see it, or, you know, want to throw it away or something.
And, you know, there's a difference between the people who come in here maybe feel like they're in a debate as soon as they arrive and they have to defend their position, and someone just coming across a business card in their own time, in their private lives, and making the decision with no pressure from anyone else speaking to them at the time. You know, maybe I will look into this, right? So I dare say a lot of people will be
Yeah, they do say 24/7. They say 24/7 Flat Earth Live on them. Like, that, it wasn't in reference to the Discord at the time they were made. It was in reference because ODD TV, he used to have a 24/7 Flat Earth Live. I don't think he does anymore.
Yeah,
it was in reference to that, but it just
that's where
says,
this
oh, really?
on from. Yeah, this is what it came from, right? It started off with the ODD 24/7 shot, and then there was a kind of a 1.0 version of this server, and then now we're on this server. But yeah.
Yeah,
no, that's good. That's the kind
my buddy that made the cards, my buddy has told me about the 24/7 Discord before. He's told me like, oh yeah, you want to talk to people, but I didn't actually like come in here until I heard Austin Whitsitt talking about being in here and stuff. Because like his videos really like got to me. A lot of the stuff he put out, like it really made me think about like the importance of my life and just like everything, and like, I don't know, he put it in like a different type of like perspective that I hadn't really ever gotten before from anybody.
Talk about balls. Whitsitt put his whole life on hold, got an RV, and just traveled around all of America flat smacking people in the streets, at the monuments. I mean, shout out to Whitsitt. He's put on a load of great content.
Yeah, dude, he's a beast. And then I was watching him before he started doing that, and when he started doing that, I was like sharing it on Facebook, and I was like, yo, look at what this guy's doing, you know, like he's just, you know, he's going all over the place, and he had to have gotten a lot of people thinking, man. He did a really good thing there, man. That was awesome.
Yeah, no, Austin is a legend. Shout out to Austin.
I actually even tried to go find him when he was in my state. I tried to go find him, and then I got to the spot where he was at, but he had already moved. And then I tried to look for him, and I couldn't find him, so I left. And then he went live again right after I was like driving away, and it was like an hour drive, or like 2-hour drive from where I live, and I was just like, yeah, I'm not turning around. It was getting late. But yeah, I tried to meet him there.
there's so many weird people who this topic spurs on weird neuroses and some strange tics. So I mean,
Dude, I know. I've seen people come in here, dude. They're like fake. There's like fake, these like fakers that come in here. These fake flat earthers, man. It's weird. You can tell that they're like
it's very
not like honest.
I mean, Austin was going to be dealing
the Antarctic guys, man.
Yeah. Sorry, just quickly. I can see there's a new guy. Oh no, okay, he's just dipped. Never mind.
Yeah, I love hanging out here too because it's definitely helped me.
Sorry,
definitely helped me get my arguments down.
Someone tag that Sparks010 guy and tell him if he wants to come back and ask questions, he can be unmuted. But yeah, so we got another guy in. Band member. What's up, band member? Where you banned from? We can't hear you, band member, if you're talking.
Yeah, just want to listen in, see if there's anything new.
Are you new on the server, or you been here for a while?
No, I've been here before. I've asked a few questions. I'm not a good representative for Globe, but I am curious.
Okay, you don't need to be a good representative for Globe, because I mean, most people don't know much about the Globe because you're not taught much about it at school. But yeah, I mean, you should just ask some basic questions, or tell us what you've heard, or what you think about some of the information being shared on the server. Like, do you understand that the flat Earth is not a disk in space?
I'm sorry, say that last part again, please.
Do you understand that when we're talking about flat Earth here, we're not talking about a disk Earth in space with water falling off of it and stuff? Do you understand that?
Yes, I understand that part. I'm just curious if there's any new information aside from what's currently been being argued. I can appreciate the current information up to a point, but after a couple of years, there should be some sort of improvement in the research.
In terms of like the measurements and the observations and things?
Yes.
Okay, well, yeah, if you check the long distance observation channels and laser test channels, I mean, people are doing new observations all the time. But what are your thoughts on the long distance observations and laser tests and things that seem to be showing that we see too far, we shoot lasers too far? What are your thoughts on all that?
The laser test to me is not accurate enough. I mean, the laser does spread out over long distances.
Wolfgang, do you mind if I kind of interject here?
Yeah, go for it.
Sure. So, no, the laser test. Now, the implication, right? So, if you have a laser, and very powerful laser, on one side of a body of water that is supposedly curving due to this ball model, right? Before we even get into that, band member, is this your first time here? Obviously, I can tell just by the way that you're talking that you're familiar with the topic, and you talked to others maybe before about this, right?
Yes, sir.
All right, so don't call me sir. Anyway.
Okay.
All right, good. You can if you want to, but no, we're here trying to figure this out, just like everyone else is, right? So, if the Earth is a globe spinning in space, and it's not a disk, I mean, nobody here, no flat earthers claim a disk spinning in space. That's not existing in space or whatever. Now, what they tell us about this globe Earth, third rock from the sun, is that it has a certain radius. So we do these laser tests to
to try to prove whether or not there's a hump of water between the laser point and the target, right? Do you understand that part of it?
Yeah, I understand it, but I guess I've seen and heard a lot of this is what it isn't. I'm just looking for refinement in the measurements for flat Earth. I guess that's what I'm really looking for.
Well, see, it's really easy. It's really easy to discover what their claims about globe Earth is, right? Because they told us that that has a radius of 3,959 miles, circumference of 24,901 miles, approximately. Right? It can vary depending on their clues, but that's. I mean, all of us grew up knowing, the solar system model and all that kind of stuff, right? But the specifics about that model make the Earth, third rock from the sun, 3,950 miles radius, 24,901 miles in circumference. So we can test whether or not, since most of the Earth is water, right? We can test whether or not that the Earth, due to gravity, is these bodies of water are curving around the Earth due to gravity, right? This is what you were told. That's what I was told when I was growing up.
Yes, of course.
All right, cool. So we do these laser tests across lakes. I mean, a lake is the best place to do it because there's no tides involved. The lake is just, depending on weather, the lake can undulate. There could be some waves on the lake, but for the most part, a lake is contained, right? So you put a very powerful laser on one side of a lake, and you can hit a target 25 miles away on the other side of the lake. How's there any curvature in between? It would be shining into a hump of water from 25 miles away. You wouldn't be able to see that laser from the other side of the lake.
Yeah, I did watch a video and I did read the one paper on it, and I liked the paper because it was trying to lean towards more positive data as opposed to it's not this, therefore it's flat. I guess that's what I'm looking for. Is more, this is why it's flat and this is what we found.
Sure, I mean, that's not the only one. That's not the only, the laser experiments, or you can call them experiments, or they're just tests. It's just like, hey, I have a very powerful collimated laser that I'm shining across a lake, 25 miles. And yeah, so I captured it. Now, there is, what's it called? Oh, shit, now I can't think of the word. There's expansion, from the source line. They collimate the laser so that it can travel as far as it can without expanding.
Diverging.
Diversion. Yeah. Beam divergence. So this test was done. I'm losing it right now. By FE Core, they shined a laser with with beam. The beam divergence would be about 3 meters from 25 miles. Now, hitting a target 3 meters, whatever, but really it doesn't matter if you can see that laser from the source point across 25 miles of a big ass lake. That lake's doesn't have a hump of water due to gravity.
That test wasn't I guess there's something about it that I haven't really something in the back of my mind is telling me something's missing. I don't know if that's just me being biased.
They're going to tell you refraction. That's what they're going to tell you. Now, whether or not that's proof of anything, that's something else. Now, Earth itself presents itself as a level stationary plane. Now, so what they do with that test is try to what they're trying to do is show you that the Earth is what they told you it is. Well, when you can see this laser from 25 miles away while you're standing on the shore, if you were standing on the shore, the other side of the lake, if what they're saying is true about the globe, you would see that laser pointing up in the sky. It looked like the frickin' Batman signal. You know what I'm saying? You know, because they're like on the other side of the curve, it'd just be pointing up in the sky from your perspective, 25 miles away.
No, I understand that part. It's just that, like I said, I'm just looking for if there's anything. You know, it's been a few years, about 2 years for me. If there's been any improvements on showing positive claims as opposed to the globe measurements don't match up, therefore it's flat. I guess that's what I'm not liking. So
I get that. Yeah, go ahead. Somebody else. Was good.
Well, let me just jump in quickly just to kind of clarify, right? Because the tests we're talking about, they're about testing the globe claim specifically, right? They're not necessarily about evidencing anything more than testing the globe claim of curvature when we're talking about surface laser tests, right? So when you're saying, is there anything more? I mean, there's endless amounts of information to look at with regard
hundreds and hundreds of videos.
But the tests that we're talking about in particular, I suppose we need to get to the crux of what you're thinking. Like, you understand the FE core laser tests, what they did, the distance that they did it. The beam divergence, as Helio says, is like 3 to 4 meters over 25 miles. So it's not enough to compensate for the claimed 90 meters or so of curvature that they claim is present over that distance. So when you're saying you're needing more, is it because you don't think that the 25-mile laser test actually disproves the globe claim of curvature? Or is it that you want more information about, okay, so what is this place then if it's not a globe? Like, what's your position? Do you think it's possible for these observations to have occurred on a globe? Or do you understand that it's not possible on a globe? What would you say?
I guess I'm thinking that test should be done like a different time of the year, different time of day.
Different conditions. Okay.
Those people that did that test did it when there was very little humidity. They did it in the cold. They were freezing to death out there doing this test. There was very low humidity out there.
Yeah, I read that part. Yeah, it was. They did do it to reduce refraction. You know, if there is any.
Are we talking about the FE core test?
Yes.
Yeah, those were done over 2 weeks at the ISOMER. So it's in 2 weeks time they did multiple tests.
I'm sorry, brother. Yeah, they panned the laser. We're talking about the Lake Issel where they got the 25-mile observation. That's what the final. But they did the same test over that same lake. They did 5 miles or 5 kilometers or whatever. Then they panned the laser, and then they got to 25 mile, which is 40 kilometers. 40 kilometer. They were able to see the laser directly across the lake, and it was very, very cold. It was very cold.
If you've checked out the laser tests channel that we've got down below, you'll see different conditions. I mean, people have been doing them over frozen lakes and all this kind of stuff at varying distances. The the observations of the horizon, like the black swan. I mean, there's loads of different methods that people have used to test the curvature claim. But I suppose if you're saying that you've looked at them all and you don't think they do disprove the curvature claim, I would ask then, in your mind, what kind of test would you be envisioning that you would need to see to realize that?
I guess my approach would be if you get a different, let's say the black swan, they showed the one shot, and then they showed a different one. It looks like approximately the same location at a different time of the day. It looks like high noon or something.
So now
to me, it's not about what it's not about what proving flat or globe. Is that what am I seeing and why am I seeing it that way?
All right, here's something. Here, hold on. Let me do this. Here's something to consider. Let me ask you this question. What do you think the horizon is?
Well, the horizon is the point where it starts to fall away. Right? I mean, that's why things. That's why
Have you ever looked up the definition of horizon?
No, I haven't.
Well, go ahead and look that up right now if you can. Are you on your phone or a computer?
Okay, well, hold on 1 second.
Yeah, I mean, I think the fact that he's given that definition, shows that he does still think that the horizon is geometric. So obviously, we do need to spend.
Sure, that's why I asked. I want him to give me the definition of horizon. Yeah. Because this has been the problem the whole time.
Yeah. I mean, that's kind of what I was trying to elucidate as well. You maybe looked at them, but have you discussed them and kind of understood what they're showing? So.
Yeah, just look it up, band member. What's the definition of horizon? Once you find it, I want you to read it to me. And you find the definition of horizon.
Okay, it says here on the first one, it's a line in which the Earth's surface and the sky appear to meet.
Wow, cool. So it doesn't. So is it physical or?
In my opinion, I would say.
I don't care about your opinion. What's the definition? It says they appear to meet, but they don't. Do you think the sky actually touches the ground?
Of course not.
Okay, then we're on the same page on this one.
Yeah, so by the definition, it would be an apparent position because it appears to be the line where the surface and the sky appear to meet, right? So, but you've got in your head that it's the point where the surface curves down, which is what they teach us about the globe, right? Ships are disappearing bottom up because they're going around this curvature, which is manifesting as a horizon. But because someone posted the black swan in the live stream, has he got VC verified actually? Yeah. Okay. So can you see the live stream voice text, band member?
I don't know how to do that.
Yeah, right just in this voice room, there's an associated text room right above where you're talking.
Just above the voice channel. Just above it.
Yeah, we'll post associated content there. But I don't see the Black Swan in there. But if you want to go through the Black Swan with them,
yeah, someone post the Black Swan, and let's make sure that band member can see the text channel. Do you see the text channel just above this voice channel, band member?
Yes, I was able to. Yeah.
Right. So the Black Swan's just been posted. It's the oil rigs. Now, do you agree with the premise of the globe model necessitating a physical horizon at 1.22 miles for a 1 foot observer? Do you understand what that means? Sorry, I'll give you a chance to read the image. Maybe you haven't read it before. Have you read the text at the top of that image?
Yes.
Okay. So it's basically saying that if the Earth is a sphere with a radius of 3,959 miles, which is what they tell us, then the horizon, that point that we're told is the surface curving down, will be at a geometrically predictable height based on your observer height, yeah? Like you could draw a tangent line from your eyeball to that point of curvature that you could no longer see beyond, yeah?
Yeah, but there's another photo which looks approximately the same location, with the rig in the foreground is like halfway below the line there.
Yeah. So then how could it be physical curvature if it's moving in front of and then behind the rigs? If it was physical curvature, it would be in the same spot, wouldn't it?
I'm sorry, say that again.
Yeah, so if it's a physical position, the horizon, based on the curvature of a ball, how could it be behind them one day and then in front of them the next day? That would imply that the ball is changing size, right?
No.
So how could a physical curve be in front of them one day and then behind them the next?
Well, that's where, like I said, the science comes in. Again, I know refraction is a big, like a point there.
Right,
that
refraction isn't claimed to do that. Refraction isn't claimed to move a physical geometric horizon in front of objects one day and then behind them the next. That's not what refraction is, or is claimed to be. Unless you have a citation or a demonstration of that. Have you ever seen a demonstration of that?
Well, doesn't light follow as it passes through certain mediums? It does tend to follow.
But that's not saying that a physical obstruction like a hill could be in front of someone and appear behind them, because that would be saying that the light is bending over the person, and the light of the hill that's behind the person is overtaking the person or undertaking them and appearing in front of them. Yeah, it's like the light would be traveling faster from the hill than the object and appearing in front of it, right? That's not what refraction is. I mean,
if I can just...
doesn't that... Sorry, go on.
I just wanted to add quickly to that point. When you look up the definition of refraction, it's always an object refracted with respect to the horizon. So it is refracted above the horizon or below the horizon. It never refers to refracting the actual horizon.
Yes, I understand.
Yeah, so that's another important point, right? So given that refraction isn't moving the horizon, how could it be physical if it's in front of the rigs one day and then behind the rigs the next day? Wouldn't that tell you that it's not physical and that it's actually apparent, as the definition states?
The point where the sun meets the sky, I understand what that is, but like I said, light traveling through the atmosphere does tend to follow the medium. So that's why that's the explanation why we see further.
Well,
right,
you have
one
a
medium,
demonstration.
right? But this is a different thing. It's one medium, and we're talking about the horizon, which you just said you understand that, or Flat Earth Solar just explained to you that the refraction is made in reference to objects in relation to the horizon. It's not saying that the horizon itself is moved. Right? So, given that, then the explanation of that's how it's the one day behind the next is invalid. So it's not refraction of a physical horizon that's making the horizon appear in front of them one day and behind the next. It's a factor of perspective. It's a function of perspective. Okay, so the globe model claims, as you can see in the black swan image, that the horizon is supposed to be at 1.22 miles for a 1-foot observer. Yeah, do you understand that? Do you agree with that?
Yeah, but do you agree that light can be bent by certain mediums?
Well, it depends what you're talking about. Like, if you're talking about a straw in a glass of water and that kind of refraction, then yeah, that exists. But that's two different mediums. right? Or 3, air, glass, and water. We're just talking about air here, and the fact that light can change direction as it enters mediums of a different density is not equivalent to saying a geometric horizon can move behind objects that it's actually in front of. You understand that those two claims aren't equivalent. Like just saying, well, because I think light bends in certain conditions, this physical horizon that's supposed to be at 1.22 miles and obstructing this physical object can actually appear behind the physical object. Because that's not just light bending. That's saying that the light from the oil rigs, which is 10 miles away, is overtaking the light from the horizon, which is at 1.22 miles, and somehow reaching your eye before the horizon. So you're not just making a claim to bending light, you're talking about varying speed of light from objects further away through the same medium. Do you understand that?
That made no sense to me. All I know is that when the light hits the rig and it's reflected and it's traveling towards you, the observer, it does travel through the atmosphere, which is a medium, and it's possible that light is being curved.
How would that light reach your eyes? How would that light reach your eyes before the light from the geometric horizon at 1.2 miles?
That again, that makes no sense.
It makes no sense because it can't happen. The light of the oil rigs 10 miles away can't reach you before the geometric horizon at 1.2 miles. The geometric horizon at 1.2 miles is closer to you. That light would reach you first. So that obstruction would always be in front of the rigs, not behind them.
Again, I don't know where you got that explanation from, but
well, that's what you're saying. That's what you're saying because you're saying it's the light traveling. I mean,
let me interject here.
It's like you saying there's a hill between you and me, and I'm on one side of the hill and you're on the other side of the hill, but somehow I can appear in front of the hill so that you can see me. Do you think that's possible?
No, I believe that if the curve is slight and you're not being moved ahead of the horizon, you're just the light is being curved and it goes over. Thus, it looks like you're seeing further. It looks like
no. It's not just seeing further. It's that physical point of curvature, which you believe is there, being in the wrong place and actually being behind an object that it's supposed to be obstructing. So, in the same way that I'm behind this hill that's obstructing me, you're claiming it's possible for me to appear in front of that hill due to refraction.
No, I'm saying that you could see a little further past that hill because
how is the oil rig? How is the oil rig appearing in front of the physical obstruction of the curvature then?
It's not. The light is bending around in order to see it.
No, it's appearing in front. The oil rigs are appearing in front of the horizon. The horizon appears beyond the oil rigs. Yes.
So you don't think refraction is affecting the horizon and the object?
We just went through this. Listen. Do you observe the horizon beyond the rigs in that image that was posted?
Your statement is implying that the horizon is not being affected by refraction.
Yeah, which you will not find a citation or a demonstration for. Have you ever found one?
No, I didn't research that far, but what I'm saying, with the way you're...
How can you make that claim then?
Well, you're claiming that the horizon is not affected by refraction, and I think it is.
I'm claiming that the horizon is not where the globe model predicts. And you're agreeing with that, but you're making up an explanation for it, which you've just agreed you don't have any evidence for.
I think the horizon is affected by refraction.
Yeah, but you just said you don't have any evidence for that.
Okay, if I did some, okay. About the only argument I've heard about that is that there are refraction tables when navigating in order to adjust for.
Explain these refraction tables that you're talking about. Explain those for us.
Again, it's not. It's just something I heard during other.
Oh, really? So you heard it from where? You're not familiar with these refraction tables. You're just spouting some nonsense from the anti-flat Earth community. I can come in here and say whatever I want because I know the Earth is a globe and these flat Earthers are full of shit.
Let me speak to them. Listen, I mean, that's the same thing as you just saying I don't have a demonstration or a citation because you've just said, well, there are refraction tables that I've heard about, so you've not really looked into them. But also, like we said, no one is denying refraction as it actually exists. But you're making a claim beyond what is claimed for refraction. You're making a claim that objects can appear in front of physical obstructions that they're actually behind, and that the geometric horizon is moved by refraction, right? But this is the claim that you've just said you haven't actually found any evidence for. So you're rejecting the observation taken in reality in favor of a sentence that you've heard that you've never seen or observed any evidence for.
I find if you don't believe that the horizon is affected by refraction and only objects that you're looking at are, that doesn't make any sense.
Why would we believe it? Why wouldn't we have evidence of it?
Everything we see is affected by light, and when that light travels through a medium,
but that's not
it is affected by refraction.
That's not evidence for the claim. That's a general statement. We're asking for evidence of this specific claim, and it's not a case of we don't believe it. It's that it's not been demonstrated or proven. It's not on us to disprove something that's never been proven, is it?
So the horizon is not affected by refraction.
Well, can you provide us a demonstration or citation?
Well,
that would explain this? Observation of the oil rigs in front of the horizon and the horizon at 10 miles. Right? Because even if we look at terrestrial refraction and we go 7/6R, which is the refraction that you're actually talking about but haven't really looked into, that still doesn't give you a horizon at 10 miles. It would take a 1.2 to like a 1.4, 1.5. I mean, even if it was 2 miles, I would give you the benefit of the doubt. But it's not. It's 10 miles, right? That's way beyond what any refraction or terrestrial refraction would give you as a calculation. And even that calculation is begging the question because it's based on a radius that's never been evidenced or measured. But even given that, it doesn't give you the 10-mile horizon that we're seeing. So it's completely insufficient, right? It's not sufficient to say, well, because light bends when it goes into different mediums, which again isn't analogous because we're talking about one medium here, the air. Just because that refraction exists under certain circumstances doesn't mean that it is doing what you think it can do based on seeing no demonstration or evidence, just having vaguely heard the sentence said. Right? So it's not about why don't you believe it, it's about why do you believe it? What evidence do you have for it? And if you've got none, why would you entertain it? Why wouldn't you go with observable reality until proven otherwise?
The logic tells me that that everything that we observe is affected by, of course, that we see because light is hitting it and it's traveling to our eyes. Everything is affected by refraction. So anyway, we're going back to the it doesn't prove globe, therefore it's flat. I've heard that before. So I'm just looking for anything else new. That's why I listen a lot. I'm looking for new stuff.
No, well the specific point here is that the horizon that the globe model claims it doesn't exist, right? So that disproves the globe, right? I mean, if you want to imagine some other situation other than the globe model that they teach us, I mean, you're entitled to do so.
Check, check. Mic check. Thanks, Helio. If you're there. That wasn't.
I hear you, Sonny. You check.
Okay, good. How's my volume? Well, you say you can hear me. Anyway.
Sounds good to me. Yeah, it sounds good to me. Oh, sorry. I just muted and I didn't have a chance to reach back up and unmuting it. So.
No problem. That was an awesome day yesterday, I have to admit. I know you were here most of the day, Rookie. What did you think about yesterday? It was phenomenal.
It was kind of interesting, yeah. I thought it was kind of interesting. People we had in here.
Go ahead.
No, I was just going to say, I thought it was interesting, some of the people we had and some of the conversations, although some of the conversations kind of didn't go anywhere. But, you know, it's interesting how stubborn some people are. Like just
how what? I didn't catch the last part. Interesting how.
How stubborn some people are.
Oh.
How, you know, even when you show them like straight right to their face, you know, situation or whatever, they just look at it and go, I don't see it. I don't know what you're saying here.
Yeah, but I think here's what I think's happening. I think what we're starting to realize ourselves when these people come in here that they have some kind of a cognition difficulty. So us getting mad at them is really not very productive. And I'm all for projecting the conversation to where it actually needs to be going to the information itself. And I wanted to mention something about how we speak to each other on here and microphone etiquette. Now, the reason I'm saying this is because quite often this becomes a clusterfuck in here. So the way it works when you're on a radio, you make an announcement like, check, check, here I am. Okay, now the next person, let's say I'm waiting for someone so I can respond to what they've said. I listen to what they're saying, like in its entirety. And then there has to be a long pause between when I stop because the next person can't speak at the same time that I'm transmitting. Unlike here, anybody can transmit at the same time. Well, you have two people transmitting at the same time. Nobody hears anything. So if you're on a ship out at sea, that's very dangerous. So that's why they made the radio communications on board vessels one way. You have to click a button to engage your microphone. And then when you let it go, that's when the other person is free to speak. Now, we don't have a lot of those indications on here other than them lighting up, right? So I'm just trying to help us smooth things out. So when we speak, I'm going to speak like this, and then I'm just going to stop, and then it'll be time that I've unclicked my mic, and then someone else can speak. Over.
You're kind of barking up the wrong tree with that because I do it all the time.
I know. That's why I said over. When I was done talking, that's what we do on radio, because then you know it's over. I'm over. Like I'm done talking now. Over.
Roger Wilco, 10-4, big buddy. Get you. Yeah, you're right. You're right. You're right, Sonny. People do need to be a little more respectful with when they decide to butt in or whatever. But on the other hand, people that are speaking need to stop monologuing.
That's
or
true.
Like, you know, I mean, 60 seconds is long enough to get your point across, and then ask for another 60 seconds or something. And then, you know what I mean? Some people just sit and go on and on and on, and people try to, and there's a lot of people here that like to participate. Now, either you're going to be fair with participation or you're not. That's the way I see it. So the people that are here talking and just going on and on and on, and then when someone tries to butt in, they raise their voice real loud, like Elio does.
I gotcha. Yeah. Now we do have a slightly different situation here because it's not a one-way radio. So we are trying to have a conversation. So it's just going to take a little more discipline on ourselves.
Right. I understand. That's what I'm getting at.
Yeah, and I like how you interjected right there because, you know, but see, when I'm speaking, I tend to have spaces in between. That doesn't mean I'm done. I know it seems long-winded, but I'm doing that for the sake of getting the point across clearly without it being interrupted. And I can use my thinking process to see how the conversation, what I'm going to be saying, and it takes some time to present.
I agree.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I agree. Sometimes you need, like, you know, maybe 2 or 3 minutes, but 2 or 3 minutes is quite a while. And I think that once you get to that point, you should at least ask the audience, ask the other participants, do you mind if I continue on a little bit further? There's a little bit more I would like to say.
Yeah, or else yes. And
or just bow out. You know, just say I'm done for now.
Or a combination of these things because
right.
So if I'm talking, then I need to give a pause. So like if I ask a question, or if I like, particularly because the way this conversation is and the information that we have, it does take a while verbally to lay it out for someone to really know logically what we're talking about, you know, conceptually, because we only have our words. We do have the images in the live stream, but we only have our words that we can use to develop this. So I'd just say give each one of us a chance to spend enough time so they can get the thought out without interrupting them. Just like some of us haven't spoken as much, you know, and so give people a chance to like give them some space, like take a breath. When we're waiting for a Glober to answer, don't butt in with another question. Like wait till they get done answering. Okay, that's all I'm saying.
Well, I think it goes. Only point I was trying to make is it kind of goes both ways. It kind of the speaker and the person waiting. Somehow the speaker needs to understand that, you know, there's other people wanting to interject, and especially when someone says, "Do you mind if I?" You know, I usually say, "Do you mind if I say something real quick?" You know, and then I'll say what I got to say, and then I'll try to stop. I've been trying to do that lately, where I'll ask, "Do you mind if I say something?" And generally speaking, you guys have been real gracious and say go ahead. But then I don't just go on and on and on forever. I'll say something, maybe 30 seconds, and then I'm done. And I think, you know what I mean? I think if we should try to do stuff a little more like that, I think it'll work out better for everybody. Everybody will get a little more participation time. And, you know, I don't know. I'm just trying to help the situation out as well. You know, because you're right.
I appreciate your input. Like it's really important. And I think so. I think one thing we need, maybe just briefly, and I won't ramble because I don't want to be on this too long, but just to help us. So it's basically just comes back down to a basic conversation. Like we do certain things in conversation if we want to be heard. For one, we start out with the principles of using like I statements, you know, and then like saying something to somebody and then pausing so they can think for a second. There's the pause for them to think for a second. Then the time allowance for them to actually respond to what was said, or if they ask for clarification. So, like, I hear what you say. Is this what you're saying? Like, if I want clarification, somebody said something, asked me a question, and I'll say, are you saying that? Is this what you were saying just then? And repeat it back. And then we can iron out any differences or confusions about what was actually said, and then a time to respond. And I'm just going to leave it at that.
Rackin, you've always been very polite, and I appreciate what you have to say. All of your interruptions tend to be inadvertent. That's our problem with God Rackin. But we forgive it because we know you don't mean it, so it's cool.
Yes.
Sorry.
I concur.
Well, as of recently, I've got to admit this much, that I would say 6 months ago, even a year ago, I've been here for like 3 years. And it's only been the last 6 months I've actually tried to be more of a participant. And as of recently, you guys have been very gracious and letting me participate without any pushback. And so I've tried to be respectful of that and keep my stuff kind of short. You know what I mean? Say something, like last night, this guy was on and I'd say, can I say something? And I'd say something, take me maybe 30 seconds or 60 seconds to say it. And then I'd stop. I'd just stop talking. And I think if everybody tries to do that, and hopefully get an answer from the guy, hopefully, get a question asked or answered, and then let someone else do it. Just basically, like I've said a few times, okay, I'm done. I'll say this. Can I say something? I'll go on for about 30, 60 seconds, and then I'll say I'm done. And that means I'm not going to say anything anymore. People know that I'm not going to try to interrupt or join back in again until a new topic or a new opportunity or something comes up where I feel like I want to say something again. I'll ask, do you mind if I say something? And I think if people ask, if you're waiting, just, say, hey, do you mind if I interject? And when there's a pause, don't say it when someone's talking. Generally speaking, you guys have been real gracious and have let me go ahead and speak, and that's been great. You know what I mean? And I know it's going to be hard for everybody to communicate on that level and have it work perfectly. It's not going to happen, but I think for me, it's been working quite well because I'll ask if I can interject. You guys, say go ahead or whatever. I'll say what I got to say, and then I'll say I'm done, and then I'll stay out of it for a minute. You know what I mean? Let other people talk. Maybe that's not the perfect way to do it, but I don't know how. There's a lot of people here that want to interject. I know there is. And it's hard to know when someone wants to say something. They need to maybe say, hey, can I interject? And a lot of people have been doing that lately, and I think it's been working better, actually. I'm done.
With a server that, you're right, with a server that has this many people, and for as many, I think, strong personalities and also really very well-spoken, intelligent, wise people that we have, we're fine to defer a lot of the time, but some people just do like to get involved in the discussion more than others, and that's fine. That's just we'll call it their personality.
I always think of Discord as kind of like, jumping into double dutch. If you guys ever did jump rope when you were a kid, like you had to time it just right. When someone's done talking, step in there real quick and say what you want to say. But it's tough because everybody wants to talk at the same time. So I tend to kind of hang back and just listen. Plus, I usually am either listening to this on live stream or I'm on the server, but I'm doing something else. And I just don't really have the time to jump in. But anyway, I like it. I think this place is cool. We'll figure it out, as time goes on. I think we have it figured out. It's just, we have to be kind of conscious about being able, to yield to one another for the sake of everybody getting their equal opportunity when they have a point to make. That's all.
I agree, 100%. And I will admit that I am quite, adamant sometimes about my point, maybe a little too much sometimes.
Yeah, we also have to keep in mind, like there's timing with conversations. They have a different candor, like candor in music. It's like the rate or the speed of the composition, right? Or how long it takes to hit a note. Like, so there's like some people respond quickly because they're thinking more, like their response level is faster. Their cognition may be a little faster. Some people take a little more time to digest information before they answer. We have to allow for these differences. If I'm one of these people that wants to respond really fast and I'm able to do so logically, which personally I'm not, I really need to take more time myself. But if I have somebody that responds fast like that, I still need to give some time. But for people that take a little bit longer to digest the information before they respond, we need to give them a break. So, and also speaking of candor, like when we're speaking among ourselves, like let's say God Rockin' and I are talking, like we've had some great conversations lately, I must say, God Rockin', about you in LA and the racing manufacture parts and all that, like our conversation can go at its own pace, and it's usually a lot slower, if it's just two of us speaking. But then when we get back into like flat earth and we want to like stay on topic, then the candor can change.
Yeah, you're absolutely right about that, Sonny. Because, that's when you get more people wanting in on the conversation. And, I need to realize that there's other people, and we all do, that they want to speak. Everybody wants to, not everybody, but a lot of us want to participate. And you got to pick and choose your time more carefully, maybe a little bit. And like I said, I still think that if you ask in the middle of a pause, can I say something here? And when you're done, when you're finished, can I interject something? And when I've done that, you guys have pretty much let me go ahead and do that. Because I want to say something, because I've voiced that. I've said, hey, can I say something, please? And then I'll wait. And then when he's finished, they go ahead and let me speak. And I think for me, that's worked really well.
Yeah, I think I misrepresented the word candor, so I'm going to have to relook at that. Candor's unreserved, honest, or sincere expression, forthrightness. So it's related to like candid. So anyway, I'll have to relook up my word on in the music rhythm part. I'll get back with you.
Is it cadence, the word you're looking for? Cadence?
Exactly. That's what it is. I don't know why I had a brain fart there. Yeah, cadence. Thank you.
You were close. You were close.
They're close. Yeah, it sound close. Cadence. There we go. The beat, the time or measure of rhythmical motion or activity. A rhythmic sequence or flow of sounds in language. A regular or repeated pattern of activity. Interesting. All right. I'll put let me see if I could copy that.
And some people have their expertise, so to speak. Some people are better at certain things than others, and I think we need to recognize when you get to know somebody, and you get to know what they're about and whatnot. And so, if you recognize they're trying to say something, and you realize because you've paid attention, over the days and weeks and months, that this person knows something about that subject quite well. And, so when you can see that somebody is wanting to interject on a subject matter that damn well they know a lot about it, well, maybe you should let them have a minute. Because I've noticed that for sure. There's people here that, when they start talking about certain things, you've heard them go over it before more than once, more than 10 times sometimes. They know what they're talking about. So let them have it.
Right. Like sometimes I do, sometimes I don't. But actually, a lot of things that I do know, I could sit and talk on one topic for literally like 4 hours. So I don't want to do that here, But
Right.
like, I look forward to having those conversations with other flat earthers, maybe at meetups and stuff, and just sit down and have some long conversations, man. Because look how long we've waited to speak to each other, right? We waited years in this thing ourselves, by ourselves, a lot of us, for decades, right? And now it's come to this culmination, and the world's changing around us. And no, it's just really rewarding to be able to speak with all of you guys. It's like the best part of my life, actually.
I mean, I've said this before, and I'm going to say it again. We have to do something about this refraction subject, because they have no way to prove that it happens the way they're trying to say it does.
Mm-hmm. Right.
There's no way that they can prove that light or the image curves perfectly around over the curve. That doesn't happen.
They don't. GodRock, they don't have anything that actually says that it does that. But the point is, like yesterday was a really good conversation with band member, because he didn't like us using Earth. Now, that's more challenging, because what we are doing is making comparative tests or observations, and what we're comparing it to is the mainstream narrative, the globe Earth with the 3,959 mile radius. So that's difficult. But what it helped me is like, okay, what is the actual information? If I could just be more clear and just stick with it. And I think we did a really good job last night, because what we're talking about very simply with the Black Swan is we're expecting an obstruction at that height at 1.225 miles. And so that made it more easy that like there's no way we're going to discuss this, because we're not going to discuss the globe Earth, because that's what we're talking about. We're talking about Earth. So, that's just somebody's sensitivity. But to be fair, just to be polite to that person, to try to speak to them as they wish to be spoken to so we can get the information. And I think that person had an aha moment last night.
Godrock and I ultimately believe that, if there wasn't refraction, it would be something else. It's just an excuse. They will use what they need to use to kind of, cockroach, scurry their way out of the corner that you've put them in. So, is it a problem for us? I don't think so. I think it's a good example for any listener that, has a reasonable amount of common sense to hear how they just kind of slyly, worm their way out of stuff, or the argument itself, the horizon topic, by using refraction. So I think it's good for us. I know it's frustrating because that's just the way that they refuse to concede, but that's okay. It's, if Matthew Learns bounces in here and just kind of slides all over the place with, I believe it's this way, or it's refraction, or, my heliocentric priest tells me so, then that's okay, because people are going to hear that and go, well, that's just downright dishonest. And I think that will give them, pause and go, okay, well, let me dig into this a little bit on my own, and that's ultimately our goal. So I'm okay with refraction. If it's not refraction, it'll always be something else. It's just the nature of the beast.
That is true, says who, but God Rockin' is right. But the reason God Rockin's right is because usually people don't answer the problem correctly. It's because of the way we handle things. We put ourselves on defense when actually that would be an offensive towards me, because refraction limits your views. It doesn't give you magical viewing powers, right? So if you notice yesterday, God Rockin', when Matthew Learns brought that up yesterday, that was the beginning of the end for him, because once I slapped him with the answer that I'm not going to repeat right now because it has to happen organically, right? We want this to be a real life event. If you go listen, that's when Matthew Learns started to have panic attack, and he ended up leaving, obviously, for the work of Sonny and many others, because obviously the room was very good at what they were doing yesterday. And just by telling Matthew Learns, yeah, that's my point. That depends on LOS, line of sight. I still have to have a straight line in between my eyeball and the target for refraction to work anyway. And within 10 minutes later, he rage quit. So that's how it's done. Is there anyone else?
It was kind of a bummer. I was listening to that entire conversation, and then I had to dip out, and I didn't get to hear Matthew leave, so I may have to go back and listen to the recording. But it's a bummer.
All right, well, that's really quiet in here, but yeah, God Rockin's right. The reason he's right is because we allow these people to act like we have to answer their psychotic questions. And it's obviously, QE will even, this one thing that QE and I agree on, that a flat earther's worst enemy is often himself, because flat earthers have to revamp their entire way of thinking, and we're still acting as if we're the people that have to answer. No, you're the one that has to answer. You're the one that has to give all the evidence. I can sit here and laugh at your cartoons. I need to prove nothing. The whole world already depends on my claim. Thanks.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're not on the defense.
Absolutely right, Exo. Yeah, and you're right. We need to stop acting like we're on the defense, because it's nothing like that. We just need to let them know those few things that we did like last night. Set up the parameters. We're not FES. What we actually do have, and just present the information. If they want to act stupid, that's on them. We can just let them do that, because it's actually quite entertaining to watch adult men act like little schoolgirls, because their globe is about to go away, and they can't stand that. So I'm just trying to be fair to them as well, because listen, I don't care if you do believe in a globe, if you're atheist, if you're a Satanist, I don't care. Everybody deserves to know this, and there always is a way to turn and do an about face and do something different than you've done before, we need to allow these people to do that also. No matter what we think of them, I got to put my own prejudice, my own ego aside, and just let the information speak for itself, because it speaks boldly enough. Like, I don't have to be insecure about that. Thanks.
Yeah, and here's why Says Who is right. Says Who is right because, well, in warfare, there's been a name for this type of tactic for thousands of years. And the 1940s, Godrock and Sonny know where I'm going with this. This is called a kamikaze attack. It's nothing new. It's when the enemy realizes they have to forfeit themselves and die to make a claim. And that's what a kamikaze attack is. As soon as you say refraction, not only have you annihilated your credibility, you're admitting you don't have a claim anymore. Once you say refraction, you're saying, I can't make a claim. I can't talk about this subject because I can't trust my senses anyway. So as soon as somebody says refraction, it's a kamikaze, instantaneous self-eradication extermination. They're done. And you have to let them know that. You just conceded. You don't have a claim. It's over. Thanks.
Yeah. Just got to tell them that they have the burden of proof and explain that to them so they understand, because if you're in a court of law, you need to know the rules. And there is a format, and we have a format. We just need to make sure that we're not entertaining people that have false ideas, for one, about what we are or what we do. And make that clear so that we're not starting out the gate with logical fallacies because they're thinking something completely different. They have an image in their mind of what flat Earth is, and it's false. So we need to clear that up first.
Right. And that's the thing is that, I get picked on because I try to get very strict in false terminology, casting spells. People are still trying to cast spells on us, bro. They don't even know what they're saying, right? And it's like people still want to give back, like, oh, well, you kind of have to let them have some of their words. No. That's not how warfare works. That's not how truth works. When I go to combat, I say, sorry, you're my enemy. You will have nothing. You will take nothing. And when I'm done with you, you will be nothing. That's how this works. When it's warfare, I don't allow my enemies to kill one innocent person. So when we're talking about this serious topic here, I'm not going to allow you to have anything. Yeah, refraction depends on a flat Earth. Prove me wrong. It's over. As soon as you say refraction, I'm going to massacre you with your own claim, show you that you don't even have one, and then tell you, thanks for proving my point. No way that is ever going. And like, guess who says? Says who? He's right. When they do that, it is a sign of desperation. That's why it's a good thing, because it's over. That is a sign that they're already on the ropes. They're ready to get knocked out. Thanks.
This refraction to them is like a fix-all, like
abracadabra.
Huh?
It's abracadabra, Godrock, and it's a seance. It's a spell. Abracadabra. It's not really. That's literally what Matthew Learns is doing. These people are saying abracadabra. That's not real. Thanks.
Right. Exactly. You can't just say refraction and it fixes the problem, because there is no observation or proof that refraction exists in the way they say that it does. Light does not follow the curve because there is no curve to begin with.
Right. So listen, the way F.E. Solar last night put this is the best way. Because when we say there's this obstruction that's supposed to be here, and when they say refraction, then that means that this horizon that we know is apparent by definition, and we also know it's a line, it's horizontal, but I digress. But, we need to, where was it going? So how Solar put it is, if this thing you're quoting refraction that you don't know much about, because they don't, is moving the horizon where it's supposed to be out behind something, and then so things are appearing beyond a physical obstruction, that's totally illogical. And so somebody that we've discussed maybe just briefly about logic, when we're speaking to them, they're going to go back on their own word if they start quoting that thing again after we've explained it, that there are refractions moving this horizon up and down, back and forth. You're seeing objects that are behind like a ball or behind a corner. Anyway.
Yeah, it's a psychotic thing, and it's a form of Satanism. You know, that's a word that I get in trouble for using, but that's what this is. When somebody says you're already removing the possibility for any falsifiability. You're saying I can't have any evidence anyway because no matter what, it's not real. It's the most psychotic, desperate, religious zealot kamikaze attack in debate history. There isn't even a close second. That would be like me going to a football game and the other team says, we don't know where the goal line is. Well, it's game over then. And if you don't know what's going on, you don't have a claim. There's no challenge here. You're talking to it's called divine wind, right? Instead of calling it kamikaze, it's divine wind, which is what kamikaze meant. It's their death. This is the last divine wind they have. They're dead. They're dust in the wind. Thanks.
Yeah. So I was going to make a comment about that. Blanked out there. Oh, yeah. Here it is. Wait a minute. Thanks for giving me the time. See, how weird is it? Like, I never thought. Did any of you ever think? Oh well, I'll just keep it on my side. I never thought that I'd be in a situation where I'd be deprogramming a global satanic cult. And I know I say that word, satanic cult, like kind of, it sounds flippantly,
yes.
But if any Globers, listen, if any Globers want to discuss with me or anyone else in here why I say that, I can provide the information on the heliocentric history, how it was created, and what it came from. The philosophical, metaphysical, religious belief system that this has sprouted from way back when. There's clear evidence. We have the paper trail. So I'll be glad to discuss it with you.
I didn't think my government would be lying to me.
No one did. That's why they told you in school you could trust the government. You got to find out when you're an adult that they actually are lying to you about everything.
Yep.
One more thing on the refraction. I think one thing that we need to do, I don't know if I really hear it all that often, if at all, but we need to point out that it is a begging the question fallacy. Like, it's a fallacious reasoning, right? You have to have sphere-shaped air. So, once again, obviously with the black swan, it already proves that there's a lot of begging the question going on, but just go ahead and point it out, right? If they say refraction, you say that's begging the question. That's circular reasoning. We can't allow that. So you may be able to put it to bed just by doing that, but we'll see.
Yep. Because either that horizon is behind the oil rigs or it's not. And so there's the choice. It's there or it's not. And it's a very simple choice. Like, I don't see how people cannot see this. But I think part of the problem is they don't know what the numbers imply. And a lot of them don't even know the radius dimension in the first place. So they couldn't possibly know what that means as far as elevation drop on the surface. We have to educate them on that before they can get a clue.
Well, it's a sophist, relativity psychotic claim in the first place. No one in history, again, there's no argument, no debate ever in history that says I can't trust my eyes now, so your evidence is invalid until this. That's why this is so extreme. It's the highest level of Dunning-Kruger, sorry to be mean, perverted stupidity. It's the dumb. We're talking about the dumbest people in the history of history. In 6,000 years of history, there's never been people this stupid. So when Matthew Learns makes all these crazy claims and says he's a Bible believer, then when you open the book, he says every word's actually wrong and you have to interpret it otherwise, because not only can you not trust the Bible, you can't trust the actual creation that God made either. You can't trust anything unless it's television cartoons from Satanists or mass murderers or your government. So again, This isn't about evidence. It's the same people in the Bible that are going to try to kill God. It's the same mentality. It's the worst level of psychosis. They're already walking dead. There's no helping that. 99% of the time. There might be an exception that some dummy fell for that word refraction and we can help and save. It's not too late for them, but 99.9% of the time they're walking dead. You can quote me on that too. Thanks.
And that's the way it was. Exo said so. I'm only kidding.
Oh, man.
See that little pause to like get a chuckle out. It relieves the pressure. Man, what a
bro! I mean, this is a new age. This is the newest religion in the world. Like when you discuss this, Sonny God Rockin', and says who this is. There has never been this refraction religion until this topic started, and it's like a group of a few thousand weirdos on the internet that are professing this fraction magical religion where you can't trust. I mean, it's the smallest scientific anti-science Scientology cult in history, and you're talking about a new religion had to form because people realized they were seeing too far. That's how powerful this is, and I always point that out to people. Like, you have a brand new religion that just started in 2016 by atheists scared to death of morality. Congratulations. Do you guys realize, like, we're denying all of warfare in history? We have 120 years of battleship engagements, right? I mean, even Captain Jack Sparrow a few hundred years ago, whatever the, fictional characters use these weapon systems over the water. Now, we're talking about by the 1940s, we have 20, 30-mile ranges, battleships engaging each other on a plain, flat, level water system over the ocean, shooting at each other from 30, 40 miles away. Nobody's ever thought anything about this. It's never affected anybody ever until 2015. And now all of history is wrong. All of combat, all of laser systems, target acquisition, air warning and control systems, J-STARS, joint direct attack munitions, railguns, everything's wrong. The multi-trillion-dollar military-industrial complex is wrong about every single piece of engineering they've ever come up with because atheists on the internet know better. Thanks.
Yeah. Add submarines, torpedoes, and torpedo firing systems. No globe. No globe. Not on any of those. Yep. Submarines would be using it. Look, if the submarines traveling along the abyssal plains in the ocean, they would have to. If those abyssal plains are taking up like 50% of Earth's surface, then the submarines would have to be following along at 8 inches per mile with the mile squared. They would have to. Or they'd run into something. Or they'd end up on the surface again. Or run into an undersea mountain.
Right, so this entire this refraction cult believes nothing in reality is real. The entire systematic process of warfare the past 137 years is all wrong because of atheists that live on the internet and Matthew learns their dad. Now let's take this to another level. Watch how crazy this is. Here's the level of stupidity of the largest group of Dunning-Krugers in all of history. There's just not a close second. I mean, you could look at the Hittites in the Bible and these weirdos. They're nothing compared to the modern age outer space cultists. And the reason is because they all say the same thing like puppets. And one of the greatest things that they say now, and they've been saying this for a couple of years, is, "Oh, I could tell you, but you won't believe me." Have you guys heard this lately? This is one of my new favorite answers from outer space religious zealots. When you ask them a question, right, you finally probably narrowed down some things. It's not like the conversation just started. They already realize you know what you're doing, right? And they get scared to death. And even Matthew learns himself the other day said, "Well, I could tell you, but you wouldn't believe me, so there's no point." Well, that's funny, guys, because it's the people that are telling us we can't trust our eyes are then telling us we don't accept the evidence. They're the ones saying you can't trust your senses, but then they point at you guys and say, because you won't believe me. You can't make this up. These people can't be helped. I'm just letting you know. Like, that type of insanity they've already crossed the threshold of needing a handout, or what's the term? Food stamps isn't going to help these people. They need to be completely reformed. A car accident, slipping on ice and getting knocked out for a few months. That would be the greatest thing that could ever happen to them, because they're literally living a life of death. They literally need an accident or an intervention in their life to knock the evil out of them. Thanks. Did you get that, God Rockin'? Sonny?
Yeah, I get it.
Oh, who said that?
Little G.
Hey, is that Waterworld?
Yeah.
All right, man. See what I'm saying, though? The people that are saying they can't trust their eyes will then tell you and accuse you of not accepting evidence. I'm just telling you that. I hope you guys start pointing this out. This is a massive psychological breakthrough that you could shock people with, and the audience is going to literally their heads are going to spin. The people that are on the fence are going to go, "Wow, that's insane." These guys are all saying you can't trust their eyes. Then they're telling the flat earthers that they're the ones ignoring evidence. I'm just telling you guys, this is just getting easier and easier, and I wish people could see all the opportunities that you have in the argument, because the argument has never been better for you guys. It's so easy now, and the greatest thing about it is that you're using their own weapons against them. It's humiliation. It's beautiful.
Okay, I'm going to have to do a parody with that song Sunny, because you're all singing it. So I'm going to do a Flat Earth Sunny parody. Sunny, once you thought the earth was a spinning globe. Sunny. Once you saw the earth was flat, you weren't so bold.
So I want to point out some positive things as well. Again, the way that the channel handled itself yesterday was very profitable and calm, consistent. And even though we all have our triggers sometimes, we were able to pull it together. And it was more than successful, because that was probably the greatest display I've seen in probably several months. It might have been for the year of 2022. So when we get these guys in, like Avros, like yesterday, right? The guy that we could tell was been here before, he's a little ornery, is that you could probably tell Sonny or God Rockin', I was being a little bit nicer to him, because we don't have the choosing from or the pecking order that we're used to. We don't have a crop of atheists that have the intestinal fortitude to even come in here. So sometimes it's good to allow them to kind of pee in their pants a little bit and let them sit in their piss, in blood, and don't just push them off the cliff. Or even though you could, right, you could prove a point, it's better to allow them to drag it on for a couple hours, keep the guy on the channel, because realize that guy, and I like the guy actually, Avros, because remember, when he first started, he was like, no, can't answer, will not compute. And then 2 hours later, he finally broke down and said, okay, I guess that would change my mind. I gave him a what if questions. I go, hey man, if I just measure this and it's flat, isn't that going to change these other things? And after a couple hours of just putting up with his kind of, normal stupidity, but you just do it, he was breaking down. He admitted that, he changed his mind. So that's where, if you can get somebody to even change their mind slightly, it's success. And Gospel Bearer also did this a couple days ago when he was speaking to the person. And I know a lot of people are going to remember this. There was a young person that came in. He was an obvious troll, but Gospel Bearer allowed him to be that troll, right? Bounce back and forth for a little while, and then the kid wanted to stay and was like telling, no, I've changed, I promise I'll be good. And he got, you know what, that was crazy, because he literally had a convergence point where he started realizing, this is way crazier than I thought. I can't troll this anymore. And Miggy, one of the moderators, came on and eventually said, "No, we don't have time for you anymore," which is fine. That's a fine choice to do that as well. But it just goes to show you, even when they start off like a psychotic troll, that still might give you an hour of great material, or 2 or 3 hours of people listening to a great conversation, hearing the person change. So you never know what type of good fruit you'll actually get from a pile of dung. And that's why we use crap as fertilizer. So remember, when these people come in here and they're full of crap, use it as fertilizer and have a beautiful garden just 3 hours later. Thanks for playing.
I would like to mention that currently I am in my garden spreading goat manure to plant. So synchronicity is cool.
Yeah, man, I'm on his clock. It makes sense, right? So that makes perfect sense to me. Yep. Right, so it's a lemonade thing. Just because and we know it all the time. If you're in this for even half a year, you're going to be able to tell where they're going right off the bat. But especially in these times, in these revelation times, that you kind of have to allow that pig is the only animal right now in the farm, and it's not what I asked for, but it's better than nothing, right? To show to everybody else what happens when a pig realizes that he's been living in shit his whole life. Right. So that's what you're here to do. And there's no such thing as a negative. Remember, you guys are doing what's honest. You guys are doing the right thing. You're not being dishonest. You're doing it with good intentions. And I hope most of you do it because that's your relationship with God guides you to do that. But either way, if you're in the truth, there's no such thing as making a mistake. You're not powerful enough to ruin God's plan and send somebody in the wrong direction that God said was going to go in the right. No matter what, you can't make that type of mistake. Of course, you can sin and do bad things, and we can all do that, but we're not at fault anymore for people going in the wrong direction. In fact, even saying things the wrong way is better than nothing. So realize that now we don't have the opportunities that we used to with talking to, 3 to 5 to 20 people a day, right? So you're only going to get that really disgusting person that at first looks like a pile of crap, and we really just want to make fun of him and kick him out. But let him be crazy, because remember, all of that's also going to show that the argument they have against you is only insults or trolling or perverted wickedness, right? That's not going to hurt you guys. That's going to prove all of you guys right anyway. So again, it's a double positive. You can't lose. I mean, it's not like the guy's walked into your house and, he's on your couch, right? So there's really nothing to worry about. And at any time, you could probably just kick him out of the, if it gets hairy. But, yep, the pigs will be coming soon.
How did it go with the teacher guy? Did anybody get through to him? Said he'd been on here for 2 years.
Oh, is that it's like 3 days ago, right?
I think it was yesterday. I think his name was Nick or something. He's a school teacher.
I remember a band member, and I remember an Avros. I don't remember. Does anybody else know what he's talking about?
Matthew Learns.
Talking about Matthew Learns? That guy?
Matthew.
Yeah.
Anybody get through to him, or still the same?
Oh, yeah. Well, he rage quit actually. He rage quit. So the room did phenomenal. He had a panic attack. He tried to invoke refraction like all people that make pentagrams and have candles sitting around in a circle. And I said, yeah, that depends on flat Earth. Sorry, and he rage quit about 10 minutes later. So that's what God Rockin' brought up earlier, is that they keep using this refraction seance. They keep casting this abracadabra spell as if refraction just wishes reality away. That's literally what they're doing. So anytime they say that, the best bet is to, like, just when you see a cockroach, you got to smash it immediately. If you allow a psychopath to use that word, you're now enabling them to stay a psychopath. If I'm just saying. So it's all on you. I mean, nowhere else does that fly at all. If you have a child right now, Adam, or BG or God Rockin' Sonny, you have a 10-year-old child that says, I can't trust my eyes. You're going to be like, oh my gosh, my child's sick. I got to take him to the hospital, get a psychologist, or maybe a priest to get an exorcism. Nobody allows that type of speech to say, no, that's not really there. I can't trust my eyes, except for grown weirdos on the internet. So I'm just, if you wouldn't let your 7-year-old child say that, you think I'm going to let an adult tell me that? Hell no. I'd rather die. Thanks. I wish somebody in public would say something that stupid to me, but for some reason, the atheists always hide in public and they only come on the internet.
You make a really good point, Nick. So what they're actually saying is someone else told me I'm blind, and so I believed him.
Oh, gosh. Yes, that's another way to describe it. There's literally dozens of ways to describe how psychotic it is. Yeah. I mean, bruh, we would yell at our dog. I mean, I've been out hunting with people. I'm a photographer. I'm not a killer. But when I go out with hunting parties and they have dogs, some of these guys will almost beat their dogs if they don't see something fast enough. So dogs aren't allowed to say, I can't see that. It's not really there. I'm just saying, nobody is allowed to talk like this until this subject came up 7 years ago. And it's frightening because they're telling us they have already given up their claim. Says who? They're already telling us they don't have a claim. If you can't trust your senses, then you can't make a claim about it anyway. It's over. That's why it's so psychotic. I've been telling people this for 5 years. I'm like ringing this bell, man. Ringing this bell crazy. Like, guys, stop allowing them to talk to you like you need to explain their fantasy. It pisses me off, because you're listening to Flat Earth Conversations, you listen to debates, right? We all do it, and we're always hearing them. And you'll be listening to someone like David Weiss, and he's talking to some psychotic weirdo, like whatever that guy's name was, and the weirdo says weird things, and then David Weiss falls for it and says, "Oh, okay, well, yeah, let me." And he tries to explain, like, "What are you doing, David? Like, that's a huge problem. I'm trying to be nice." But often, again, these big flat earther channels are the reason we see these problems because they're influencing so many people. Again, that's why I never recommend flat earth channels because they're all wrong. And again, this is about you and your relationship with the creator anyway. So, I mean, all these guys that are trying to have these big debates, 99% of them always say really stupid things, and it ruins it for us, right? Because we want these guys to know what they're saying. So I'm going to be biased. Yeah, I'm going to be pissed. It's my topic.
I've always said there's two different flat Earth camps, and I started out in the other one, right, where you watch like the debate videos and Sargent and all that stuff and Jeranism. I love Jeranism, but after a while of only being able to make sort of okay arguments out of NASA videos and everything else. Once I kind of came across this server, once I came across this server, but I found this because of Huey and them guys, and it's much more concise. It's just a bare bones, very simple. This is how it works. You don't have to overcomplicate it, and it's all based in just observation, physics, mathematics, which is what the globe is supposed to be about, and yet they don't have any of it. So the two camps, luckily, are not really at war right now. But the other camp with the NASA videos and the obvious, lies that are being pointed out by, we point out that NASA lies, we point out the government lies, we point out that they're faking stuff. We can show them the evidence, but people just shake their head and go, no. I like this side better because it's easier, it's simpler, and it's much more devastating to just not even have to worry about someone weaseling out of the conversation or the argument by saying, oh, well, it's just a coincidence, or it could be this, or it could be that. It's over when you say, is it round? Can you measure the roundness of it? And when they go, no, it's over. So this camp, I like this camp better. But those other guys have their place. Some people just need something in their face. They just need to see NASA faking something, and it reaches them, and so they both have their place. If this is the headier of the two camps in all reality, but I like it. I like the intellectualism of it.
Yeah, it's good, right? Because we got variety, and we're not robots. It's actually the best thing about this is that we all are different. It's got to be the best thing about this. This is the only international group internationally. There is no other international group. Nobody else even knows where they're at. This is literally the only place where all people from many different parts of the plane of existence have come together under new understanding, right? That's almost never happened before. So it's such an event. Like, there's no rule book. There's no, oh, okay, well, let's look at the handbook for this. No, we had to write the handbook, guys. We are the first generation. We are the new breed. Before us, there was nothing when it came to this information. There were, little tiny little spots here and there. Charles Johnson did a great job 40 years ago. But for the most part, this entire topic was submerged and hidden. And now it's like a rebirth has happened, an entire new style, an entire new, almost like a new ethnicity, a new group, a new culture has formed because of it. And in that culture, though, there are going to be problems, and it's going to be deceptive to itself, just like all man-made cultures have, become corrupt. So you got to be very careful. It's not a free-for-all. You get here and everything's good. No, it's actually just a new beginning, and you actually got to be on your toes more than ever. How about Deus Vault yesterday brought up a really great video, of course, of an obvious fake live stream over the earth and 3 problems. I'm sure most of you guys know what I'm talking about. When they show this of the magical ball underneath you and they show all the city lights and this is supposedly the ISS, there's, for one, no aircraft, there's no traffic in the air, not a single light. If you look out at night and you're anywhere near a city, you'll always see a plane or something flying over. But from the great altitude, though, if you're 100,000 feet in the air, you're going to see dozens of airplane lights. They put lights on top of airplanes, so when planes are above them, they can see them. They're warning lights, right? That's how all aircraft are made. At any given time in North America, there's like 3 to 10, whatever, thousands of aircraft are in the air, guys, right? So that was the first issue, is this footage shows no aircraft. And the other thing, over the oceans, over the bodies of water, there also was not a single light on the water. Of course, there won't be as many boats, but not a single boat, not a single aircraft. And the third and greatest strike was that there was no clouds at all. So when somebody says, oh, I believe in satellites, and you show them that, and you go, is this real? Like the guy yesterday did. Deus Vault says, do you think this is CGI? And this is Avros, and of course, Avros had already taken a beating. You can't blame them, right? I mean, there's not much they can do. They're getting annihilated. And the guy goes, oh, yeah, that's real. Like, he was that insane. Like, he had to say that's real when they forgot to put the clouds. They put no aircraft and no boats. So people will desperately believe it because they have to, right? And that's what this is about. So you show somebody, it's a great test. I'm going to test you. Do you think this is real or not? Okay, so you think there's no clouds or aircraft on Earth. Okay, I guess we're done. Don't go anywhere, family. 109 West of the Rocky, south of the 33rd parallel. Blood always finds its level. I will be back in a few minutes. Keep my seat warm, Sonny. See you guys in a minute.
Yeah, we both got about the same call sign there, south of the 33rd parallel, which is true. Just kind of strange. Like, I never knew that exactly. I mean, I probably did, but I never thought of it the way I do now. Imagine. Yeah, Exo's right. We have a new culture here, and it's going to be up to us to direct this. So I would start getting your books written, the compendium compiled of all the information we have. We need to start organizing. So all of you organizers, we need you to step up, man. We need people. We need your help. So we need all of us here. Because there's going to come a time when I think this is going to all be presented. We're going to have to present it like we are now, but it's going to have to be concise.
What you're seeing here is a mirage. A lie is a lie, and it don't matter how many dumb sheeple believe it. And the truth is the truth, hiding right out in plain sight, and still people don't see it. Man, this shit got me heated, and I won't stop till the elite are being defeated. They keep us deceived about everything that we think, and they keep it a secret. What we're taught is not conducive with reality. Big bang, evolution, and there's gravity. I tell the truth, and then these motherfuckers laugh at me, telling me the earth is photoshopped because it has to be. Most people accept the deception happily, but what they're doing to us all is a tragedy. God created the heavens and the earth in a verse, but we're living in a famous on the galaxy. They say we're monkeys on a ball flying through outer space, but there's no proof. It seems to have vanished without a trace. NASA and other agencies falling down from grace. You can take that bullshit pseudoscience and get out my face. I'm the antisocial type. You're a government prototype. That's why you make it a point to tell me that I'm crazy every time you're angry, cause you know I'm right. I'm standing outside the house of cards about to watch it fall. No more living on a cartoon ball. Horizon means horizontal. Indoctrination is awful because you're taught the globe model. Ever since y'all could crawl, we follow rapists and murderers, liars, thieves, and sun worshippers, saying we can't see curvature cause we're all too small. And though it's never been proven, they say we're ripping and shooting. The earth is spinning and moving. Oh no, no, not at all. It's a criminal enterprise where deception intensifies. Assholes got us all living life on a cartoon ball. It is Photoshop, but it has to be. What you're seeing here is a mirage. They say that we went to the moon 6 times, but pure BS is the way that's